Sweden, javelin, representing France, Leiria, representing Ukraine, representing Netherlands, and representing Germany, good luck to all of you.
Welcome to Leiria and the second day of the European Athletics Throwing Cup. I should say just the European Throwing Cup. This has been going since 2001 when it all started in Nice, down in the south of France. Well, I suspect it was sunny on that occasion, but we had some dreadful downpours yesterday which affected the competitions in the Leiria Municipal Stadium, usually known as the Dr. Magalas Pessoa Stadium, and also in the National Throwing Centre nearby. Nevertheless, we had some outstanding performances from over 2 European leading marks coming from Marie-Thérèse Obst in the women's javelin and Aline Andriu Furafika in the men's discus. And that men's discus competition finished last night, but this morning we start with the under-23 discus. And alongside me, my name's Phil Minchell, is my regular co-commentator Alex Seftel. And a good morning to you, Alex.
Good morning, lovely to have that regularity, and I'm excited for this competition. So we saw a significantly dampened women's under-23 discus last night, and to be honest, I'm not sure everyone would have envied those discus throwers kind of dashing in and out of the rain just to get into the circle. Seemed quite a task. And I think it was Alessio Manucci, the Italian thrower, after that in the men's A final, that was actually going into the circle and then was told, no, get back out again, it's too wet to throw, and he kind of ducked in for shelter. This is one of his teammates, Stefano Marmonti, who's opening up this first round, I do believe, here. So yeah, if you weren't with us yesterday, then what were you doing? But secondly, you may not know that the throwing order is assigned for all 6 rounds prior to the competition, and we continue with that until the 6 rounds are over. So I know Marmonti looks a little bit like he's warming up as well, but actually it's just that he's wearing more layers because it is cold, windy, potentially. But yes, certainly that has come up as a measurement at 47.65.
Well, I'm just looking at the weather, and it's still going to be quite cold in Leiria. And in case you're wondering where Leiria is, well, just to save you Googling for it or looking through another search engine, it's out towards the west side of Portugal, in the very centre of the country. If you're thinking of it from the northern tip around Porto, going down to the Algarve, yes, it's smack in the centre of the country. And the conditions, well, still damp. We are expecting showers at time today, as you can see, the officials there in their rain gear, but we're also hopefully going to have much better weather than we did yesterday, which included thunder and lightning at some points. It was very, very challenging, just to say the least.
Yes, certainly was. And so now looking at Aladin Suma of Kosovo going into the circle. Prior to that, the throw of Hannes Remelgas of Estonia. So he's thrown 48.20 early on here. Yeah, Kosovo, another nation which we wouldn't see too big contingent. However, you know, might have said that the European Under-20 Championships a couple of years ago, and Mohamed Ramadani will be in the shop a little later on, actually won the gold medal. Kosovo's first ever title at any level in the European athletics competition. Just maybe. Others have seen his success and realised, yeah, why don't I commit to throwing as well? And also, I would imagine that for a nation like Kosovo, Phil, something like winning that European Under-20 title would actually allow people to take note, not least from maybe a funding point of view, to notice that actually Kosovo has the potential for success in throwing, and also a European Under-20 title that would be quite valued.
Indeed, I do remember it, and of course, what I also remember is the following day or 2 or 3 days afterwards, looking at the local reaction to it, and it was really a very significant sporting event for Kosovo. Of course, Kosovo making waves in football, but also having some success in one or two other sports and in athletics as well. And that was quite a moment for Kosovo. It was their first ever international medal in athletics of any description, and it certainly did make the headlines right the way across Kosovo and beyond in some of the other countries where there's a Kosovo expatriate population in Western Europe and also in Albania as well. So it was taken to the heart, and he's carried on doing very, very well indeed. Kosovo don't send big teams, but as I say, the sport is starting to really take a hold in that country, which of course is the newest member of European Athletics. European Athletics has 51 member federations, and it grew when Kosovo joined. I think it was 2014. I'd have to check my notes on that though, but it was more or less a decade ago.
Juho Suominen of Finland next in, Suma throwing 36.85, and then Jan Svozil of the Czech Republic 54.76, so 6 meters further than the rest at this early point. So Suominen, who's already won the Finnish Under-23 indoor shot put title this year. $39.11 for the Finnish athletes. This is Artemios Adamakis of Greece. So yes, in this first round, all athletes getting 6 attempts. 16 competitors in total in that start list graphic you may have seen just before. And seeded towards the end of each round will be what's quite a clearly defined top 3 on this particular occasion, with Michailo Brudin of Ukraine, Ruben Rolvink of the Netherlands, and Stephen Richter of Germany. They are all over 60 meters in terms of personal best, and in fact Richter over 65, and outside of the top 3 no one's over 59 meters, so yes, quite a gap there, and as a result, they may well be fighting among themselves for the podium places. Let's wait and see. Berk Sansoy of Turkey. Turkish throwers seemingly coming into this competition like they mean business, Phil, because a number of strong performances across yesterday, but generally putting in a good account of themselves, I thought.
Well, over the years, of course, Turkey, especially in the underage categories in the women's throws, this of course being the under-23 men's discus, have done extremely well at European under-20 championships and European under-23 championships, particularly in the shot and the hammer. And then we saw yesterday Eda Tuksosh. She didn't get on the podium in the women's javelin, but I think she finished 4th in the end. Once again, a very good performance from her, and augurs well going ahead to the summer. And of course, we're looking at a lot of these athletes, including some of the better under-23 athletes, being in action in Rome when we get to the European Athletics Championships between the 7th and the 12th of June, where we hope it's going to be a bit sunnier.
Hope so. No, wouldn't be guaranteed. I don't want to put any dampeners or anything, but just because it's the middle of summer in Italy, it's not 100%, is it? Wouldn't be putting my house on it. Stefan Melheim, red flag, and also same result for Berk Sansoy. This is Martin Santos. A couple of skimming the outside of the cage. Skimming the inside of the cage, effectively. So, as a result, Red flag shown. This is Wojciech Lefkowitz. As you can see there, a little over 50 meters. It's best throw in competition coming into today. One of the more modest throwers. And unfortunately just lands outside a sector. We saw in the heavy rain yesterday a number of the implements sort of crashing down on the right, but then producing a puddle and skimming along the surface as they just stayed in. Quite satisfying, I would imagine. Certainly looks so on the camera. So not appearing to be raining currently, but similar to yesterday morning when we started, there is some dampness around, obviously. Very heavy yesterday, and I imagine some overnight as well, but I haven't been up all night monitoring the weather.
Did you get some sleep there?
Yes.
It was a very long day yesterday. I think we were both quite tired when we got to about 9:30 at night, and finally, good night to them.
Well, we wondered, of course, what it would have been like for the athletes for whom their competition was initially expected to start around 5ish early evening, and for whom didn't start until 8ish. And as a result, that's quite a late change in the day. Obviously, it's unforeseen circumstances with the weather and such. But yes, it affects your pre-competition routine reasonably significantly, so far as fatigue might go, and also generally how you might plan your schedule. And I know it's not the worst case scenario. There are much worse situations, such as not being able to run the competition at all because of the weather. However, these things are planned quite carefully.
Yes, and I think this is a good moment to give a big shout out to all the officials and the volunteers who also braved the elements as well. And without them, certainly this European Throwing Cup wouldn't have been going ahead. So major kudos to all those officials, both the international officials who've gone to Leiria, acting as technical delegates, technical officials, and also all the local volunteers, including many people from the local club, Juventud Vigilense. So a big thank you from all of us involved with European athletics for that.
So it's seemingly contagious, these red flags. We've had 5 of them in a row, 6 of them now, because just come up for Marc-Alexandre Delin. Frenchman, the look here at his foot placement. Wouldn't have been too much in that. Obviously, can't quite see where his foot ended, where his feet ended up. Okay, on to the top 3, and you can see a bit of a jump forward in personal bests for Brudin of Ukraine, first of this top trio. European under-18 and European under-20 champion and wallet maker. More on that in a second. Yes, you can see great rotation, picks up good speed and momentum, and closer to what looks to be the 60-meter mark. And while we wait for that measurement, Phil can tell us more about his specialism.
Well, Mikhailo, I mean, he's a fantastic discus thrower, and you can just read about the stats that he started accumulating both as under-18 and under-20 champion. He's also a very talented leather worker, and I didn't realise this until I was chatting with him at the airport on the way back from Jerusalem, because of the war in Ukraine, he's now based in Logroño in northern Spain, and he was saying that once upon a time he was trying to find a belt, and he couldn't find a belt that he liked, so he decided to make it himself. And it just expanded from there, and he's a very talented leather worker. And actually, I'm very pleased to say, he was very kind to give me one of his wallets that he'd made, and it's actually, on the desk in front of us in the studio. But don't worry, Alex, there's not much money in it, sadly, so no need to go rummaging through it.
Noted, thank you. Yeah. Very.
I know
yeah,
you
very
wouldn't
interesting.
anyway, but it was just that I was getting in a bit, getting my retaliation in first.
Yes. Well, no, you're also looking around for it, so I hope it's not lost. Wouldn't want that. Fascinating, though, yeah, to be a leather worker, but also to have the initiative to say I'm going to make it myself. Anyway, he threw 57.88 in the first round, and Ruben Rolvink followed that up with 56.10. So all going into the top three as we expected. Stephen Richter might just complete that now. Potentially first throw over 60 metres too. Made it look very easy. 59.79. But yeah, Brudin's initiative brings me on to the question: have you ever decided I'll make something myself?
This isn't probably the point to talk about it, but actually, not so much making things, but I'm actually quite good with electrics and plumbing.
Oh, right, okay.
So I could probably, you know,
Well, if there are any...
if the Coventry doesn't pan out, I can probably get a, you know, job as a DIY man or something.
No, but I was going
Not good at painting. I don't quite have the patience or the eye for painting, but I am quite good at electrics and plumbing.
Yes, but it does mean if there are any electrical issues, especially given the thunder and lightning, then we could get you to fix that.
Yes, possibly.
Yes.
But I don't think I brought my toolkit with me. But we'll carry on that sort of thing. I'll take some tools to Rome where hopefully they won't be needed.
Yes. Stefano Marmonti, he may be needed if he's selected. Possibly needs a bit more distance than currently throwing. 47.65 in this second round remains his best. 45.53, just there. Remel Gas of Estonia, 48.20 so far, compares to a PB of 49.89. So yes, the Estonians also putting in a good account of themselves, not necessarily at the top of the standings, but actually in relative terms close to best ever throws. We were saying that with Adam Kelly in the hammer, and also Ala Raeljan, who was the only athlete to get a personal best at the start of the day in the under-23 competition in the hammer yesterday.
Well, Estonian obviously got a fine tradition in discus throwing with the likes of Gerd Kantner, but also many people other than Kantner. Mart Israel springs to mind, and they've had a number of under-20 world champions over the years.
Yes, and the decathletes tend to be decent discus throwers as well as a result.
Kinord's a pretty good discus thrower for a decathlete. I think he was a 50-metre decathlete thrower, which is fairly decent.
So back we go to Alaudin Suma from Kosovo, 36.85 as you can see. And I believe those white lines are 50 metres and 60 metres. So Suma dashing his way round and across the circle. There we go, over 40. Moves up one place. Suma ahead of Suominen. Here's Svogil. All these athletes begin with S. Do also have Sansoy and Santos. So, towering above this circle, Jan Svogil, rotating anti-clockwise there. And that should be a decent sized improvement. A little off to one side, but at the moment that could actually potentially put him up into the top three. Not quite, but Only 24 centimetres off the top three. With 55, 86, a new personal best. And really, I think the fact that the circle is a little more dry, and also, I mean, we were commenting that not that much effort was really put into drying the circle, I think, because it seemed futile. However, we are seeing lots more towels out today. Perhaps people were aware of that and thought, let me bring a towel so I can dry the circle, and it seems more worthwhile. And hopefully we'll get a few more PBs.
I'm sure there was a lot of discussion over the weather and how to cope with it.
Definitely.
In the athletes' hotel last night. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the main topic of conversation over dinner, especially when the discus throwers finally got back to the hotel late last night.
So Juha Suominen goes back ahead of Suma quite significantly, actually. Big improvement there of 5 metres. Adamakis. You can see there's slightly angled flight of the discus compared to skimming cleanly through, but as we were commenting yesterday, sometimes the flight of the discus looks different but is equally effective. Certainly launches high and continues curling a little off to the left. 53.21. So top three: Steven Richter of Germany, 59.79. Mihailo Brudin of Ukraine, 57.88. And Ruben Rolvink of the Netherlands, 56.10. With Jan Sforzo actually making it fairly close at the moment, 24 centimetres off of that. Adamakis just moving to 5th place with his 53.21 improvement. And Sansoi hoping to register his first mark in the competition. Let's have a look. Arms out wide, shoulders looking quite relaxed. You can see that went a little off to the left, but got the white flag indeed. 51.19 up into 7th. Close up of Santos waiting there. There's Melheim. Unceremoniously discarding that towel. That means he's ready to throw. So being sure to have a good grip of that discus. Arms wide and good agility through the circle. Around 50 metres there. Stefan Melheim then, hoping to move up into the top 8. And just outside it then, 8 athletes, all those above him are over 50 metres. No one over 60 yet, but I have a feeling first throw of that nature is just around the corner. Relatively bright sky that Santos throws into. Again around the 50 mark. So we're going through all the athletes who had red flags in the first round essentially at this point. Next we'll see Wojciech Lefkowitz. So 50.28 for Santos. 9 now over 50 metres. I did wonder whether someone would prop that Unial Forte sign back up again. It's actually a very colourful stadium underneath. It kind of is it Matisse? Looks a little bit like that, or yeah, it's a little bit, or Elmer the Elephant or something like that. It looks very colourful anyway. But those sort of signs became quite popular during the pandemic when there were big sections without fans, and they decided that it looked better on the television to have those kind of sheets over areas of stadiums rather than to have lots and lots of empty seats.
There's a montage of colours in the stand, as you can see.
Yes.
It's not exactly symmetrical by any stretch of the imagination, but it is an eye-catching stadium, and as we were talking about, it's the home to the Portuguese second division club Leiria, which was one of the very first clubs Jose Mourinho managed at. It was his first proper contract as a coach. He'd done a brief stint for a few weeks as a standing coach at Benfica, and then Leiria signed him up, and obviously he's gone on to greater things ever since then.
Yes, I believe that the capacity is 23,000. Actually promoted end of last summer from the third division.
They seem to have sort of managed to get into the top flight of Portuguese football once a decade, but they've never managed to stay there more than a season in the last 30 years or so.
Yeah, the stadium was built in 2003. By a Portuguese architect called Thomas de Vera.
It's very close to the centre of the town as well, and I have to say, Leiria, it's a town, a city that can actually trace its origins back to the 12th century. I was reading it was originally described as a place where warriors could go and rest from obviously sort of fighting wars. I don't know whether it was actually a neutral city where warriors of different sides could go and just recharge their batteries. I'm not quite sure of its extended origins, but that's how it's described, and it's got a big castle overlooking it, and the stadium itself is in walking distance of the old historic city. I've been there about 3 or 4 times now.
Yes,
I never object when there's a trip to Leiria in the offing. But next year, we're off to Nicosia, aren't we? This is the last of a 3-year stint in Leiria, and they've actually had the European Throwing Cup 6 times in the last decade. But we're off to Nicosia for 3 years, starting next year.
Jesper Arlin with the second red flag there. Marcus Moreno in the top 5 with 53.44 just before that. Lefkowitz 48.65, his first valid measurement. This is Marc Alexandre Delin. Interestingly, the architect I mentioned, Thomas de Vera, he's built, well, he's been the architect, I've not seen how he built, but of a couple of other stadiums in Portugal which all look quite similar. They're all sort of multicoloured themed with this similar kind of, I don't know if it's a strange thing to say, but actually I think the multicoloured seats almost from a distance give the impression that there are people sat in them. But,
I think that's one of the things.
Yes.
It's a visual image that I think sticks with you.
There's also this stadium in Aveiro, which is kind of two-tone orange in colour, which so clearly that is his trademark style. Have lots of colour.
Anyway, back to the action.
Yes.
And it's Mikhailo Brudin going into the circle for the second time. Well, Brudin still in the under-20 category. 357.88 in the first round. Oh, that's another really good throw from Brudin. He's really come here on form. He's had a couple of good competitions already outdoors this year. Long levers.
So into the lead then by 16 centimetres ahead of Richter, who'll respond shortly. Before that, Ruben Rolving.
Yes, 59.95 for Brudin. Not just into the lead, but a world under-20 lead. Tops his own mark from a couple of weeks ago of just over 58 metres.
And the sun comes out also, which is hopefully a sign of things to come, but I don't want to promise. So Ruben Rolbink, who's been the Dutch champion the last 3 years. 62.94 his personal best. No improvement there, unfortunately. 54.20 though, backing up the first round efforts. Now, this will be very interesting to see if Steven Richter responds straight back to Brudin's best. And that discus does go very long and looks to be around 60 meters. Don't forget, 59.95 already, so this will be fascinating. Like how he hung his coat on the door as well. 60.32 for Richter. And he does go once again ahead of Brudin. Marmonti begins the third round, just as he did the previous two. So 47.65 to open up the competition. And potentially closer to 50 meters for Stefano Marmonti, who has a personal best of 49.78. So I'm sure that will be a target of his to get over 50 for the first time. 46.63 there. Lemel Gas, the Estonian, his PB is 49.89, so similar situation coming in, and he's managed it with 50.36. Jan Svogil, of course, the other two have thrown further than ever before in this morning's competition, and yeah, pretty early start for these athletes. So opening up with a PB early in the day. Gas stays nicely balanced. Didn't quite build up the speed of some of the throwers going closer to 60 meters, but still works out well for him. Big personal best there, 51.52. And that nice controlled effort. Aladin Suma. Again, looking steady and relaxed. Balance right at the end. Try to accelerate quite quickly in this final turn. Let's have a look. Just didn't quite catch a clean flight. Though that's not always prerequisite to a great throw, but in any case, 40.71 is a big improvement previous, and then in the third round the red flag. So, 16 competitors in total. Spozil's throw will be the fourth that we'll have seen in this third round. Remelgas with back-to-back PBs. What about Spozil? Quite a way off to the left, but does stay in the sector. I wonder whether we can have a sort of a competition between Remelgas and Svozil to see who can go furthest compared to what their PB had been before this competition.
54.79 for
54.79 for Svozil, who's already improved by 3 meters and 3 centimeters with Remolgas improving by nearly 2 meters. Maybe it should be the percentage improvement on PB, which I often think should be something that is noted across all athletes, really, because obviously we see who has improved, but yeah, we never really have data which shows that as a chart, if you know what I mean, to see who has, I don't know, had a 200% improvement or 20% improvement, etc. I think that'd be nice to see that information as data. $47.35 for Juho Suominen. Phil, are there any ways in athletics that you think we could actually show data to show how athletes have done something that we don't normally, you know, because what I mean is that we always talk about this person's won this medal or this person's set a personal best. Are there any things you think maybe are underappreciated that an athlete has done?
Well, I think that's where you and I come to the fore, Alex. We try and bring colour to the event, and we try and give the audience the details which they hopefully will appreciate about how an athlete's doing. And I remember looking through perhaps yesterday's women's under-23 discus competition and talking about an athlete who was doing well there. I remember Kristensen, the Icelandic athlete, and perhaps on a few occasions, hopefully it was fair comment when athletes were not doing quite so well. And, you know, I think that's what we're paid for. There is the opportunity, of course, to try and add colour to what you're seeing on the screen. But then, talking about it as a broadcast professional, you can make the screen just too busy. I think after years, and of course the technology develops all the time, but after years of actually refining how we actually display athletics in terms of the graphics, sometimes, of course, you know, a lot more resources, a lot more cameras will be at the European Athletics Championships in Rome compared to the European Throwing Cup because of budgets. We all get that, but the graphics are fairly much the same, and they display very similar sets of information. And I think over the years we've broadly got it right. But anyway, it's more incumbent on the likes of you and I just to get up a bit earlier and do our homework, I think, and hopefully help the audience appreciate what these athletes are doing.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, camera placement does help us maybe appreciate sometimes technique in a way that fewer cameras might not. Certainly getting some good angles here close up, and also seeing where the discus lands. This is Stefan Melheim of Norway.
Well, one of the big introductions over the course of the last 10 years has been the use of overhead shots, and so sometimes drones are used, and we've seen those experimented with in track races, for instance. I commentated on a meeting last summer where a drone was used and we were looking at the back of the race down the back straight. It wasn't a success, but it was a valid experiment. It was good to try these things, and then you learn by those experiments, if you like. You learn what works, what brings even more excitement and colour to the event. And in the case of advancing technology, remote cameras, so obviously cost sometimes comes down. You're able to have more cameras for more angles, and of course in the case of the throws, which come with a health and safety element, you're actually able to get closer and actually see much more in granular detail what the athletes are going through and how they're actually going through their movements and their technique without endangering the health of the cameraman.
Yes, that is very important.
So you don't want too many dead cameramen, obviously. That's generally considered a bad thing, isn't it?
Yes, I would have thought so. Sontas, no improvement, 50.24, 4 centimetres less than previous. Melheim, similar situation, about half a metre less than previous, with 49.33. Before that, Sansoy, red flag. Adamakis, though, improved to 54.06, and he moved up to 5th place. So Rifter, Brudin, Rolvink, Svozil, Adamakis, top 5. Wojciech Leszkiewicz here getting the red flag for Poland though. So 6 throws left in this round number 3.
Well, just while Marcus Moreno goes into the circle, we'll wait for him to throw. That was good effort there from the Spaniard, I think. Looking as though it's around the 51-metre mark, maybe just shy of that. I'm just going to tell people that we are going to be staying with the men's under-23 discus, but if you're interested in the women's under-23 discus, which is going on simultaneously at the National Throwing Centre, I should say the women's under-23 hammer, got my implements wrong, then we are streaming that without commentary on the European Athletics YouTube channel. Best way of finding that? Well, obviously you can go on YouTube and just tap in European Athletics, but the European Athletics website, www.european-athletics.com, has links to all of the European Athletics social media channels, including YouTube. And if you're staying with the website, it's also got all the live results, so you can track if you've missed a throw and you're wondering what it was. You can go into the live results. It's got the medal table, it's got a blog, it's got the team points in the competitions, it's got everything you ever want to know about the European Throwing Cup, I think.
So this is Jesper Arlin getting his first valid measurement of 51.58. He's up into 7th place. Moreno pushing Adamakis down to 6th. 55.02, the improvement for the Spaniard. Improvement by more than 1.5 metres. This is Marc-Alexandre Denin, French under-23 winter throws champion. 53.24 on that occasion. He was 5th here last year in this exact same competition. Discus just carrying off to the right. Stayed in though and will be measured. Didn't quite catch foot placement as per the flag. Looked to be fine there. 52.86. So Delin moves above Ali. And now Brudin.
The world under-20 lead with his previous throw, 59.95. He's thrown over 61 metres with the senior implement. That came last year. Another good effort again from Brudin. That I think might possibly have gone over the 60-metre line. Doesn't quite look like a personal best. Brudin, personal best of 61.33 from last year with the senior implement. Just chatting to him, as I said, I haven't spoken to him for a few months, but he was saying he just can't wait to get going with the senior implement. He feels that the 175 kilogram implement that he uses at under 20 level, he's almost outgrown it, shall we say, just like he might do a pair of discus shoes.
Very good. Rolvink in this third round with just Richter to come before we move into the second half of the competition, but we won't lose any athletes. We'll be just continuing with top 8. Everyone will get all 6 throws and order will remain the same in terms of throwing order, that is 57.07, so improving by 97 centimetres. Consolidates the top in the top spot in the bronze medal position at the moment. So Richter, Brudin, Rolvink, Svozil, Moreno, top 5. That's very, very similar to the previous throw of Stephen Richter. This should be a great battle between him and Mihaila Brudin. Brudin who gets the red flag just a moment ago. 60-45, so 13 centimetres more added to the lead. It's now half a metre exactly. Marmonti in to begin the fourth round.
Memorable last year that Richter set a personal best of 64.23. Improved that later on in the year to 65.88. So he's an athlete who loves coming to the European Throwing Cup.
Yeah, a lot of athletes with fond memories from this particular event, not least in Leiria itself.
He did disappoint at the European Under-23 Championships in Espoo when he finished out of the medals, in, quite surprisingly, through 61 metres and finished fourth. But he's back on form clearly this year.
Leiria of Estonia, so just outside the top 8. See, that doesn't matter necessarily, but only 6 centimetres away. Top 8 seemingly a good measure of success. Sometimes even written into selection policies, as we know.
So it's Kosovo's Aludin Suma. His fourth round throw. Suma, second round 40-71, followed up by a foul in the last round. So that's an improvement, 41-39. Doesn't move him any higher up the results, still in 16th position. Personal best in the second round of 55.86. The smoothest of techniques in the circle. Last year, European Under-20 Championships silver medalist, behind Brudin, somewhat long way back. Having a few more issues adapting to the senior implement than Brudin. Hasn't thrown the senior implement very often. Just his first year in the Under-23 ranks for the Czech. He's still throwing very well indeed. So that was 55.27. 59 centimetres short of his personal best, which he set in the second round as the circles cleared. The Juho Summanen. Summanen's first competition of the year. Has the best from last year at just over 53 metres. Oh well, just wondering whether he's going to walk out of the circle there, because that was a bit of a misfire. They are measuring it, 42.78. Well, I've seen many people take a deliberate foul for less, but he knew as soon as it left his hand that it wasn't a good throw. Just the technique seemed to get away from him. It's Timios Adamarkis. Adamarkis, good throw in the last round, 54.06. That might even be a slight improvement. You can see just a little bit closer to the 60-metre line than the 50-metre line, which are both indicated out there in the Leiria Municipal Stadium. 55.10, so an improvement by just over a metre for Adamarkis. Not very far from his personal best, which he recently set at 55.44. And it's the turn of Berk Sansoy. He's struggling a little bit, got in a legal second round throw at 51.19, but 2 fouls either side of it, and that makes it 3. Turk's very strong, but he is quite slow compared to quite a lot of the other throwers across the circle.
So Stefan Melheim next. 51.19, needed to get inside the top 10. Position occupied by Sansoy. So Melheim, as you would have thought that the circle, with all the usage it's getting, would be starting to dry out, but the sun only made the briefest of appearances. This could be his first throw over 50 metres though. Certainly appears that way. .50.95 then for Melheim. Into 11th ahead of Santos, who will go next. So I think there's 67 centimetres between the two of them now. It's going to remain pretty much the same. In goes Lefkowitz. The red flag given here for Santos in the end, and that is why. So you're watching live coverage of the European Throwing Cup, and we are watching the discus throw for under 23 competitors, heading shortly to an hour into the programme. Of course, you can see all of the live results coming up very well. Very proficient service, and the timetable as well you'll be able to see. I know that getting underway also with the under 23 women's hammer, so just to update you on that, they're just in the first round at the moment, or heading into the second. Nicola Tuthill of Ireland, 67.39, the leader. Flora Lafreche of France, 63.73, and Alexandra Nowoszewska of Poland, 62.82. That was at the end of the first round. Focusing now back on this men's under 23 discus. Of course, we are midway through this round number 4. Red flag for Lefkowitz, just as I was mentioning those early results. And now we see Marcos Romano, who's having a good battle with Adamarkis. Continually a bit of a concertina effect between them. Changing places. Another throw in the region of around 55 metres that he's already achieved. Was a good performance from Diogo Casas yesterday, Phil, who was around this area in the sort of 5th, 6th place predominantly in the final yesterday. And Marcos Moreno looking good once again.
And also, it has to be said, in the women's under-23 discus, good result from Daniela Fernandez as well. Finished just outside of the medals and very close to a personal best. And we were talking a little bit about Spanish throwing yesterday, and a lot of the athletes spending time at the National Throwing Centre in Lyon.
Yeah, I think to collect a number of 4th and 5th places, generally be pretty consistent in that regard across a number of athletes, will be a very pleasing result for the Spanish Federation. This is Arlene, so he occupies that 8th place. Red flag though.
And if you're tuning in to this feed with commentary from myself, Phil Minchin, and alongside me, Alex Sefdell, I'm wondering where the women's under-23 hammer throw is. Well, you can watch that on the European Athletics YouTube channel without commentary, but after the end of the discus we will be switching over to that. And then later on from the Leiria National Throwing Centre, starting at 11:30 local time, that's GMT, 12:30 Central European time, we have the men's under-23 shot put A and B, and they take place side by side, alongside each other in the National Throwing Centre, not that far away from this municipal stadium in the heart of Leiria.
Now this is a very interesting result because Delin has moved up into the top 3 as a result of 57.39, overtaking Ruben Rolvink. Delin's personal best 58.46 compared to Rolvink's 62.94. So gives Rolvink the chance, of course, momentarily to react to that. Before, here's Brudin, and he's locked in this great battle with Steven Richter out front. So Richter 60.45, Brudin half a metre back from that exactly, as you can see. So opens up that body nicely and close to 60. Not what he needs to take the lead, but yeah, maybe working his way there. He'll think about what he needs to do in order to throw a metre or so further. Of course, by which point Richter might have improved himself as well.
Just looked a little bit slower across the circle than his previous couple of throws. Of course, still in second place with that World Under-20 lead of 59.95, which came in the second round.
And now this is Ruben Rolvink, 32 centimetres between him and the podium now. And I don't think he'll get any closer.
Seemed to just sort of slip out of his hand, didn't he? He didn't really get the full pull on it. As you see there, it sort of slid out slightly out through to the left-hand side of the sector. And indeed he does step out.
On to Richter. Now this chance for him. See if he can go even further in the lead. Of course, 60.45, just eking out that advantage a little bit more in round number 3. So potentially doing that once more. In any case, very, very consistent. As well as that, improving with each round up to this point, and including this point, 60.86. So best part of a metre in front of Brudin now. Right, again, I know he's ranked ahead of Brudin, but as Phil was saying, you get the sense the Ukrainian has outgrown the under-20 implement and is destined for great things, similar to what we said about Mihailo Kokan in the past. Still a good competitor to beat, and a nice battle for us all to watch. Marmonti begins this 5th round now. So Stefano Marmonti, 47.65 so far. 2 other throws around that kind of region, And then 2 red flags now. Gas, the Estonian, studied at the University of Tartu. He's in 9th place. Don't forget, PB 51.52, but yeah, it was going really well for him until the 3rd round. And then I think, you know, just maybe taking a few risks, experimenting, trying to eke out even more distance. And sometimes we see a few fouls in the 4th and 5th round quite commonly. As a result, sometimes trying too hard. In any case, he'll be very pleased with his competition, I'm sure. Suma catches that one much, much better. Aladdin Suma in 16th place at the moment. Again, a case where the flight can appear quite clean, but actually doesn't have the power necessarily behind it. 40 meters 30 there. To Schwarzschild. It's still just those 2 athletes who set personal bests, Gas and Jan Schwarzschild. So this Czech athlete, who's the European Under-20 silver medalist last year. PB was 52.83. Working out for him there, unfortunately, the flag, but yeah, personal best have been set in Hodnin in the Czech Republic, and a lot of distance added to that today. Czech under-20 silver medalist last year in the shot put as well. Winning the discus title. Schwarzschild. Juho Suominen. Suominen, which translates as Finn. $53.61 his PB. 5 valid throws so far. What has he got? 4 valid throws indeed. What about this 5th one? In 15th place, 30 centimetres behind Stefano Marmonti of Italy. $45.89. Adamakis next. Now down to 6th place because of Delal's improvement up into the top 3 the previous round. So, Richter leads 60.86 from Brudin 59.95, Delal 57.39. Full results on the European Athletics website. Another who you would say is quite consistent. Actually, that is a red flag that has come up. Oh, well, he did his level best gymnastically to try and stay up. Just use a moment then to tell you the Under-23 Hammer Standings at the end of the second round then. Nicola Tutil still leading with 67.39. Ada Coppelli of Finland 64.88 and Rachele Mori of Italy 64.76. So second and third taking over those positions, but the lead marks staying the same. Back we go to this discus.
Yes, we'll probably be able to pick up the last couple of rounds of the women's under-23 hammer, because we will switch over to the National Throwing Centre as soon as this competition is wrapped up. Although it's a very exciting competition as we're midway through the fifth round. But Tutil, well, that is some good throwing from Tutil in the women's under-23 hammer. As I say, we're going to pick it up a little bit, but she's not that far away from her own Irish under-23 record at 67.85. Barely half a metre shy of that. She's still got 3 more throws, I think, just looking at the results.
Red flag for Sansoy. This is Stefan Melheim. So he is bringing us to the halfway stage in this fifth round. Red flag for him too, I'm afraid.
We haven't had a valid throw yet in the fifth round.
Not one over.
5 consecutive red flags.
Yes, 6.
Well, we've had a couple earlier on, the first couple of guys to go into the circle.
So, Martin Santos. Fortunately, once again contagious, these red flags. This is easily able to retrieve the discus. Not really a consolation though. Let's watch Wojciech Lewkowicz of Poland. .48.65 second round is his best so far. Ensure that discus is dry for a good grip. Now comes forward, arms wide, rotating, good agile feet. That may well be closer to 50. This, of course, is the under-23 competition. Throwing with senior implements. This is Marcus Moreno. We saw there Lewkowicz actually just 2 centimetres off his second round throw. Marcus Moreno, 7th place, 55.02, needs 8 centimetres to go up a position. And hasn't done it. Jesper Arlin will be next in the order. Eight red flags out of 11 in this fifth round. These athletes try and pull out all the stops to improve, also knowing that they still have one more go. Quite seen, I think, what Jesper Arlin is capable of with that 51.58. It's a 58 metre thrower at best and is over 56 this year. And gets the red flag. At least the result sheet looks quite symmetrical. Again, not really a consolation. On to Marc-Alexandre Delin, and he provided one of the better moments of this competition, moving up into the top 3 with 57.39. And that is just over a metre off his personal best. So, does he continue with that rhythm? Pretty much. Definitely asking the questions of the Dutchman Ruben Rolvink. As we said, it's quite a clearly defined top 3 on paper. Even though that doesn't normally translate, Ruben Rolvink would have probably looked at the entry list beforehand and would have been going for a medal. He'll have to work for it now. Brudin being made to work by clearing up that circle somewhat. This way, please. Let's remind you then, 60.86, Stephen Richter the lead for Germany. Brudin, unfortunately, sends that smack into the side.
Put a lot more effort into the turns there than his previous throw. I think he probably reflected on the fact that he was a bit slow across the circle with his previous throw, but just overcooked it slightly.
Yes, and it just can be the case in the 5th round. Sometimes we see it in the 4th round. Adjustment in technique or trying too hard. Knowing that you already have something quite decent on the board. Rolvink anti-clockwise, curving down around 54. Yeah, so that ends up being a red flag too. So 11 out of 15 have all been red flagged in the 5th round. Our leader, the German Richter. The last couple of rounds, he's taken the chance to just extend his advantage. Hasn't done so here. So it means that 75% of the throws in round number 5 have all been red flags. Well, by now you'll know what the sight of Stefano Marmonti means. That's correct. It is the start of a new round. Number 6. So that first white line is 50 meters. You can actually see the reflection in the circle of those signs of the back of the stadium. I don't know whether the athletes can see their faces in it. Anyway, provides a nice setting with which to watch this discus competition. Ramelgas. Brudin was shining it there with polish. He's a leather worker after all. We don't know what tools he might have in his locker. Ramelgas, well, he can be very pleased with his competition. Twice improving on his personal best. 51.52 will be the distance he comes away with. He has gone over 50 meters for the first time in his life. Aladin Suma, representing Kosovo here on the European stage. Came in with a best of 50-33. Not quite the best day for him, but does improve in the final round. 41-81. Brazil with his back towards his audience. Not for long though. So keeping those knees nice and flexible. Nice wide arm span. Just going off to that left hand side, similar to what we saw before.
That's a good throw though, that's
Yes.
very close to his personal best, which he set in the second round at 55.86.
Yes, he's had 4 throws within just over a metre of one another, metre and 10 centimetres. Make that 5.
64 centimetres short of his best, both in this competition and his lifetime best. And as we see Juho Suominen go into the circle, I think this is a moment. I've been tracking some of our audience figures, and we had big audience figures yesterday for this European Athletics live stream coming to you from the European Throwing Cup in Leiria. And a big thank you to everybody who's joined us, but we had huge numbers following this event in Finland, so a big shout out to all the Finnish athletics fans. And it just goes to prove you're not just javelin throwing aficionados, you love all the big throws as well. And also a big shout out to everybody from Greece, Hungary and Sweden. I can see you're joining us in big numbers as well. And everywhere across Europe, of course. But I thought I'd give a shout out to those 4 nations, not least of which the compatriots of this man.
So Suominen with 48.20, and that is an improvement. So he has actually got better and better through this competition, finishing in 14th place. Adamakis, he's in 6th, 55.10. 57.39 is needed for bronze medal. Artemios Adamakis needs to fend off others behind as well, because Marcos Moreno only 8 centimetres off. But, yeah, that's not going to be more than 55.10. Side scratch to the head. So feet nice and wide apart. Didn't quite get enough power there. 53.13. Let's watch Berk Sansoy's last go. 51.19. Remelgas in front of him on 51.52. Nice high flight. And lands a little short though. So Stefan Melheim up next. Trying to make the backwards cap fashionable again. Melheim, the man immediately behind Sansoy in 11th place, so we'll try and get into the top 10, I'm sure. Be a lot of dirty towels going in the wash after this. So psyching himself up for 6th round throw in the discus. 24 centimetres he needs to climb a position into the top 10. falling, I think, just a little short there. So Martin Santos, in turn, is just behind him. So 50.31 for Melheim. Santos behind by 67 centimeters. And needs just under a meter to get into the top 10. .51.47 for Santos, and he takes over that 10th place. Next we'll see if Wojciech Lewkowicz can push him out of it again. Lewkowicz personal best of 50.20, so might actually seem a tall task, but he has 48.65 so far. 50.90 would take him up one place to 12th. So it's going to be similar to what we've seen previous. Next to go will be Marcos Moreno, then Jesper Arlin and Marc-Alexandre Delin, who's in the top 3 bronze medal spots. So this is a good time to stay with this discus. Final round getting quite interesting now as we watch Marcos Moreno. Just to remind you that we should be able to catch some of the under 23 women's hammer after this. Quick the top round of the top 3, sorry, of the third round. Tea Lochman, Sweden, 68.08 personal best, overtaking Tuttle Ireland 67.39 ahead of Capelli, Finland 64.88. Here's Moreno. We'll try and join that after. Red flag Moreno last round. Moving on to Jesper Arlin, Sweden, in the top 8, 51.58. And then it'll be Delin, as I say, after him. Then Brudin, Rolvink, and finally Richter. Will we see any positional change before then? This is the European Throwing Cup from Leiria. Concluding stages of the under 23 men's discus. And a reasonable amount of clear blue sky. Jesper Arlin to chuck into. Around the 55 mark. And this could be a couple of meters improvement. Does have quite a big gap to 7th place Moreno in front. Can't make up all of that gap, I'm afraid. 54.72, stays in 8th. But much healthier in terms of distance compared previous. Marc-Alexandre Delin trying to hold off Ruben Rolvink more than anything else, because he's 2.5 meters off Brudin in second. Kind of a separate battle, one for gold and one for bronze. But that looks fantastic from Delin. So really coming to his own and making use of the opportunity. 58.46 is personal best. Already got a season's best of over 30 centimeters in that 4th round. Oh, but it's a red flag.
What a pity. That was such a good throw, I think, from Delin around the 58 meter mark.
Yeah, on to the battle to gold though. So 60.86 required for Brunin. He's been making technical adjustments. Can he get it right here? It's a clean flight. It's strong, but it's not going to be over 60 meters. Still, don't forget, this man's still an under 20 competitor, Stephen Richter. Would have been hoping to win today, I'm sure, and hold off the Ukrainian, who's put in a good showing. 55.52. So Richter will have one final attempt to see if he can go any further over 60. But this is all about Ruben Rolvink of the Netherlands, 3 times Dutch champion, trying to overtake Marc-Alexandre Delin. So, yes, didn't catch the implement landing initially, but is an effective mark, 57.96. You could see when we saw the shot of it being measured, it looked to be closer to 60, and in the final round, he restores the expected order of the top 3. So fantastic moment there for Ruben Rolvink. Season's best, 57.96, demoting Delin. Stephen Richter of Germany, already with 3 throws over 60 meters. I think even he would have liked a little more distance and might get it now. In any case, the distances across the 5 throws that we've seen are going to be really close together. I think that will be one of the most pleasing things. 61 meters there, so 5 throws within 1 meter 21 centimeters.
And with the pressure off, Richter produces the best throw of the morning. 61 meters exactly for the German.
Yes, so Richter, Brunin, Rolvink, the top 3. Richter improving in the last round. Rolvink also going up into 3rd. 16 competitors in total. Suma representing Kosovo on this European stage.
And that win takes Germany up to 2nd place in the medal table. Well, there's been no less than 7 countries who won medals on the first day, but Poland were the only country to win 2. Germany now get their first gold medal of these European Throwing Cup, and with the 2 silvers and the bronze, that they go to the top of that list of countries that have got 1 gold medal to their name, just behind Poland, who've got 2 gold medals. But we've still got another, how many is it? 7 gold medals to be decided. And one of those is going to come up very shortly from the National Throwing Centre in the other, just fairly nearby in Leiria. Got the women's under 23 hammer taking place.
Yes, it's walking distance between the 2, isn't it?
And here we are in the National Throwing Centre. Well, Alex has been giving you updates on the women's under 23 hammer as it's been going on. We're now just starting the 5th round. Well, the 4th round, didn't really see any changes in the medal tables. There you go. After 4 rounds, Thea Lofman, who took over in the lead with that personal best of 68.08, and now she's almost a metre inside. Well, she has in her sights the Swedish under 23 record. Just seen Polina Jeshrovshinska of Ukraine, throw 56.03. Now it's Osterprak going into the circle. Yesterday in the under-23 women's discus we saw Özlem Besarek take the title. Osterprak a little bit further down, in 10th place at the moment. Osterprak best of 58.32. Nice clear day. Everybody who was watching yesterday will remember that we spent most of the day looking up at the skies with those thunderous black clouds above us. Much better today. Some clear blue sky over this part of Portugal. A few tinges of grey here and there, and we are expecting some showers, but nothing like the downpours that we had yesterday. Osterprak, 54.70, so no change for the Turk. As we see Valentina Sava going to the circle. Well, 62.76 to her name. She's already thrown a personal best this year in Heraklion in Greece of over 67 metres. So more to come from the Cypriot, who was the 2022 European Under-18 champion, although that would have been with a 3 kilogram implement. This is a 4 kilogram implement. She's 18 months older and stronger. Technique in the circle, sitting low. It's at about the 63.5 metre mark. You can see there, 65 metres measured. A bit lower there actually, a bit less. 61.98. So no improvement for Sava. In third place at the moment, Ada Capelli, doing well but thin. Well, all those Finnish discus throwing fans who are watching the men's under-23 discus a short while ago, I hope you're staying with us and watching this, because she is doing extremely well indeed. Third place at the moment, less than a metre down on her best from last year. Capelli, nursing student. Well, providing tender care to that hammer and sending it out very close to the 65 metre mark. Probably not quite an improvement on her second round 64.88. $63.20 for Capelli, but she still remains in third place. But it's very competitive, just like the men's under-23. We've got two separate battles going on. Lofman of Sweden and Tutil of Ireland battling for the gold, and then Capelli of Finland and Raquel Mori of Italy, really the main protagonists for the bronze, although we've also got three other women over 63 metres. Capelli and Mori having both thrown over 64. So this is Alexandra Novashevska. 62.82 in the first round. There's the white flag. Not sure that's an improvement. It's just probably about 62 metres. It's quite windy, although obviously that doesn't affect the hammer throwers. It's might be a bit different for the discus throwers who are coming up here a little bit later on today. So there you can see all the women's under-23 hammer throwers. 13 women in this competition. Next into the circle, Levintha, Denmark. Just one valid throw, that came in the third round. 57.67 for the Dane. short of a best at the moment. A little bit off what we were expecting from the Dane. Novoshovska, her throw having just gone into the circle a moment ago, it's just come up at 59.52. So her best still her opener at 62.82. See there? Oh, yesterday we had tents lifting off the ground. We had thunder and lightning overhead. Very difficult for the organisers to to hang on to all their equipment. It was starting to blow off towards the Atlantic in some cases. Now the Dane goes into the circle. Looking for an improvement on our mark of 767 from earlier. Don't think that's going to be an improvement, and she walks out, gets a red flag. So her fourth foul out of 5 attempts. Next into the circle, Lorella Fraser. French woman lying in 5th place at the moment, 63.73. Not that far away from the medals. 3rd place at the moment, Ada Capelli, 64.88. Rachel already had a busy 2024 with a lot of outdoor competitions in France. Such a personal best of 65.55 just a couple of weeks ago. So around, so $60.99. Vilo Viscoletti. Well, she was the European Under-18 silver medalist in 2022. We were in Jerusalem for that competition, reuniting the gold and silver medalists from 2022 here in Leiria. So far, Viscoletti getting the better of Valentina Sava, who beat her in Jerusalem. Viscoletti 2 places in front of her Cypriot rival. That drops down, yes, just outside of the sector. I was waiting, I was being cautious and waiting to see whether the judge raised their red flag, because it was right on the line, but it's given us just out on the left-hand side of the sector. But Viscoletti still in 7th place with 63.37. Personal best. Oh, not much further. 63.73. So she's throwing very close to her best. And this is the event leader, Thea Loffman. Loffman last year, 10th in this competition. She's as good as guaranteed finishing significantly higher on this occasion. Personal best of 68.08. We're going to give it everything now. That's gone very, very wide out to the left. She's got one more throw. She's probably now got in her sights the 2017 Swedish under-23 record of 70.01, which belongs to Marinda Pettersson. So it's Rachel Mori. Just 12 centimetres in arrears at the moment on the bronze medal position. That's pretty tight. It's around the 64-metre mark. Just wondering whether it's good enough to get her up into the bronze medal position. Capelli, 64.88 at the moment, is in third place. No, doesn't move her up, but it's another good throw over 64 metres, 64.21. Just a bit shy of her best, which came in the second round of 64.76. Now, Nicola Tutil. Tutil, personal best last year of 67.85, and she's done 67.39 here. Oh, well, it was a really strong release. Over 65 metres, but it's not as far as 67. But a good effort, good backup effort from Tutil. That 67.39 came as her opener. Tutil, of course, setting that Irish under-23 record at the European Team Championships last year, which certainly helped Ireland get promotion from the third division. And completing the fifth round in this women's under-23 hammer is the German Eileen Kuhn, European under-23 bronze medalist in Espoo last summer. 68.71 her best. She's struggling a little bit here, not quite there. Down in third place at the moment. That's a foul. Yes, it wasn't going to be an improvement on her 63.55 in the third round, which has kept her down in sixth place. So, going into the last round, we see a repeat of Kuhn's throw, but the 1-2-3 is Lofman with 68.08, Tutil 67.39, and Capelli 64.88. With one throw left, it's Sweden, Ireland, and Finland. First to throw, Katarina Floor. She threw 50.66 in the last round. It's there or thereabouts. A little bit difficult to tell with this surface. Of course, it's still quite soft after yesterday. That would go without saying. Anybody who saw yesterday's competitions and the fact that it was raining all day. The officials able to spot where it comes down. Just over a metre shy of her best in this competition, which came in the last round. So she finishes with 49.39, and she'll finish in 13th place. One place above her at the moment with 56.66 is Ukraine's Polina Deshrozinska. Deshrozinska, just 15 years of age. She'll, I would imagine, be going to Banska Bystrica for the European Under-18 Championships coming up. She's throwing a 4-kilogram implement, not the 3-kilogram implement that she'd be throwing in the Under-18 competition. So 56.66 so far for Deshrozinska. good pull on the hammer. She's got good long levers which really help. She's finished off well. 57.79 for Deshrezinska. So she skips up a place at this stage and overtakes Winter, the Dane. She's in 11th place at the moment. Osterprak, 10th place, 58.32. Dropping down around 57 meters. I don't think that's going to be an improvement for her. She had 58.32 in the fourth round. Well, big shout there from Osterprak at the end of her throw. 58.09. So her second best effort of the competition. She's in 10th place currently. Now, Valentina Sava. Talked a lot about her. It was myself and alongside me Alex Seftel for watching her very closely in Jerusalem back in August of 2022 when she really impressed taking the European Under-18 title. Now she's got the heavier 4 kilogram implements in her hands. Good technique. Did she walk out? Well, no. It's a bit of a trick of the eye. So, looking disappointed. It hasn't been the best of competitions for her. Although, having said that, she's just thrown close to that 65 metre line, 64.55. So now, Coppelli. Ada Coppelli in 3rd place at the moment. She's having a good competition. She's managing to stay ahead of some of her rivals with 64.88, and that'll be her best mark of this morning. She finishes with a red flag. So, can Coppelli hang on? Still Raquel Mori to come. And then there's a couple of other women as well, over 63 women. Lorella Farish, Eileen Kuhn of France and Germany, respectively. So there we go, Alexandra Novashevska just throwing now. .60.26. Nearly 3 meters down on her first round, 62.82. Novashevska in 9th place. It's the turn of Liv Winter going into the circle. She's in penultimate position at the moment. Her series, just one valid throw, came in the third round, 57.67 for the Dane. A bit short of her personal best. Well, it's sometimes all the way, always the way. Some athletes having really good competitions and a few not quite reaching their potential in this particular occasion. Fraser. Well, she's in 6th place at the moment, it's 63.73. Only just over a metre away from the bronze medal spot. She's capable of getting there, and she's been in good form in her outdoor competitions in France so far this year. I was saying probably one of the busiest of the athletes so far in terms of competitions. She's had no less than 4 competitions already this year outdoors. Opened a year at the very end of January with a personal best of 65.55. So certainly extend what she's done here in Leiria, get into the bronze medal position. And just to keep warm, I'm sure the chill factor in Leiria, it's only about 10 degrees out there. And, National Throwing Centre's quite open. She's wearing a long sleeve training top. I'm sure it will help keep her warm. The cone yet to indicate that she could go into the cage.
All part of the event though, isn't it? Waiting to have your throw when you're probably itching to get into the circle.
Yeah, so. And of course the officials have just got to make sure divots are replaced and there's a clean flat landing area for the implements. As I say, all praise going to the officials on a very, very challenging couple of days in Leiria with the weather conditions. We've had rain before over the course of the past couple of years in Leiria, but it's been, well, yesterday was just quite something, wasn't it, Alex? It was just almost biblical. It was like something out of a Wagner opera in terms of the thunder and lightning that came with the...
Yeah, well, the rain shoots really across the track in the main stadium. It's just incredible.
Yeah, so Florida Fraser competes the Vienne Saint-Romain club in France. Gets a red flag though. So no place on the podium this time for the French woman. She's one person with a 2004 birthday. We'll be looking forward to next year's European Throwing Cup in Nicosia in Cyprus, and also the European Under-23 Championships in Bergen. So the silver medalist from Jerusalem in the Under-18 ranks 2 years ago, Rio Viscoletti. Hasn't turned 19 yet, Viscoletti, still just 18 years of age. Good technique from the Hungarian, as you might expect. That goes out to somewhere around the 61 metre mark. So it's not going to be an improvement for her. Hangs her head down low as she exits the cage. It's being measured though. Yep, got the white flag. 63.37, her best in the third round, but on this occasion with that 6th round throw, 61.61. Now, Tia Loftman, personal best in the third round to take the lead, 68.08, and she's hung on to it despite several good other throwers in this field, including Nicola Tutil, who's second at the moment with 67.39, to come in 2 throws time. Loftman in pole position at the moment. But 3 women to come after her. Oh, it goes into the cage. Just pings out. The hammer handle caught the cage, but it's given a white flag. I think it's going to be an improvement though. Drops down short of 65 metres. See, the hammer handle just caught the cage as it flew out. Didn't really impede progress, but it was 61.45 for Loftman. But an agonising couple of minutes ahead of her now. At least 2 women who could probably usurp her, including this one, Rachel Mori. Eileen Kuhn as well. The German is not throwing well in this competition. We've got Nicola Tutil to come up after Rachel Mori. So Mori, World Under-20 champion back in 2022. Callie gets the red flag though, so no place on the podium this time though for the Italian. So as far as Loftman's concerned, 1 down, 2 to go as far as the rivals who could knock her off the top of the podium. And this is the most likely of the pair. Nicola Tutil. She would have to set a personal best, an Irish under-23 record to get the gold. She's shown that she's a competitor on the big occasion. National champion in the senior ranks for the last 4 years. Still only 20 years of age. Oh. Red flag though for Tutil, but she gets a silver medal here. Don't see too many Irish medals at these European Throwing Cup editions. So a rare silver medal for Ireland in the women's under-23 hammer. Say that, perhaps getting ahead of myself. We still have Eileen Kuhn to throw. German's down in 7th place at the moment. Hasn't been having the best of competitions, 63.55. So a bit premature in awarding the silver medal to Tutil, but at least she'll get to stand on the podium. So Kuhn, her big chance. Pretty decent throw, good release, but it falls down at around 63.5 metres. She walks out, gets a white flag. So around the mark of her 3rd round effort, which is currently her best at 63.55. I don't think I'm getting ahead of myself in saying that gold will go to Thea Loftman, silver will go to Nicola Tutil, and bronze to Ada Capelli. 63.32 for the German to finish off with. The 1, 2, 3 is Sweden, Ireland and Finland. Well, Eileen Kuhn. Saw a short while ago Stephen Richter win the men's under-23 discus, but no medal for Germany in this particular event on this occasion. Although German hammer throwers never too far away from seeing another very talented hammer thrower come along. There's the winner, delighted Thea Loftman, personal best of 68.08. Only woman to set a personal best in this competition this morning. A terrific performance from Loftman. There we see confirmed standings. Loftman 68.08 takes gold for Sweden. Nicola Tutil of Ireland, silver with 67.39, and Ada Capelli of Finland takes bronze with 64.88. There's the full lineup going all the way down the 13-woman field. Well, very shortly, also coming to you from the Leiria National Throwing Centre, the Centre of Excellence for Portugal, will be the men's under 23 shot. Alex and I just take about a 3 or 4 minute break.
A gente agora já está, estamos com emoções. Agora já está pronto. O mar está em minutos muito. Então, vieram já atrás, já vi quantos são. Agora vieram, quantos é que vieram? Eram 7. Vamos ver quantos. Olha, vê quantos ficou. 2, 3, 4. Acho que a frente se serve bem. Só está por estabilizar. Agora quero aqui, olha, quero aqui o comentário ao pé do mar. atrás, não é? Ah, peço desculpa. Ei, Nina, olha, uma de vocês pode ser o marcador. É só não, é só não. Já, porque como é que é? É só pôr a marca, está bem? Deixa-me ouvir. 343. Já não tem que ter uma chave feliz, não é? Não, não. É, põe só a marca, põe só a marca. Põe só a marca, deixa estar. 300, eu digo. Vai lá, vai lá, vai lá. 343. São Fernando, bora. 3, 4, 3. Ok, vamos embora. Onde é que está o São Fernando? São Fernando, vamos.
Well, good morning. You are watching the European Throwing Cup action from Leiria, and this is the men's shot put B final. We of course saw the women's A and B taking place yesterday, and this is under 23 level also. So we've started the day with 3 competitions at this particular age group. Also started the day with quite a heavy wind, as you can see, just blowing around this national throwing centre in Leiria. But at least the weather does appear to be better than yesterday, when there was a real puddle inside the circle and indeed the sector. So A and B finals happening alongside one another. So we'll concentrate primarily on this A final. I will give you some updates on the B. You can see all the results coming through on the European Athletics website for both. So we have 7 competitors in this A final, with another 8, I believe, in the B. So we've seen Leo Sikovic of Sweden, 17:39 for him. Sikovic and Ali-Pekka, two of the younger athletes in this, at 19 and 18 years of age respectively, so I guess just getting used to the senior implement, 7.26 kilos, and yeah, as a result they've actually both set personal best this year, but I'm sure capable of more. So even though 17:39 sounds quite modest for Sikovic, it's pretty close to his best. I think that's 37 centimetres off his best. Ali-Pekka coming in with a red flag there, so Todor Petrov will be next. Petrov from Bulgaria, also PB this year. He won the Bulgarian indoor title. Top 8 finish at the European Under-20 Championships last year in Jerusalem. So, moving up age group, having been under 20 last year. Now under 23 as he turns 20 in a few months' time. Last year winning Bulgarian shot put title at under 20 level, both indoors and out, and also finishing second in the discus too. 16:24 for Petrov. So 2 athletes in the field capable of over 19 meters, and one of them is Lukas Schober of Germany. So 1913 in Röchlitz. That was just over a month ago. He's also 19 years of age and turns 20 in the summer. Most notable achievement, the silver medal from last year's European Under-20s. So of course second in those standings, in which Petrov was 8th. So decent amount of competition already for him this year. I make this his 6th comp of 2024. Opens up with 17.53. Again, a bit modest by his standards, maybe. This is Quinton Cools. So he is the reigning Belgian indoor champion. 1827 was good enough to win the Belgian title. Belgium also having an under-23 indoor title, which not all countries do, but he won that. That was actually as recent as last Sunday, actually throwing further to win that. Only by 4 centimetres though, 1831. But still, that is his personal best. So, fresh off a personal best, hopefully he can do the same in consecutive weeks. So, seeing here for the first time, Jefte Virgil of Switzerland in the black and red. Last year he won the Swiss senior title indoors and out. He's 21. So, yes, quite unusual obviously for a 21-year-old to be one of the oldest in a field. I'm sure he doesn't feel old, at least I hope not, because that's boring for the rest of us. World Under-20 bronze medalist a couple of years ago in Kenya. Biggest achievement to date. And of course was with a 6-kilo shot, putting 1916 on that occasion. And that same season in Meilen in Switzerland, 20 centimetres further for a national under-20 record, which he still holds. Red flag also for him. Mohamed Ramadani of Kosovo. Completing this first round with 17 meters and 4 centimeters. So just the 7 athletes. And they're now in this order: Sherba, Sivkovic, Ramadani, Petrov, Pekka, Kuls and Virgil. So, as I mentioned, the B final results on the European Athletics website. I'll just give you a little update for the top 3. Andrei Matrov of Estonia, another personal best for an Estonian. 1690 leads the way. 1683 for Simonas Bakanas of Lithuania. And Emmanuel Musumari, the Italian, 16:13. Very close behind him, Thomas Prochaska of the Czech Republic, 16:10. Then Henrik from Vesterlid of Norway, 16:08. That's the top 5 in the B final results on the European Athletics website. It's just happening, I think, to right as we look there. The 2 adjacent circles. I was trying to work out what was going on with Mohamed Ramadani. I think what happened potentially is that he was asked to retake his first effort, because it did come up as 17:04, and then we saw him throwing again, which is rather curious and unusual. Then we saw the red flag, and that first round effort has now come up as a red flag. So yes, well, a number of things could have happened there, including a measuring error, or seems unlikely, but a dispute maybe. But anyway, he had it again, got a red flag. Only the first round. All 7 athletes will get 6 throws. Red flag subsequently shown to Sivkovic and Pekka. As we say, Pekka getting used to the heavier implement. The man who is the reigning European under-18 champion. Of course, he can only enjoy being the reigning champion for a few more months, because those champs being held in Banska Bystrica this year, and obviously he can't defend that title. Too old now. Back to Todor Petrov. So one of 3 athletes with a mark at this point. That ought to be further into the sector. Well, quite a good vantage point, you would have thought, from the bridge, the walkway. Just imagine people coming past on a Sunday stroll, and oh look, there's some shot put going on. Mind you, if they are based near the National Throwing Centre, they probably knew that already. 16:94. Improvement for Petrov. And our leader at this stage, rather modest effort of 17:53. Lucas Scherber going next. Scherber, the under-20 silver medalist at European level. 19:13 personal best. So Ramadani actually furthest in terms of on paper. Scherber with the rotational technique. I think his foot was just landing outside there. So this may give an opportunity for someone else to move into top spot. Indeed, it is a red flag, so just talk to the coaching staff about making an adjustment potentially. So Quinton Cools . Second round effort for the Belgian. Belgian indoor title at senior and under 23 level this year, as I say. Improves on the under 23 indoor silver from last year, so moving one place up. The Belgian under 23 outdoor title that he won last year, as late as the 10th of September in the season. So he had quite a long year, having opened up in January last year, early January, all the way until September. Second red flag though for him. What about Jefter Vogel of Switzerland? Again with the rotational technique. Feet look good as far as we saw. I think that was Mohamed Ramadani carrying 2 towels and using his head to carry one of them, but maybe keeping himself warm at the same time. Vogel 17.03 up into third. So coming to the end of the second round. Ramadani obviously feeling the cold a bit. It's one of the more deceptive kind of sunlight where it actually isn't that warm, even though it is shining a little down. I think you can sort of see the remnants of where the puddle was in the sector. Ramadani getting the white flag this time. And this could take the lead for the Kosovo International. Yes, it does. 17.73. Ahead by 20 centimetres. So, I'll just run through quickly the results of the B final. Oh, you can actually see the graphic after 2 rounds here. Ramadani leading as mentioned. Just quickly in the B final then, it's still matched off with that 16.90 from Bakanas, 16.83 and 16.13. They've moved into the third round, as have we. So no real change there.
Just think it's worth probably mentioning at this stage that the women's B final senior competition is going on in the municipal stadium, the Dr. Megalis Pessoa Stadium in the centre of Leiria. Not that far away, as Alex has said. It's a short walk between the 2 venues, and you can see that without commentary on the European Athletics YouTube channel. We of course have streams from both venues, and if you are interested in particular in the women's discus, well, of course you can actually watch both streams, of course, if you're interested in the shot put as well. But that stream is also available on the European Athletics YouTube channel.
Yeah, they're just coming towards the end of the first round with Matilda Eriksson of Sweden leading with 54.66. As we see Ali Pekka, third round, following Leo Sikovic of Sweden, 17.18. Ali Pekka takes the lead with 17.93, despite being 6th ranked out of the 7 athletes. So, yeah, Sikovic and Pekka, those 2 recent personal bests, but the 2 athletes who've never gone over 18 metres, compared to a couple who've gone over 19 in the past, Shoban Ramadani. So the fact that the best in this field aren't quite there means that it's a bit of an equaliser so far. All credit to Pekka and Sikovic, particularly the Turk. Seeing some good puts and wants to get himself among the top few names. Small field this, and yeah, we were contemplating whether that helps the athletes build a rhythm, whether you're able to kick on with the next round while it's still fresh in your mind what you need to adjust. Not having to play a long rating game. So Pekka from Ramadani from Shoba, top 3. gaps from first to second and second to third, both 20 centimetres. So it means that Schober is 40 off the lead of Pekka. Petrov, we saw just a moment ago, improved to 17.02 it's come up as. So he remains in 6th place, but only 1 centimetre off Jefter Vogel. Less than a metre between all of those who have a valid measurement so far. So nice and close competition. 17.54 for Schober.
Senhoras e senhores, vamos dar início à cerimônia protocolar, a entrega de prémios referente à prova.
So this is men's shot for final A. Final B right alongside. Continue to give updates on that at the end of every round. Quinton Cools, can he join the party? Looks good to this point. And a white flag was popping up there to match his Belgian vest. $16.35 for Quinton Cools. Personal best 18.31 last weekend. The benefit of the smaller contingent is also that the athletes become very familiar with what the order is, and helps them feel at home in knowing exactly what's going on. When I've observed officials, often they will say who the next 3 to throw are. We'll jump. So red flag for Vogel. It's still Pekka from Ramadani from Schober. Turkey, Kosovo, Greece. Sorry, Germany. Ramadani very capable of taking the lead with this next go, and might well have done it. Right on 18 metres. So 17.93 for Pekka. He's 20 centimetres behind that. $18.09. So just moving things on a little bit and up a few notches. That brings us to an end of the third round. Ramadani of Kosovo back in front. So Zikovic takes his 4th round throw, currently in 4th place. Can tell you that at the end of the third round of the B final, it's still Matrov 16.97 centimetres ahead of Bakanas, but there's been a change in 3rd place, and that is that Stanislav Shiva of Ukraine is up to 16.55. So Ramadani leading on 18.09. I think the athletes are just paused out of respect as the German national anthem plays in the background, so potentially a medal ceremony taking place elsewhere within the throwing centre. Chance just to remind you that all the results and the timetable on that European Athletics website. You can also see the medal table and how it's looking for team competitions as well. Under 23 men's, women's, as well as senior. Germany leading in all categories but under 23 women at this stage. So Zikovic with a shorter throw there, but still putting in a good account of himself, given that he's the less experienced with this senior implement. In 4th place out of 7. So you can watch the discus on the European Athletics YouTube channel as well. Coming towards the end of the second round, and it's still Eriksson leading 54.66 from Domjan of Slovenia 53.95, and then 53.72 for Jun Quintana of Spain, and that is the top 3 with a couple of throws left in the second round. Pekka, big improvement a couple of minutes ago. Gets a red flag there though. Been a good couple of days for the Turkish contingent here. Todor Petrov, 1 centimetre off Virgil, who's in 5th place. And that is surely going to be 1 centimetre further and more. Oh, but it is a red flag, frustratingly. Sherba next. Well, we're waiting to see whether the German can make any inroads into Pekka's advantage, and he did a few moments ago, and he may have done again. 17.93. The measurement for the Turk in 2nd place. Lovely height there, shot staying into the air, going along into the sector with 18 metres exactly now. Does indeed take over second. Because one thing we have to keep an eye on is that the B final, none of the efforts there actually are better than the top 3 here. So at the moment it's 17.06. New leader is Henrik from Festerlid of Norway. 17.06 compares to 17.93 for Pekka in 3rd here. Quinton Cools. That is much needed because he was languishing a little on 16.35. Isn't representative of his personal best only a week ago of 18.31. He's going to put on 2 more layers, having thrown, to keep warm. Oh, but that was a red flag as well. So, come on, Jefter Vogel. Tending to be hitting that same patch within the sector. I think it's just being pointed out to him that he has fouled 2, even though it was close. Maybe foot just riding up. Let's have another look. Yes, so unfortunate for him, but another red flag. Ramadani His lead's been cut to 9 centimetres then. Ramadani going to try and build up this energy like a coiled spring, unleashing. And 18 metres once again. White flag. Really nice technique, making it look quite easy. 18-19, so equaling that the season's best, Ramadani, and 19 centimetres in front of Lukas Schober at the end of this 4th round now. So everyone has a valid throw, even if there were 5 fouls just there in that 4th round. Can tell you just quickly in the 4th round of the B final, Henrik from Vesterlund 17.06 still, then Bakanas 16.94, so he's improved by 11 centimetres. And new 3rd placer once again, it's Andriy Matrov of Estonia. So that was a red flag for Sikovic. Ali Pekka will be next. And given that he was 6th ranked out of 7, as I was saying, would be pretty impressive if he could hold on to 3rd place overall. European Under-18 champion this. Really nice flowing movement with the rotation. But as you can see there, it's a flag to match his vest. Bulgaria's Todor Petrov. Same situation as before, only needs 1 centimetre to go up into 5th place. Above that 17.39 for Zikovic in 4th. White flag now. Won't be much in this. No improvement, 16.82. Lukas Schober was only in the lead very briefly. Well, he could have restored it. Certainly, it's going to be close. 18.19 for Ramadani, 18 metres exact for Schober, and then Pekka 7 centimetres behind that on 17.93. Should be pretty exciting closing stages to this competition. This, of course, being the A final, adjacent to where the B is taking place. So, 18.16, cutting the gap to only 3 centimetres. Quinton Cools in 7th. But for how much longer? 3 red flags so far for Cools. Make that 4. Jefter of Switzerland next. He has just 1 valid measurement to this point. 2nd round, 17.03. Needs 36 centimetres to go up a place. Make that 37, it would have to be on countback. And then 90 to to go up into the bronze spot. Shot put is launched outwards. To around the 17-meter mark, but another red flag, I'm afraid. So just Ramadani to come. So no put in the first round, and then has improved with every go since then. 3 centimeters only ahead, but for how much longer? That is fantastic response from Ramadani to the pressure that Lukas Schober of Germany has been applying. There's a brilliant moment in Tallinn when he announced himself on the stage, and he's announcing himself here. 18.52, a season's best now. And that lead is 36 centimeters. So looking just a little more comfortable with 1 round remaining. In the B final, Vestelid Bakanas from Matrov. As we see here, Ramadani, Schober, Pekka top 3. Still could all change. Yes, in the B final, Vestelid is improved to 17.06 in the 4th round. 16.94 for Bakanas. And Matrov 16.90, so pretty close there. Top 3 separated by 16 centimeters. A little closer than this, Zivkovic. So we now know that he can't get on the podium. Ali Pekka to go next. So obviously his lower seeding means he's earlier in the order. So if he can't improve or gets a red flag, then he's slightly exposed so far as this bronze medal fight is concerned. But then given the kind of form from what we've seen through the previous rounds, I'm not actually sure who would be the best bet to try and snatch it off him, in fact. Maybe Quinton Cools, because he's had some further efforts but have just been given as fouls. Pekka looked a little off balance towards the end, so I'd be curious to see whether this is a white flag. I think head in his hand suggests it isn't, no. Oh, that is a shame, because that could even have been a silver shout, and it would have been his best throw potentially. Yeah, I was just checking that, but would have been his first time over 18 meters. But, you know, it's all part of the event.
Yeah, we just missed that little skip at the end, didn't he, where he put a foot in front of the stopboard, and that was why he held his head in his hands.
Well, I know that there's more to come another day. Todel Petrov, he has gone over 18 meters before, so what has he got in store with the last go? I think the red flag also coming up there. Oh no, it was seemingly white. In any case, it's only going to be a small improvement. Well, it's actually 5 centimeters off what he achieved previously. Schober of Germany. One final opportunity. Decent competition for him with 18.16. Has already achieved 19.13 this year. Slight shake of the head maybe. What are the numbers going to be? 18.21. So a good way to end. And apart from that foul in the second round, improving all the way throughout the series. but looking very likely like Mohamed Ramadani is going to take gold for Kosovo here. Cools. Well, I thought he might be the best bet to sneak into the medals, but not so. So, just one man can change the order. That's Jefter Vogel of Switzerland. He has a personal best of 18:20, 18:05 this year. Hasn't really looked like that sort of form on the evidence of the last few minutes, though. The World Under-20 medalist back in 2021, Jefter Vogel. Swiss champion indoors and out last year in the shot put. What has he got for us? So it's going to be around 16, 17 meters. And that means Ramadani, Sherba, Pekka confirmed as the 1, 2, 3. Particularly impressive for Ali Pekka. Still just 18 years of age. Reigning European Under-18 champion, as we were saying. PB of 17.94 to be only 1 centimetre off that, where everyone else is quite a bit further off their best. But out front, Ramadani dealt with the pressure from Shoba, who's cut the gap and cut the gap. Particularly impressive, though, was the crucial 5th round, 18.52. And that could also extend the lead once more, once the pressure's off now. So terrific for the man from Kosovo. It is an improvement, 18.54. So similar to Shoba, really, improving all the way from the 2nd to the 6th round. Remarkable consistency. That is a little lesson in how to win a competition. And I do just wonder, just talking about that trajectory through the competition, whether the smaller contingent has helped the athletes do that, to build that rhythm. There is the final result. Ramadani, Sherba and Pekka, the top 3.
Well, that augurs well for Ramadani moving ahead in his career. Of course, he has thrown over 19 metres, hasn't yet reached the 20-metre mark, but I'm sure we'll see him flying the flag for Kosovo in Rome at the Rome 2024 European Athletics Championships coming up between the 7th and the 12th of June. And of course, every single event will be streamed by European Athletics. We'll be going out on the Eurovision Sport platform for that particular event, but it will have commentators like myself, Alex Seftel, and several of our other colleagues commentating on it every minute of the entire 6 days of the championships. In the meantime, we also have coming up in the coming months, at the end of May, the European Off-Road Running Championships in Annecy, and then after the European Athletics Championships in July, we have the European Athletics Under-18 Championships coming to you from Banska Bystrica in Slovakia. So please do join us if you're enjoying this coverage of the European Throwing Cup coming out through the European Athletics YouTube channel, and it's also embedded on the front end of the European Athletics website. You can get to it any way you like, really. There's multiple ways of actually accessing these pictures. You can, there's plenty more to come during the course of the summer, and although the programme isn't complete, we will, just like with last year and the European Athletics managed World Indoor Tour events, which are the silver and bronze events, we'll be showing probably around 20 of the World Athletics Continental Tour events that are of the silver and bronze standard, and that covers right the way across Europe. So plenty of action coming up on the European Athletics live streams, whichever channel we are able to show it on. So just coming up very shortly, it'll be the first of the 2 women's hammer throw finals, the B final, and then later on in the day in the National Throwing Centre we'll have the women's hammer A final at 14:30. But Alex and I just going to take a very brief pause from commentary.
Representing Spain, Laura Redondo. Irá primeiro cruzar Bélgica. Representing Belgium, Vanessa Stephenson.
Why not? So as you can see, there's the rundown of the 13 competitors. Perhaps the woman to pick out from amongst them is Alina Margeeva, the very well-known Moldovan hammer thrower. First into the circle though, Jasmine Satari. Well, the Hungarian comes here, European Under-20 Championships bronze medalist, and she's still 19 years of age, so she could be throwing in the Under-23 ranks, but has decided to come up against her senior rivals. Has a best of 64.02. Already had an outing this year in the Hungarian Winter Throwing Championships. Finished third. Sorry, need my glasses. Finished first in the Hungarian Winter Throwing Championships with 61.89. So 58.07. It's open proceedings for Satari. Miss Stavrula Kosmidou going into the circle for Greece. Lots of Greek fans watching this European Athletics live stream, so a big shout out to you. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. Well, Alex and I were in Hungary back in 2018 when this woman took the bronze medal at the European Under-18 Championships. She's now progressed quite nicely through the senior ranks. Personal best recently at 67.91. So 62.86 for Kosmidou. Now, local athlete, Mariana Pestana. Of course, this is a great opportunity for the Portuguese athletes. They have athletes in every single event. Pestana gets the white flag. No less than 5 meters in their careers, led by Margieva, who'll be throwing 8th. Also got two very good athletes coming towards the end of the echelon. Samantha Baruta, Germany, and Laura Redondo of Spain. So Pestana takes the early lead, 63.21 for Pestana. Pestana, who we just saw, holds the Portuguese under-23 record at 68.50. She's not that far away from the Portuguese national record held by Vania Silva, 69.55. So it's Kati Ojalu of Estonia into the circle. Ojalu, a 71.50 thrower at best, one of those 70-metre plus throwers that I mentioned. She's the national record holder with that mark, which comes from 2020. Thrown over 63 metres already this year. Oh, bit off balance. Still gets a white flag though. See a replay of that. Yes, she looks just a little bit off balance as she starts her rotations. Gets a decent pull on it in the end. 59.83. Here's Kivika Mikaya, 4 times Turkish champion in the hammer, including the last 2 years. Now 31 years of age, but back in 2009 was a World Under-18 Championship silver medalist. Those Under-18 Championships, so I was lucky enough to be commentating on them. We're in Lille in northern France. So that drops down at about 64 metres. Let's see if he's good enough to take the lead at this early stage. Maybe just slightly short of 64 metres. .63.87. So Kaya does indeed go into the lead at this early stage. Now, Olena Kamaza of Ukraine. Kamaza, 23 years of age, 66.80 thrower at best, the Ukrainian. We'll see her compatriot Irina Klimitz go in the A final. There's a red flag with the hammer going into the left-hand side of the cage. Well, yesterday in the men's under-23 hammer, the first event of the morning, which took about 5 hours to complete because there was firstly damage to the cage at one point and then a rain delay. Eventually got to the end of it, having started at 10 o'clock in the morning, about, what was it, about 2 in the afternoon, I think, if you remember rightly. So Kamaza gets a red flag and we move on to Rebecca Habareth of Sweden. Well, the Swedes already set a personal best this year of 69.30. Karlstad in Sweden. Outdoor competition there. Red flag to start proceedings for Halareth. She's been training here and, like a lot of athletes, came out to Leiria and competed here 8 days ago. Finished second in the hammer competition on that occasion with 61.69. So here's Margareva, who I've mentioned as a Very strong career over the years, Margareva. Twice World Championships finalist, Olympic Games finalist as well. Just missed out on the medals in Doha in 2019 when she finished 4th. That would have been quite a feat for Moldova. If I remember rightly, there's no World Championship medalist for Moldova since the breakup of the Soviet Union. Had a couple back in the Soviet era. So a foul for Margieva. Katie Head takes her turn. Katie Head, daughter of the famous British international from the 1980s, Paul Head. White flag for Katie Head. Paul Head going on to be quite a very well-known coach of British throwers as well. I'm sure he's provided some very good mentoring for his daughter. She doesn't look too happy with her first round effort. It does move her up into 3rd place with 63.20. So Veronika Kashnachova, Slovak thrower. Despair on her face. She gets a red flag. Slovak under-23 record holder departs without a throw to her name at the moment. Now, the very good German Samantha Baruta. I've seen Baruta on a number of European athletics live streams over the years, coming through the age group categories. A red flag for her as well. So, not that many athletes in this first round finding their mark. 6 in total so far, 5 with red flags. Just 2 athletes to come, including Laura Redondo. Redondo's the Spanish national record holder, 2 years ago through 72 meters exactly. That was in Madrid. She's competed here on quite a number of occasions, Redondo, the Spaniard. Here being the European Throwing Cup, now 35 years of age. Oh, out of the sector, gets a red flag. So the very last woman to go into the circle at the end of the first round, Belgium's Vanessa Stekendris. She's had a good outing already this year, 67.54. Clatters into the cage and just walks out. So leading the way after the first round, it's Kıvılcım Kaya of Turkey with 63.87. Well, just to remind you, as we saw yesterday in the javelin, is that of course this is technically the B final, but the results are amalgamated with those in the A final later on to give an overall standing. And we had the unusual but not unique situation in the women's javelin yesterday of Marie-Thérèse Obst throwing 61.69 to win the B final initially, and nobody bettered it later on in the A final. And she took the gold medal. She stood on top of the podium. So Kıvılcım Kaya, 63.87, realistically probably wouldn't stand up for a medal at the... I don't think it's going to be a distance that's going to see her on the podium, but it is possible for these women to actually make it to the podium if they excel expectations. And of course, Obst's mark yesterday in the B final of the women's javelin, a European leading mark and a personal best for her as well. So she really rose to the occasion. Personal bests were hard to find yesterday in the conditions that we had, with rain, thunder and lightning at times. But Obst was one of those women who defied the elements. So just a bit of a tidy up, a dust down of the circle. And it will be Jasmine Satari going into the circle. 58.07 in the first round for the Hungarian. Satari, 19 years of age, and so as I said, ahead of her first attempt, she'll be eligible to go to the European Under-23 Championships next year in Bergen. Well, that just drops down just short of 60 metres. You can see the line out there for 60 metres and another at 70. She takes a foul. They judged it that she touched outside the rim there, as you saw on the replay. I thought they were going to give it a white flag at first, but then on the replay you saw that there was a foot fault. Foot just went outside of the circle very slightly, half a toe. So, good spot there by the officials. Of course, the officials very experienced in terms of officiating field events. We've got some of Europe's top officials in Leiria looking after this European Throwing Cup. Cosmidou of Greece. Well, she had 62.86 in the first round. That's around the same distance. Cosmidou just waiting for her result. Getting into the circle very quickly following her is Mariana Pestana. Cosmidou improves slightly to 63.62 and leaps in front of Pestano, who now goes into the circle. Personal best 68.50, but on this occasion sends the hammer into the left hand side of the cage. So the Estonian record holder, Kati Ojalu, she lives across the Baltic in Finland. She's 8 times Estonian champion in the hammer. Oh, super clean delivery. Pulls a bit short. She didn't really get a long pull on it, and she just walked out. So now the current event leader, Kaya. Wrapping herself up good across the circle and urging the hammer across the Leiria sky. Oh. Came down at around 60 meters, and I think she decided she didn't need that on her account. So no improvement for Kaya. Kamaza of Ukraine goes into the circle. Kamaza had a foul in the first round. That's a white flag. Comes down a bit short of 60 meters though. Pulls the hammer and it darts down the left hand side of the sector. A lot of Ukrainians, because of the war in their country, have been based in Portugal. Many of them base themselves down in the south of the country, in the Algarve, in the well-known training centres in Villarreal, San Antonio and Montegordo. Not too far from the Spanish border down there. Kamaza's distance is coming up at 10:55. I don't know whether that's correct or not, but we'll wait and see whether it's corrected later on. Certainly wasn't going to take the event lead. Just preparing herself. Same hue of yellow vest as her predecessor into the circle. It's Rebecca Hallereth. Fortunately, they're all going in one by one. I can certainly say more than one occasion I've been confused when watching Ukrainian and Swedish athletes run side by side in track races, especially at age group levels where perhaps not quite as familiar with the athletes themselves. You can see that Hallereth, of course, having a big Swedish lettering on the front of her t-shirt. But it doesn't help you when you're looking at them from the back or in a big pack of athletes. So Hallereth, native of Stockholm, manages to stay in the circle, and that goes out to about 64 meters. That could be close to taking the lead midway through the second round of this competition. .63.73, so just 14 centimetres short of the lead. And just to give you an update on the discus B final for the women, which is going on over at the Municipal Stadium. Coming to the end of the 6th round, still a few throws to go, but the lead was taken in the 5th round by Helena Levelati of Finland with 55.34. Stefania Stramillo 55.17 in second place, and Neve Fogarty 55.17 personal best for Ireland in the 6th round, but we haven't completed the competition yet. He's up to 3rd at the moment, so good result there from Fogarty. We've just seen Nicola Tutil a little bit earlier take silver in the women's under-23 hammer. Switch back our attention to the National Throwing Centre in Leiria as we look at the women's hammer throw. Well, that was Margieva just getting another foul. So Katie Head now. Good effort from Head. Head was second in the B competition last year with 68.65. Wasn't quite as cold on that occasion. Even though we're getting towards lunchtime, it's still quite chilly. It's still only about 11 or 12 degrees out there. The wind, whilst it doesn't affect the flight of the hammer, unlike some of the other implements, well, it does affect the athletes themselves as well. There's a chill factor involved, without a doubt. So, Kanachova of Slovak Republic going into the circle. Kanachona winds it up. Gets a white flag this time. So she's looking at a valid mark after a foul in the first round. Head took the lead with 63.89 just a moment ago. Kanachova 59.76. So Samantha Baruta, like quite a number of athletes in the first round, a foul with her first visit to the hammer cage. That's a good throw from Baruta, without a doubt. It looked good from the start. Perhaps the angle was just a bit too high though, but it's over 60 metres. Baruta, like many members of the German athletics team, also a member of the armed forces, is good sponsorship of the German athletics teams by the police and the armed forces. She's a business psychology student as well. 62.05 for Baruta. Now it's Laura Redondo, Spanish record holder, with exactly 72 metres, but a foul in the first round, as you can see on the graphic on the lower left hand side of your screen. So Laura Redondo. This time gets a white flag though, Redondo. It's a very low stance, lower centre of gravity. Just to whip it out there. So Redondo moves nicely up in the standings. 61.57 for the Spaniard. She's up to 7th place at the moment, but very closely matched. We've got 7 women within 2.5 metres from Katie Head, who's leading the way at the moment with 63.89, to Redondo, who's 7th with 61.57. So this is Sturkendris, and another foul for the Belgian. So that concludes the second round of the women's Hammer B final. Katie Head leading the way with 63.89. Kivikim Kaya 63.87. And in third at the moment, Rebecca Hallerath 63.73. Quickly into the circle, it's Jasmine Satari of Hungary. Well, 58.07 in the first round. She gets a red flag to follow up with her foul from the second round. So no improvement for Satari.
Quite interesting how the seeding in this B final is working out a little differently. So it isn't quite going into form because the top 3 seeds are 6th, 7th and no mark, whereas those near the top like Cosmidu and Pestana, 2nd and 3rd, are lowest in the seeding.
And just as you mentioned, Cosmidu, she walks into the circle and picks up her implement, prepares to throw. Stavrula Cosmidu, 63.62 in the second round. Struggling a little bit to actually see where the implement came down, but it is given a red flag.
Yes, I think the camera was struggling because it was unexpectedly far out of the sector.
Did you hear the sound of the cameraman running backwards? Well, as I say, you do need experience, both officials and TV people, when you're dealing with the discus, the javelin and the hammer. So Cosmidu, red flag for the Greek. She's lying in 4th place at the moment in this B final with 63.62. Now Mariana Pestana. Oh, another one straight into the cage as well. Just a bit higher than her second round effort, but goes straight into the netting on the left-hand side of the cage. So, Kati Ajalu of Estonia will go into the circle next. Estonian record holder. That's looking as though it's about 60 metres, gets the white flag. So potentially a slight improvement. 59.83 in the first round, followed by a foul. Not quite, 59.37. So Kaya. Well, the Turk seems to have been around for a very long time. As I mentioned, not just a World Under-18 silver medalist, but a European Under-18, Under-20 I should say, silver medalist as well. Also been a winner at the European Team Championships in the past. She's very quick, very strong. Technique's a bit ragged, but I think that may well take the lead. That could be around the 65-metre mark. So, coming good in the third round for Kivikum Kaya. She had the lead at the end of the first round with 63.87, but it's currently Katie Head 2 centimetres further. (65.31) for Kaya, and she does indeed go into the lead by almost 1.5 metres. And a big kiss to the cameraman. Kamadza of Ukraine going into the circle. Just a bit of a ragged throw. Nevertheless, despite technically not looking great from the rear, it did fly over the 60-metre line. So a little bit better from Kamadza. 61.35 for the Ukrainian. Alareth in third place at the moment. That's a good effort from Alareth, and it's probably around the 65 metre. I think probably better than 65 metres. I think that does challenge for the lead from the Swede. Now Alareth, 5th on the Swedish all-time list with that personal best from just a few weeks ago in Karlstad of 69.30. Just wondering whether that's... I don't think it's quite as good as that, but she does take the lead indeed. So Rebecca Alareth goes into pole position with 66.80. Now, Zelina Margeeva. Margeeva's actually a former winner of this event. She was a European throwing cup winner back in 2016. She threw 72.58 to take this title. Not in quite the same shape as she was in 8 years ago, and so she's contesting the B final on this occasion. It's out there. Now that's a better throw after 2 fouls from Margeeva and gets the white flag. Vastly experienced, 2-time World Championship finalist, and as I said, when she went into the circle the last time, just missed out on a medal in 2019 when she finished 4th in Doha. Margeeva now 36 years of age, so she takes the lead now. The lead's starting to swap around quite a bit. Margeeva, 67.25. Margeeva very much a regular fixture at this event. Katie Head 2. Just seen her lose the lead. That's not going to regain it. decent series. 63-89 in the second round. Just seen 3 women throw past her in the third round. But it is an improvement for Head at 64-22. So this is starting to get to be a very interesting competition, and we're gradually edging towards the 70-metre mark. Just as a reminder, last year's competition, well, it was won by Sarah Fantini, who's in action later on this afternoon with 73-26. 4 women in the A final last year went over 70 metres. B final won with 68-89 by Charlotte Payne. Oh, now that's about 65 metres. Slovak's Veronika Kanachova looks very pleased with that. Kanachova's got a best of 69.98, so it's not going to challenge her personal best, but she looks happy with that mark. Oh yes, moves her up into 4th place, 64.59. So after a few issues with her technique in the first 2 rounds, Kanachova coming good with her 3rd round effort. So it's the turn of Samantha Barutza, down in 8th place at the moment, the German. '21 European Under-23 champion. That was when the championships were in Tallinn. Alex was doing all his preparation for some of the men's events later on, and I were there. Very enjoyable championships it was. So Barutza see here on the replay. 63.95 for Barutza. That moves her up into 6th place. More throws to come in this 3rd round. So German team providing advice to Samantha Barutza. Some of the leading coaches in the world in the throws. You just need to look back in the last 20 years of what Germany has done as far as throws are concerned, right the way across the board. We've got some top class throwers coming up later on during the course this afternoon in the men's events as well. Surprisingly, Germany have only sent 1 hammer thrower to this competition. She's not doing too badly at the moment, Samantha Barutza. So next into the circle will be the Spanish national record holder, Laura Redondo. Brief pause at the moment, just trying to see what's going on. Large and very attentive crowd alongside the hammer throwing area for the women's hammer B final.
Certainly hear a large amount of wind from National Throwing Centre. He's batting them around.
Yeah, so you can see the wind picking up. It's been blowing quite hard all the way through the morning. As we're saying, it doesn't really affect the flight of the hammer. It's 4 kilograms for the women, but it does affect the athletes who are throwing the hammer. Redondo, 165 centimetres in imperial measurements. That's 5'5". One of the shorter hammer throwers in this competition. Competes for the FC Barcelona club, which is part of the FAME Sports Group, which includes the Barcelona Football Club, also the Barcelona basketball team. Unleashes the hammer. That's around 64 metres for Redondo. Has already thrown over 65 metres this year. That came in Jaén at the Spanish Winter Long Throws competition. Redondo, 63.36. She's down in 8th place at the moment. And finishing off the 3rd round, Vanessa Stekendris of Belgium. 2 fouls at the moment to the Belgian. Let's see what she can do. Looking for a legal effort here. Stekendris, the Belgian record holder with 69.91, which came back in 2020, but getting another red flag. She's struggling a little bit here, the Belgian record holder and many times Belgian champion. Fourth round just about get underway. Just to give you an update though of how the standings are at the halfway point. It's Alina Margieva with 67.25, the Moldovan leading from Sweden's Rebecca Hallereth 66.80, and Kivikum Kaya improved in the last round to 65.31 and stands in 3rd place at the moment. And there's confirmation of the standings all the way down. So we've got 5 women over 64 metres at the moment, with the 3 women in 1st, 2nd and 3rd, followed by Veronika Kaczynchova of Slovak Republic and Katie Head of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. With Jasmine Satari going into the circle. Satari, well, last of the throwers who've got a valid mark in 12th place at the moment with 58.07. That wasn't a good throw from Satari, sort of pushed it out there. And she just walks out in disgust at the front of the circle. So she's had 3 consecutive fouls now after that first round, 58.07. Cosmido. Well, the Greek throw in 7th at the moment with 63.62. Very quick in the circle with that effort. I think it's another red flag. It just drops down outside the sector. She just lost control of it. And improved her personal best recently to 67.91, but not quite being able to keep constraints on her technique. It's Last two throws have been a bit wild. Mariana Pestana. Well, Pestana, Portuguese under-23 champion. And Portuguese under-23 record holder, a mark that she set last year. Pestana has thrown 68.50. Another red flag for Pestana again. So Pestana, after that opener of 63.21, has got 3 red flags. Katio Jalu, a Finnish-based Estonian, 59.83. Estonian record of 71.50, coming 4 years ago now. That's a red flag for the Estonian. Turn of the easily recognisable with that blonde hair Kivakum Kaya of Turkey. She's quick. Well, it was a little bit hurried, the release. It does go out to around 60 metres, but it's no improvement for Kaya. She knows that she's done much better in this competition, and of course much better generally across her career, so she just walks out. Still in third place though with 65.31, and the woman in front of her, Rebecca Hallereth, goes straight into the circle as well. Hallereth 66.80 in the last round. Well, it's 5th on the Swedish all-time list. That's the 2017 Swedish record, I should say, of 71.52 of Ida Storm. Looks to be well within her reach in the not too distant future, although not right now because that's a red flag. And it's Elena Kameva of Ukraine going into the circle. Oh, we got the throws the wrong way round, I think. It was Kamaza before, and now it's Halerath. Said in the previous round, it's easy to confuse the Ukraine and Swedish vests. Perhaps I should have looked at my results screen as well. So that's entirely on me, that confusion. So Rebecca Halerath lying in second place, 66.80 at the moment. $65.74 for the Swede. Now the event leader, Zelina Margieva. $67.25 in the last round, after 2 fouls with her first 2 efforts.
First competition of the year for her.
Yes. Actually, quite a lot of the hammer throws, in contrast to some of the other throws, have had outings, whether it's been at winter throwing championships in their home countries, or, as we were talking about earlier, there's been quite a few winter throwing competitions in France, for instance. But a red flag for Margieva. Still leading the way, though, by 42 centimetres from Rebecca Hallorath. Katie Head going into the circle now. She improved to 64.22 with her last effort.
Yeah, 2022 was a breakthrough season, really. Just one of the things that were unfortunate was that it was also a breakthrough season for other British female hammer throwers, including Charlotte Payne and Anna Purchase. And it has been a real resurgence in UK female hammer throwing as a result.
I think that had a lot to do with Sophie Hitchens' influence, almost acting as an
Potentially.
inspiration.
Yeah, Hitchin, of course, now retired, and a bit of a battle to be the British #1. And I remember looking up the statistic before to see that only Sophie Hitchin had thrown, I think it was, let's say, over 65 metres, and then at one point in the last couple of years you had more than 10 doing so.
Well, this is just a bit shy of that 65 metre mark Alex was referring to. 64.14, so just 8 centimetres short of her best in this competition. Katie Head stays in 5th place. Now, Veronika Kanucheva. 64.59 in the last round. She's in 4th place at the moment. Needs just under a metre more to move up into the 3rd place, the podium positions, although of course the results will be amalgamated with the A final, which is set to come just a little bit later on this afternoon. So 62.40 for Kanucheva. Samantha Baruta going into the circle. 63.95 for the German. That's out of the sector. Be a red flag for Baruta. Laura Redondo, Spanish record holder. We've got several national record holders, including the record holders for Spain and Estonia in this field. Just remember, it is the B final. So she's the penultimate thrower in the 4th round. Just to mark your card, the women's Hammer A final, which should be a very good competition indeed, scheduled to get underway in roughly about an hour and a quarter at 14:30 local time, GMT. That's 15:30 Central European time. So out to the sector as well for Redondo. Well, we've been talking about this. The women's discus B final has come to an end, and that throw for Helena Levelati, which I mentioned a little bit earlier, 55.34, has stood up to be the winning mark. Dora Carekes produced 55.33 to take silver with their very last throw of the competition. Stefania Stramillo of Italy, 55.17. So very close competition, just 17 centimetres covering the first 3 in that competition. And Neve Fogarty personal best of 55.17, but just missing out on a place in the virtual podium as it stands at the moment on the basis of second best attempts, but she did get a personal best of 55.17, and the Irishwoman finishes fourth in the B competition. As we've said, and we'll say plenty more times, all the results can be found on the European Athletics website, www.european-athletics.com. And I'm just looking at that hammer. I do hope it's not going to take too long to get it down from there. We've had a few issues with that yesterday, with the hammer getting lodged in the cage and taking its time. Well, Vanessa Sturkendris has brought the fourth round to a close, and I think there's going to be a bit of a gap, a bit of time now. They've got to get the step ladder out, and they've got to go up in the netting and untangle it. So after 4 rounds, that's how it's looking at the moment, with Zelina Margieva leading with that third round, 67.25, Halarath 66.80, and Kivikum Kaya 65.31. All those marks coming in the third round, no change in the fourth round, the one that's just been concluded. So, the officials managed to retrieve the hammer very quickly, and we're ready to start the fifth round. Jasmine Satari going into the circle. Satari in 12th place at the moment with 58.07. Drops rather short of the 60-metre line. Well, gets a red flag. Didn't quite see what went on in the circle there, but it's a foul. So her fourth consecutive foul after that, 58.07 opener. Stavroula Kosmidou of Greece going into the circle now. 63.62 for the Greek. Came in the second round. Smidou, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, has already thrown over 67 metres on home soil in Heraklion. Looks like it might be a good throw, judging from the release. Let's see where it lands. Yes, it's a bit better, I think. That's might well be a fractional improvement on her 63.62. It looked a very, very tidy effort from this angle, the rear angle on the replay. Indeed, 63.79, so a 17 centimetre improvement, Kosmidou. Still not quite in the 67 metre area, which she threw last month on home soil, but an improvement nevertheless. So, Mariana Pestana. Portuguese record holder. foul, red flag for Pestana. Is that one valid mark for the Portuguese athlete, which came in the first round with 63-21. So, Jalu of Estonia going into the circle. .59.83, not quite in her Estonian record form. Well, I think that gets her over 60 metres. Could be a bit of an improvement there for Jalu, the Estonian. Big smile nevertheless. So she's quite pleased at that improvement, which does indeed take her over 60 metres with 60.01. So Kivikam Kaya. Stands second on the Turkish all-time list to her colleague Tugda Şatalogu. The best of 72.55 from 2012, 12 years ago. Wide out to the right. So foul for Kaya. She's got one more throw to go. Now, let's get it right this round. It's Elena Kamaza going into the circle. I misidentified her as the Swedish athlete who follows her into the circle next at the previous attempt. So Kamaza, 61.35. Throwing there, that looked like a good release from Kamaza. It's like anxiously waiting for the distance to come up, but it's 62.72. So, good improvement for Kamaza. Doesn't make any difference to her standing in the results. She's still in 10th place. But, adds a bit more lustre to her individual series. Now, Rebecca Hallereth. .66.80 the Swede in the third round, and she lies in second place.
Reigning Swedish bronze medalist from last year.
Well, good in the circle, good release, but it flies out wide to the left, and it's a red flag for Hallereth. Turn of Selina Margieva. Margieva, the 2016 champion at the European Throwing Cup. That's a good throw indeed. And she's got the white flag. It's down about the 70-meter line. That's excellent throwing. That's certainly going to extend her lead in this competition. It's not far from 70 meters. Perhaps making a little bit of a statement that she could be a competitor in the A competition, without a doubt. So, Zelina Margieva, 68.57 for the 2016 European Throwing Cup winner. She's almost got 2 meters advantage now over Rebecca Hallereth in this B final. On the replay, slaps her right thigh, almost saying well done to herself. So Katie Head quickly in and quickly throwing while we were watching that replay of Margieva. There's Laura Redondo in the foreground, wearing that thick snood and the sunglasses as well.
Snood and sunglasses, that's a weird combination.
You took the words out of my mouth, Alex. Yes, I think so. Nevertheless, seems to work for Laura Redondo, so who are we to argue as we watch Veronika Kanucheva go into the circle. 64.59. Her best. She's in 3rd place at the moment. Katie Head, I should say, 65.24. That was the best throw of her series, and so she jumps up 1 place. Kanucheva responds again. That's around the 65-meter mark again. Is it going to be enough to go back in front of Katie Head? Head's just thrown 65.24. That looks around the 65-meter mark. No, so Kanucheva just a little bit shy of her 3rd round effort of 64.59, 64.45 with that last effort. So, Samantha Baruta follows Kanucheva into the circle, and she's just 1 place lower in the standings than Kanucheva. Well, that's a good throw as well, but she gets a red flag. She just can't hold on to her technique. So Baruta, 1 attempt still to go. Redondo next into the circle. Sent it out to about 65 meters. Looks as though it could be the best of her competition. It looks as though Baruta's getting her effort measured. Sorry. At the moment, it's still showing a foul for Baruta. But the officials are out there now measuring it. Baruta's disagreeing with the way that she got the red flag. German Federation officials involved as well. And meanwhile, Laura Redondo looks on. Well, I think the diplomatic way of putting it is that she disagrees with the verdict. I suspect they'll be watching the European Athletics live stream to see whether they can perhaps finalise what happened there. In the meantime, it is Laura Redondo who goes into the circle. What did you pick out anything there, Alex? I'm a little bit confused as to why Baruta was disputing that red flag.
Yeah, it's difficult to see from that particular angle, but certainly not one that she was willing to let go.
Yeah. But the competition continues with Laura Redondo in the circle. Well, we're back. We had a few technical difficulties and we lost the vision for a very short while, but we're back in Leiria now. Let me just bring you up to date with what you may have missed. Laura Redondo got a foul and also Vanessa Stakendris got a foul. So no change as far as they or indeed any of the other athletes in terms of the standings. So starting the sixth round, the sixth and final round, and you've just seen Yasmin Satari send her implement out to 57.61. The lead still held by Zelina Margieva of Moldova with 68.57, Rebecca Alareth second, 66.80, and Kivakam Kaya of Turkey, 65.31. So this is Stavrula Kosmidou. She improved to 63.79 in the fifth round, but that will be her mark for this competition as she sees a red flag. So one can only assume, because that she just wasn't happy. We didn't see where the hammer landed, but presumably not very happy with the result, and just decides to save the officials the effort of measuring it. Well, Mariana Pestana has passed her final effort. The Portuguese record holder has decided under 23 record holder has decided to end her competition, and she finishes with 63.21. So we move along to Kati Ojalu. Big cries from the Estonian and swiveling around, and that's her best of the morning, almost afternoon now in Leiria. Sends that well over 60 meters, so that'll be an improvement. To go at one place in the standings, she needs 62.72. She's having a good time. 61.80, so not quite enough to move her up, but she improves her mark and more respectable series. 61.80 for Ojalu, the Estonian, and she's in 11th place. Well, there's some of the Finnish athletes who'll be competing a little bit later. I think that's Serja Kosonen, who we saw there, who will be in action at the A final, which starts at 14:30 local time. So Kivikam Kaya in third place at the moment, 65.31. That goes out wide, and it's a foul again for Kaya, who's fouled her last 3 attempts. She's been going for a big one. She had 65.31 in the third round and wanted to move up some positions, but needed to really throw everything at it. Elena Kamaza. Well, just to show you the quality of Ukrainian hammer throwing, especially in the women's ranks, she only ranks 11th on the Ukraine all-time list. And that's with her best of 66.80. Here, she's thrown 62.72 in the last round. No, just lost control of that. And she spun out of the circle. It did look as though she was going to try and stay in the circle, and the hammer landed at around 60 meters. It wouldn't have been any improvement, but she just carried on the momentum, taking her out of the circle. So Rebecca Hallereth, second place at the moment with 66.80. Selina Margieva, who comes into the circle next, is leading the way with 68.57. Red flag though for Hallereth. 66.80 remains her best mark. So, Selina Margieva going into the circle now for the 6th and final time. Moldovan, now 36 years of age, very much a veteran of the women's hammer throwing scene. Margieva made her first international appearance back in 2005 when she was 7th in the World Under-18 Championships. She's come on a bit since then. Did win the European Under-23 title back in 2009, throwing over 67 metres on that occasion. Things have moved full circle for Margieva. 68.57 for Margherita here. So far in this competition, that was the previous throw. I was looking at the replay of her 6th round effort. Yes, even closer to the 70-meter line. 69.64. Just hesitated before making any prognostications. That's the best throw we've seen in this competition. And indeed, Margieva, all 3 of her valid throws so far are better than anybody else has been able to produce. Still a few women to go, though, in this 6th and final round. That was Katie Head. That's around her 5th round effort of 65.24, which is her best to date. She's happy with that. Just wondering whether it's as far, though. .64.05 for Head, so not quite, but a good series from Head. Worst in the series, 63.20, which was her opener. She finishes with a mark of 65.24, which came in the penultimate round. Now Veronika Konuchkova, just 1 place further back, in 5th place at the moment with 64.59. So she winds herself up, gets ready to throw for the last time. Konuchkova sends it over 60 metres, but it's about 62 metres, so it's not going to be an improvement for the Slovak athlete. It's going to be marked though. Yes. Just over 62 metres for Konuchkova, 62.28. Now Samantha Baruta, we saw her contesting the red flag with her last throw. She's not tossing in the towel, she's carrying on and, well, fiercely throwing that hammer out into the wilderness of the National Throwing Centre in Leiria. A little bit obscured, but I think she's got the right flag. Just looking at the body language and what else is going on there. We haven't seen the flag being raised or otherwise, but she's still looking around. As Laura Redondo goes through a mental rehearsal, just about a metre to her left. Baruta at the moment down in 6th place. So very close to her 3rd round effort of 63.92, but just 3 centimetres short. So she finishes with 63.92, and the best mark came in the 3rd round, 63.95. Laura Redondo, not being the best of competitions for the Spanish record holder. 63.36 in the 3rd round. 2 fouls in the 4th and 5th round. Oh, she lost control of that. Is that... yeah, it just about sneaks in. There isn't much space between where the hammer landed and the right hand should say left-hand line of the hammer sector. But it does get a white flag. Still wearing those sunglasses. 62.01 for Redondo. I think that's been part of a problem. She hasn't been at her technical best today. She does finish with 63.36. So just the beleaguered Vanessa Stukendris. 5 fouls for the Belgian record holder. Can she get a valid mark in? And if so, how far up the table would it take her? So the very last thrower in this women's B final. Finally, it looks like a valid mark for Stukendris, and it's around 65 metres. So she took her time, but came good in the end. That'll take her quite a way up the standings. I think she might have even thrown just a little bit more conservatively than some of her previous efforts. 64.73 with her one and only valid effort. That takes her up into 5th place in this B final. So a good way to finish the competition. And I'm very glad Stukendris did get a valid mark in. As we've talked about yesterday, it's never nice just to see a row of X's. There we have it, full results of the women's B final. The A final to come up in about 40 minutes time. Selena Margieva of Moldova with her last round effort of 69.64, provisionally taking 1st place. Rebecca Hallareth of Sweden 66.80 and Kivikum Kaya 65.31. They're 2nd and 3rd in this B final, and the results do get amalgamated as far as the gold, silver and bronze is concerned with the A final. We do expect to see, though, quite a number of the athletes coming up in that A final to be throwing over 70 metres. As I said last year, I think 5 women it was that threw over 70 metres. Wouldn't be surprised if it was the same again, as we look at Selena Margieva just walking away from the hammer throw area. Well, that brings a conclusion the women's hammer throw. We switch back to the Leiria Municipal Stadium. The men's javelin B final has been underway for a short while. It's over to you, Alex Seftel, to take us from here.
Indeed, so 9 competitors in this B final, A to come later. Marcin Krakowski, DNS, Polish national record holder. So we've got Remy Conroy of France, Piotr Darionsson of Iceland, who was 2nd last year, Simon Wieland of Switzerland, Manu Kijera of Spain, Jakub Kubanic of Slovakia, then this man Thomas van Ulfem of the Netherlands, Pablo Costas of Spain, Jacobinu Nielsen of Denmark, Michele Fina of Italy. So Van Olpen lies in 6th place. This is round number 2, and essentially the order I just read out is the order in which the athletes are in the current standings. Conroy from Jonsson from Wieland, 77.76, the best throw of all so far. I mentioned being in this stadium for when Johannes Vetter threw one of the longest throws of all time, and that remains the championship record from 2018 of 92.70. Real class above that field that day, so much so that the camera operator wasn't prepared for how high the javelin would peak. Michele Fina diving to the line but gently. 63.34 so far for the Italian. You mentioned yesterday, I think it was in the discus, there probably aren't too many Italian discus throwers that would make it onto the team or be competing to do so in any case in Rome. We I'd say it's the same for javelin. I'd have to say it's probably the same contrast with Germany.
Well, we're going to get a few good Italians in the men's shot put final coming up at 4 o'clock local time,
Yes.
that's for sure.
No, that's something very big to look forward to, not least today, but also in Rome indeed. Leo Fabri and Zane Weir. Kubadec of Slovakia in the white and blue here. Lies in 5th place, 73.31 season's best for him. PB of 79.71. Also previously a Slovakian long jump champion as well. With a PB of 7 meters 22, respectable. That best ever javelin throw I mentioned was in Banska Bystrica, home soil, where of course the European Under-18 Championship will be held this summer. Not that he'll be competing there, of course. It's quite a gentle block, but just having a look where these red flag anyway, but I suspect that might be 70 and 80 meters, those two white lines. Certainly that would make sense, because that's where we expect most of the throws to feature between. Midway through the second round, Kubadec, of course, red flag, stayed in 5th place. So all the athletes getting the 6 throws. Just in case you tune in for this javelin. All results on the European Athletics website. Remy Conroy, our event leader, by more than 2 meters, getting ready to throw here. Pushes all the way through. Lovely, sharp initial throw. Coming down a little short though. Raising the javelin, holding it close. Through that comes down very quickly. 77.76 remains his best. So he is 8th in the throwing order, I believe, although that order includes the athlete who didn't start, so I guess you'd say 7th. So should be just 2 throws left in this round. So Conroy from Jonsson from Wieland, the top 3. Manukiere is in 4th place. The Spaniard in 4th or 5th thereabouts. It has been a generally pretty strong competition for them across the 4 disciplines, but you'd expect that. We're based in Spain as well, haven't had to travel too far. Let's see if Chiera can improve on that 73 meter first round effort. Very close to the line there. Does indeed though get the white flag. This will be a really interesting measurement to watch out for Chiera, who was 3rd here last year, twice the Spanish champion, 2019 and 2022. Still the wind flapping about. Top drive for the moment, 76.16, up into 2nd place and cutting the gap by around a 3rd to Conroy. Now leads by 1 meter 60. So 2:14. Piotr Daddy Jons. I believe that's often shortened to DJ, especially when he's been out in the States. So Johnson, second here last year. Finalist at the European Under-23 Championships 2019. I think foot may have just been over the line there though. So it brings us into round number 3. Although it just did get the white flag, just managed to stop in time. 73-42. You're watching live coverage of the European Throwing Cup inside the Dr. Margalesh Peshawar Stadium, the home of Uniao Leiria as well. See, hit on display, as well as Nielsen, Jakob Bino Nielsen of Denmark in the foreground, in 9th place at this point. National flags of competitors all the way round. As we so often see at European athletics events. (67 meters 1 centimeter for Nielsen), an improvement for him in round number 3. So, gap in front of him is reduced to 1 meter 36. Simon Wieland mentioned the European age group comps. He was the winner in 2019. In Borås in Sweden, near Gothenburg. European Under-20 champion. 79.44 at best. So you never know, when is that first 80-meter competition going to come? Gets the red flag, unfortunately, for the man who won the Swiss Winter Throwing Championships in this discipline. Pablo Costas will be next to go. Around 4 meters off his best at the moment as Wieland gets some instant feedback. Costas, who was second at the Spanish Winter Throwing Championships. His personal best of 73.71 was set in Portugal last year. Costas also with the red flag. On to Thomas van Olphen. Remains the Dutch national record holder with 80.70 set in 2017. Best since then of 76.22 in Gouda in 2022. Of course, Gouda lesser known for its javelin throwing, better known for its cheese. You didn't need me to tell you that. Dutch champion the last 2 years. Lots of places in the Netherlands. Michele Fina. Fina, better known as World Aquatics these days. He gets the javelin floating along, but red flag, I'm afraid. He's in 8th place. And next to go will be Jakub Kubinec. One of a small Slovakian contingent. Holding the javelin high above his head. Way out to the outside of the track here. Still holding it high, pushes back and then transfers the energy through the point. It's going to be a little short of the 73.31 from the first round. Remy Conroy, the leader, of course, next in the circle. Don't say in the circle, I mean on the runway. Distracted by the circle. Kubernetes. No improvement. 72.14. Remy Conroy, our leader in this third round then. Reminds me a little bit of Sébastien Chabal, the French rugby thrower who had the long hair and beard and was...
The French rugby thrower?
Rugby player, sorry.
He's throwing rugby balls.
Well, probably in training.
I think we know what you mean, but yeah.
76.36 in the third round. .36 is still the second best throw of anyone in this competition. Manu Chiera, now in second place. He managed to stop just before the line again. Didn't quite get a shot of the flag. It is a white flag. Slightly fainter than it could be, so it's hard to see perfectly clearly. This is live coverage of the European Throwing Cup, and we're watching the men's javelin B final. Remy Conroy leading from Manu Chiera, this man, and then Dagbjörn Daddy Jonsson of Iceland, who we'll see now. So 77.76 remains the best throw of all from Conroy. That was in the very first round. Chiera 76.16, and then Jonsson has 75.62. So stopping nice and cleanly, and that is a fantastic throw. Looks upwards, holding at a nice angle. Transfers the energy well. 75.39. Just backs up what he did previously. Again, one of the better throws in the competition, even if it isn't an improvement. I think that's the fifth best that we've seen so far. No prizes for that necessarily, but holding on to third place from the time being. We move now into round number 4. Jakobino Nielsen. Dropping down to the line just inside the centre circle. Not that that's a measurement in itself. Improved to 67.01 and is there or thereabouts here, but actually it comes up as a red flag. Martin Krukowski was second in the throwing order, but DNS, so Simon Wieland, comes up next. Well, he obviously wants to try and get on the podium and overtake Jonsson. You can see on your screen the measurement he has already, and he needs an improvement of more than 1 metre. 1 metre 35 to match Jonsson. 1 metre 36 to go in front. Building up speed, leading back and then pushing all the way through. Almost hopped over the line, but I think managed to keep his feet back from it. Leading that right shoulder all the way back and then transferring the energy well. 70 meters 62. Now let's head on to Pablo Costas of Spain next. Pablo Costas, 7th place. 44 centimeters off 6th. Then goes high. Drop down quickly once again. Red flag for Pablo Costas, onto Thomas van Open. First competition of the year for the Dutchman. Represented his country at the European Team Championships in Horsa last year. Replay for the Dutchman, it was a red flag also. Michele Vina next to go. Exactly a metre behind Costas. 1 metre 44 behind Van Ofen. And then a big gap of 3.5 metres to get into the top 5. So at the moment, 6th place would be realistic. Were to improve unless it was by a huge margin. Holding the javelin high once again, right shoulder back. Dipping before the line. So it doesn't look like a metre improvement, unfortunately, for Fina. We'll give the numbers a moment nonetheless. 65.98. Jakub Kubinets is inside that top 5 with that buffer zone as mentioned. 96 centimetres behind Simon Wieland. Van Oppen almost has to get out of the way of the back of that javelin. Such is the length of the run up. Using the full track and runway. Back nicely. Pushed all the way through to around 74 metres. So getting through the rounds quite quickly here in this B final. Kubinets 74.59, nearly into the top 3. Just a metre off. 2 more attempts to go. I'm sure that will give him great encouragement. I'm sure the Slovakians watching enjoyed that. It's Wieland who's been pushed down. Remy Conroy looking fairly comfortable out front. Let's see what he can do. Not too much speed on the runway here. But works very hard through the motions then to throw vertically. Pretty much using all of his body. Get the best out of that throw. Conroy won the French title with 77.50, similar to what he's achieved today. That was last year in Albi, where the championships were often held. New PB this year, 78.97. So starting 2024 off really well. So that personal best was last month in Salon de Provence. Adding 24 centimeters to his personal best from last year. 74.85 the measurement we saw on screen. Top 3 remains the same as a result. It's also the top 3 as per seeding, so sort of expected. Seeding is slightly skewed because obviously if you have a personal best from quite considerable time ago, it doesn't count towards seeding, as it's common in athletics. It's only a personal best, but it's often described as a BP or best performance within the time provided, time specified. Chiera again doing well to stop before the line, letting out a roar and getting fairly close to 80 meters now. Chiera with 76.16 so far. I said that Conroy looking reasonably comfortable, but there's always a big opportunity for Chiera every time that Conroy comes through and doesn't improve again. 1 meter 60 centimeters between the two coming into this fourth round now. Chiera actually doesn't improve there. 76 meters exactly. You really do have to wait until the numbers come up. I thought that was a little bit closer. I thought it might have been 77. TJ Jonsson in between the two white lines. He's achieved already. This, of course, the last throw of the fourth round, so just 2 more attempts for others to try and take that bronze spot off him. 74.89. So Kubinets, the only man who has changed the way the standings looked in the last few moments. Jakobino Nielsen, again not building up too much speed, but then arching his way through, and this is a decent technique, but going to remain, I think, in 9th place. In this B final, red flag given. Yeah, a lot of measured throw because the athletes aren't putting their feet over the line, but I think we are also heading into this 4th, 5th round territory that I was mentioning earlier, where you've got something really good on the board, you're kind of adjusting your technique, you're putting out all the stops, you're trying to take a few risks maybe just to see what's possible in that 4th and 5th round. Wieland within reach of the top 3. 1 meter and 35 centimeters off of Jonsson of Iceland. Wieland now, another long run up, transfers the energy well, nice angle of release. It's short of 70. Left flag. Well, next to go will be Pablo Costas. (72) 33 this year already. 69 in this competition. 22-year-old. Here he is now, faster down this runway. Blocks and hauls the javelin out much, much further. Is that a white flag? Yes. Well, I was going to say he might be slightly envious of his teammate Manu Kiguera, who's up in second place in the standings. This is a great effort from Costas. Likes to throw in Portugal. Personal best here previously of over 73 metres. Got a spring in his step as he looks to the scoreboard. Prancing about, itching to find out. In 7th place at the moment, Pablo Costas. 75.62 needed for the top 3. Oh, can't wait to find out. Flapping his arms about in frustration. Wondering why it hasn't come up. 75.57. And that, oh, it's only 5 centimetres off of Jonsson in the top 3. But for the 2nd year running, Pablo Costas sets a personal best on Portuguese soil. Nearly 2 metres added to it. Thomas van Olphem. So he's one of those who go down a place. He's now in 7th. The Dutch national record holder. Red flag, trudges back. Michele Fina. Wieland and Van Open, the 2 men immediately above him in the leaderboard. Red flags for them. What about the Italian? Nice and clear before the line. If anything, didn't quite attack that enough and steps over. Reaches his way through. Pull that javelin along, but over the line. So, Kubinec, only man who improved in round number 4. And then following him will be our top 3. Conroy, Kiguera, Jonsson. This is the Javelin B final. In the 5th round once more. Kubinec. Again, a little bit more space where he could have attacked that. He's looking to the heavens, which makes me slightly nervous that we might be seeing a bit of rain, but not. Another red flag then. Costas, the headline performance from this round number 4. First personal best of this B final. Similar to how Kubinec was the only man who improved in round number 4. Costas the only man to improve in number 5. Nielsen was also the only man to improve in number 3, so maybe they're just taking turns. As we said with Remy Conroy, the longer he doesn't improve with each round as he started off, the more the door is slightly ajar for Manu Kiguera. Kiguera looks really psyched up to throw big once more. 3 throws so far over 75. Kiguera of Spain. over the line. Beata Daddy-Jonsson next to come in this 5th round, and last to come in this 5th round indeed. Slightly shorter run up than some of the other athletes that we've noted. Very nice technique to block. Closer to 70 than you would have liked though. Well, we're going into the final round now. Phil, we've been talking about the fact there's been a positive championships for Spain. Obviously, Renme Conway, the Frenchman, leading, but the only personal best so far, a personal best by 2 meters, has come from Pablo Costas, and Manu Chiera in second is looking like he could potentially threaten the lead. So really encouraging for Spain once again.
Yes, Manu Chiera, of course, part of a pair of brothers who've both thrown over 80 metres. Chiera, I think he'll be looking for a really good throw. He's not, of course, great conditions for javelin throwing, as you can see, but certainly Costa. Excellent performance from him, and of course, as I say, everybody is really looking to get that qualifying mark and get on the team for Rome. Building on Rome, then perhaps they can think about the Olympics. But the Olympic qualifier, of course, that bit much more difficult. But Costas with that 75.57, very, very solid performance indeed. And still plenty more to come, I think, from him over the course of the next few months. Chiera, as I say, over 80 metres in his career, going back a couple of years, and he's an experienced international, but performing solidly here without a doubt. And when we think about Spain perhaps in terms of shot putters and discus throws, not so much so in terms of javelin throws. Chiera and Costas keeping their end up here, as we see Simon Wieland take his 6th and last throw.
Yes, so Wieland in 6th place. There's recent improvements to Costas and Kubanets pushing him down. Best from the 2nd round. Wilson fouled just before, so we know that he'll be in 9th. And we know that the best of 6th will come the way of Wieland. To be honest, I mean, looking at it, it's nearly 5 meters buffer zone behind Wieland. Well, Pablo Costas commented that he had a spring in his step, and naturally still appears to be the case. So what about another personal best? What's in store? Absolutely loves that, and it's a very similar throw to the one that, don't forget, was only 5 centimetres off a bronze medal. Bringing it all out in the final round. Pablo Costas, he had to wait at an age. He was very restless looking on the scoreboard before. He gets a tap on the shoulder. It comes up much quicker this time. 77.13. He even overtakes Chiera, his teammate, and he almost leaps up onto the concrete into the stand to get congratulations. So he's improved on his personal best by nearly 4 meters within this competition. Fantastic, and in the final round as well, Van Opham. So can't quite react and bring similar energy, unfortunately, not his day today. So he's going to finish either 7th or 8th, depending on how Michele Fina does very shortly. Don't forget, we have to wait and see whether Chiera can now react because he's 97 centimeters behind his teammate. And a few moments ago he was a few meters in front of him. But as of the start of the 5th round, I think he was about 7 meters in front of Kostas and is now 1 behind. So that's all to come in this final round. Conroy, Kostas, Quijera, front 3. That's how the scoreboard looks. Michele Fina. A number of athletes whose bibs have been flapping about nonchalantly in the wind. So, clap from those watching on accompanies Fina's final go. Javelin, I think, a little bit out of control there. Let's have another look here. To push a little sharply on the tail. Well, we'll have a look and see what this measurement is. It was 65.70 for Van Open in the last round, and then half a meter off is Fina. So Van Open 7th, Fina 6th. Wieland will be in front of both of them in 6th place. Kubinets 5th. Can he do any better than that? Oh. It was very, very fine margins coming to the line. Oh, there's red flag, yeah. So he finishes in 5th place. We have 3 more throws remaining. Conroy, then Quijera, then Jonsson. Well, Kostas, of course, has had his final go. So the lead being cut is less relevant so far as what is about to happen. 1 meter 60 in front of Quijera, who we'll see shortly. Remy Conroy of France, French senior champion, really whips all the way through and out to around 76 meters. Using his height to good advantage, quite explosive on the runway as well. 75.50. So Jonsson of Iceland to follow. First Quijera, 97 centimeters off Kostas in second, 1 meter 60 off Conroy in first. We'll try and hold off Jonsson as well, who is about 64 centimeters, I think it is, behind Quijera in third currently. Not too much speed on the runway, shapes the throw early, stops before the line well. And that is a strong effort. Not sure it's going to be any better, and I don't think it's going to challenge any higher. Unusual sideways stopping technique, but effective there. 74.45. One more throw to come, and it means that it's all up to Jonsson now to try and grab himself a medal, having previously been in third place until Kostas, big personal best. Jonsson of Iceland, clean on the runway. Not sure that's going to be enough, I'm afraid. More likely to be around the 74 meter mark. far as Kieda's 74.45, but might be proven wrong. 6 valid attempts though. No one else can say that. 74.50. Well, that was an exciting javelin competition considering it was a B final. Still very, very competitive. Pablo Costas, big headline in terms of that personal best by 4 meters nearly. You know, came in with a best of 73.71 and it's now 77.13. And aside from that, Remy Conroy started off the competition with his best throw of all and just quietly held on to that lead. Chieda in 3rd place then, a very respectable 76.16, pushing Jonsson out of the top 3. Apologies, by the way, because I was getting a bit carried away considering it was a B final and I was mentioning the word medals and colours of medals, but of course it was a B final.
Well, we saw yesterday the B final in the women's javelin sufficed to take the gold thanks to Marie-Therese Obst of Norway with that 61.69. Stranger things have happened, although 77 metres is perhaps a little bit on the modest side with the calibre of throws that we'll be looking at a little bit later in the men's A final. We're now switching back to the National Throwing Centre and we've got the women's A final in the hammer coming up. Well, we saw a little bit earlier the women's B final, won by Zalina Margieva of Moldova with just a few centimetres under 70 metres. Looking here at Alexandra Smiec. Well, we've just had 4 athletes so far compete, and the only one that's had a valid mark is the European Under-23 champion, Silja Kosonen. So very early stages, you haven't really missed very much of the action. We just did really want to bring the men's B javelin final to an appropriate conclusion. And we're going to stay with the women's hammer all the way through just to see where these gold medals are going to be awarded. So we also saw very quickly Rika Girec foul. This is Rose Loga. We've seen a lot of Loga over the years on European Athletics live streams. World Under-20 Championships silver medalist in 2021 when those World Under-20 Championships were in Nairobi, and the same year in Tallinn she took a silver medal in the European Under-20 Championships. Loga gets a good mark in, 67.35 for the Frenchwoman to start things off. Well, the woman who beat her in Nairobi was Kosonen. We look now at Irina Klimets go into the circle. Klimets, Ukrainian. We saw another Ukrainian in the B final, Olena Hamava. So, Klimets, very experienced thrower, 29 years of age, 6 times national champion, including the last 6 years for Ukraine. She's been very much the #1 Ukraine hammer thrower for quite some time. Made the World Championships final when she finished 5th in Doha in 2019. Since then, a lot of Ukrainian athletes have had their chances of success at World Championships disrupted by the war in their country, which has affected preparations for the last 2 World Championships without a doubt. Klimets also fouling. Did Krista Turva add her name to that list of red flags? Yes, she did. Yes. 2 women with valid marks out of the first 8 to throw here. Whipping through this first round pretty quickly as Alexandra Tavernier, former World Under-20 champion, goes into the circle. Tavernier won in 2017 the Cup as well. So Tavernier, the French record holder. Personal best of 75.38 from 2021 for the French woman. Bronze medalist back in 2015 at World Championships. Put a cross, a red flag for Tavernier as well. Jakobsen of Denmark, who goes into the circle. Katrine Koch Jakobsen, 2021 European Under-23 Championships silver medalist. Spins, she throws, and it does look as though it gets out there to about 67 metres. Officials suited and booted for the conditions. Jakobsen's best of 74.22, which she did 2 years ago, is the current Danish record. Almost 10 metres better than any other Dane has ever thrown. Now, Hannah Skydan, Azerbaijan, regular competitor at the European Cup Throwing Championships. Tangle that up. European Throwing Cup, that's the right word. Right, 3 words. Skydan, European Championships bronze medalist in 2016. Remember rightly, she was the first ever Azerbaijani woman to win a European title since the breakup of the Soviet Union. Drops down right on the right side of the sector. Just bring you up to date with Jakobsen's mark, which briefly took the lead at 68.82, but that's been supplanted by Skydan 69.81. So, Sarah Fantini, she won last year in Leiria, threw over 73 metres on that occasion. Had a great couple of years, the Italian record holder. That gets a red flag. Antini set the Italian national record at 75.77 in Madrid back in 2022 and has been a regular thrower over 71-72 metres. European Championships bronze medalist as well in 2022. And here's a woman who knows what it's like to stand on European podiums. European champion in this event, 2 places in front of Fantini in 2022. Bianca Gelder won everything there was, both on a world and global level as a under 18, under 20 athlete, and is now starting to really come good as a senior after a few fallow years. Gelder brings the first round to an end. Waiting just to see what the mark is. Finally we get it. Gelder goes right to the top of the standings with the first 70 metre plus throw in this competition, 71.66. So, Silja Kosonen. White flag once again for the Finn. With her compatriot, Krista Turbo there. We saw Kosonen and Turbo watching with great interest the women's under-23 competition a little bit earlier, and also the B competition. Their training partner, Kati Ojalu of Estonia, was competing. So, Iva Rojanska. It's getting quite gloomy in Leiria, isn't it? It's getting very overcast. It's still clear skies. There's a lot of cloud as well. Fortunately, the clouds don't look too black or too grey. Perhaps you might think something different from this camera angle. Rojanska spins out, as you can see on the replay, just steps to the left-hand side of the circle. Greta Ahlberg also had a foul in the first round. Ahlberg, around over 70 metres. She did that at the World Championships in Eugene. World Under-20 finalist and 4 times national champion. Look at Ahlberg again. Ahlberg, 64.12. Lies third on the Swedish all-time list at the moment, with her best of 70.87, which she did in the World Championships 2 years ago. So switching across, this is Alexandra Smiech, second of the 2 poles in this competition. And finally, a white flag for them. Poland, of course, leading the medal table at this very moment. The only country to have got 2 gold medals, thanks to David Pilat in the under-23 men's hammer and Susanna Maslana in the under-23 women's shot. So far out of the 11 titles to be decided, they've gone to 10 different countries. So that's quite an impressive spread of talent across Europe. So, Smiech gets 66.98 with her second attempt. Reka Girac. Girac, World Under-20 silver medalist back in 2014. Also won the World Under-18 title the year before. That's a good throw from Girac. About 67 metres, possibly even a bit more. Look at her throw again. As with most Hungarian hammer throws, very good technically. Usually the big difference is a little bit in terms of their strength and speed, but technically usually struggle to find a Hungarian hammer thrower who's got bad technique. Rosa Loga goes into the hammer circle. Urach had 66.50. Loga, more or less around the same mark as the woman who preceded her into the circle. We could get Atch. Hammer flying out to the right hand side. And Loga, not quite as far though as her first round effort. 66.63 with that throw and 67.35 in the first round. Irina Klimets. Klimets did get third place in this European Throwing Cup a couple of years ago. Out wide to the left. So a red flag for the Ukrainian. As you've seen in the other competitions, every competitor gets 6 throws. No one's eliminated after 3 rounds. Krista Turbo. Turbo, her personal best of 74.40 was actually set here in the 2022 European Throwing Cup. It's a foul though for Turbo. So far her return to Leiria has not been quite as profitable as back in 2022, but she does have another 4 throws. Sandra Tavernier. Well, Tavernier, only 7th last year. She did win this competition as well in 2022 when she threw 70.13. It was a bit of a modest year for the women's hammer throw at this cup competition. I remember commentating on it. Got some good performances from Gelber, 71.66, and a couple of other women knocking at the door of 70 metres as we extract the hammer. That was Krista Turbo's hammer, or at least I think they're just repairing it just a little bit. Well, that's wobbly and precarious. I wouldn't fancy doing that job in these winds. Not too far to fall, but falling any distance could be quite unpleasant. So there you can see, we've had a couple of brief breaks in hammer competitions when the hammer has got lodged in the net. Not an unusual occurrence. Just as a reminder though, the cup record 75.05 dates from 2009, 15 years ago. The absolutely fantastic Polish icon of hammer throwing, Anita Wlodarz, threw that distance in Los Realos in Tenerife. We might be here just for a little while, so I'm just going to take a brief pause from commentary while the officials deal with trying to extract the hammer from the hammer cage. And after that brief hiatus, the hammer throw extraction squad have succeeded, and it's Alexandra Tavernier going into the circle, two-time champion, and after that long wait, she just sends it straight back to where it was before. Funnily enough, fortunately, I think the hammer cage didn't gobble it up this time. As you can see, she's dragging it back.
Gobble it up. It's not hungry anymore. It's
No,
just eaten.
It'd be a bit surreal, wouldn't it? Suddenly turned into something out of a Stephen King novel, The Hammer-Eating Hammer Cage. Don't you like a literary reference, even if it's of a horror genre, on a Sunday afternoon? So, the Danish record holder, Katrin Koch Jakobsen, 68.82 for the Dane in the first round. Mentioned 3 years ago, the European under-23 silver medalist. So a foul for Jakobsen. Hannah Skydan going into the circle. Second place for Skydan at the moment with 69.81 from the first round. Skydan was 8th last year with just 67 metres. Wasn't really on great form last year, but doing a bit better this time around. Now 31 years of age. Oh yes, she likes that. She does indeed. And it gets a white flag. It's close to the 70-metre line. That was a good throw from Skydan, the very experienced Azerbaijani. 4th at the last World Championships in Budapest and 5th in 2017. So Skydan, another good throw, 68.98. Only Blanca Gelber has thrown further. However, this woman, Sara Fantini, certainly can throw well over 70 metres and generally does so with regularity. That's a good throw as well. That's nice technique from this distance. And it's close to the 70-metre line as well. It's probably around 68 metres. So Fantini gets a valid mark in. Now, eyes on Bianca Gelber. Leads after the first round. Only woman over 70 metres, and indeed she's gone over 71 metres. Took a long time in her 20s to get back to the form that she showed during her teenage years. But now Gelber, very much one of Europe's best at 33 years of age, 4 times World Championship finalist, and she's quick across the circle is Gelber, but it's well short of 70 metres, it's about 65 metres. Gelber. It's a bit better than 65 metres, 69.18. Good as his first round lead, as you can see on the screen, of 61.66, with Fantini 70.58 and Hannah Skydan 69.81, occupying second and third places at the moment. So, Siya Kosonen. Tell you what, Siya Kosonen provided one of the interviews of the European Under-23 Championships last year. Myself and Alex chatting to her before the event. Very, very effervescent, entertaining person. And you usually see the words Harry Potter loving alongside her in any interviews or any profiles. She's a big, big fan of Harry Potter, can almost recite the whole series verbatim, and has got a Harry Potter tattoo there somewhere. Siya Kosonen improving to 69.34.
Maybe she can throw Philosopher's Stone.
So, Eva Rozhanska. It does stay in, yes. Oh no, she gets a red flag though. She doesn't stay in. The hammer's within the sector, and it's a third consecutive foul for Rozhanska. Oh, yes. We were watching the hammer, we weren't watching her, and she steps out to the left side of the circle. Now, Greta Ahlberg. 64-12 in the last round for Ahlberg. That looks like a reasonable effort for Ahlberg. A little bit over 60 metres. Ahlberg finished down in 13th place last year. Indeed. The top 13 from last year, including Ahlberg, are all reunited in this competition once again. Winding herself up, getting ready to throw. Alexandra Smiech. Say Ahlberg got 65-64 to improve slightly with her last throw. She's down in 9th place. Alexandra Smiech 66-98 in the previous round. A little bit better, 67-12. Now, Rika Gerac, 66-50 for the Hungarian. Gerac, now 27 years of age. She's been winning international medals for about a decade. Good release there from Gerac. Just manages to avoid toppling over, but it's out to the left-hand side once again. So she's a right-handed thrower, as you can see. That's the hand the glove's on. But right-handed throwers predominantly tend to pull over to the left. Loga, quick across the circle. I think that's halfway to Lisbon. No. Out to the left side of the left side of the sector, and a rueful smile on the face of Rose Loga. Still in 6th place with 67.35. Irina Klimets going into the circle for the 3rd time. Now she's one of 4 athletes who haven't yet got a valid mark in. Let's see if this can change things. Well, we didn't see where the hammer landed. I have a feeling that's a red flag once again. Yes, indeed it is. So Krista Turvo has had 2 red flags as well. Turvo, 3 times Finnish champion in the hammer. Turvo also no mark to her name at the moment. Now, Alexandra Tavernier had a long wait before her last throw because the hammer was stuck in the cage. Hasn't got a valid throw to her name. 2-time winner of the European Throwing Cup. And she's spun out as well, I think. Yes. With the gloom descending over the National Throwing Centre, it's very, very dark, the images that with some of them we're seeing. We didn't quite see the foot placement there, but I thought that she had spun out. So, Katrin Koch Jakobsen, Danish record holder. Dane, his personal best, 74.22, that's the Danish national record. It's close to 70 metres, probably about 68 metres. 68.82 to her name, let's see whether that's an improvement. Oh, it's big improvement. It looks as though it was shy of the 70-metre line, but it's 71.95 for Jakobsen, and she takes the lead. That was a little bit deceptive where that landed, but that was a really good effort from her. Last year she finished 3rd with 71.06, so she's doing well. Skydan. Well, as we know, Skydan, she's a 77-metre thrower at best. Not sure she's in quite that form, but potentially could get over 70 metres and beyond, get into the lead. So foul for Skydam. You see Sarah Captini into the circle. Italian, one of 3 women in this competition over 70 metres so far. 70.58 with her previous throw. Italian record holder over 75 metres at her best. Doesn't look like one of those throws that's going to go that far. Does get the white flag. Oh well, we cut away from the women's hammer final. We're going to pick up some of the action from the Leiria Municipal Stadium, the Dr. Magales Passoa Stadium, and it's going to be the men's javelin A final. Just bring you right up to date. As we come up to the halfway point, 69.89 for Fantini. Just before we left the National Throwing Centre to move across Leiria. Oh, when we're back in the National Throwing Centre again. And this is the last throw of the 3rd round. This takes us to the halfway point. And it's Bianca Gelber who's just lost the lead. No, that's not going to be regaining the lead. Probably just a fraction shy of 70 metres. Fantani, as I said, 69.89 with her previous throw, 67.37. So a more modest effort from Bianca Gelber as we reach the halfway point in the women's hammer. Katrine Koch Jakobsen, the Danish record holder, 71.97. In fact, I was just looking it up while we had those very brief images of the municipal stadium. This is so far her 3rd best ever competition. So we start with the women's hammer 4th round. Silja Kosonen. This very, very talented Finn. I'm wondering whether that's just edged over 70 metres. Improved with every round, 68.80, 68.87 and 69.34. Can she continue that trajectory? The wind's picking up there. I think it's getting a bit cooler as the afternoon progresses. No, it's a little bit shy of that, 67.59 for Kosonen. So worst mark of the 4 so far, but she's still very much in contention for a place on the podium. Eva Rozhanska, 3 fouls to her name so far on the pole. Really, this will be a good time to get in a valid throw. And she's fast and quick, and she manages to stay in the circle this time. Well, it'll certainly be a valid throw, but the hammer comes down at around 67 metres. Finally, a valid mark for Rozhanska. Rozhanska, the slightly surprising silver medalist in Munich. She was a lot more consistent there. Greta Alberg, 65-64 for well, do say, I thought it was a valid throw. We didn't see it, but it is being given as a foul. Not quite sure why. She looks as though she exited the circle in correct fashion. Greta Alberg. There's the second of the two poles waiting to go in. Alexandra Smiech. Alberg at 64.87. You can see on the infield display. So not quite improving on her third round, 65.64.
Well, we can take a quick look at what's to come later on today. Of course, in a few moments, men's javelin final A, and then men's shot put A and B. 4 o'clock, they'll take place alongside one another, just around the corner from here. And then at 4:50, of course, this is all local time in Portugal, women's discus A, and then finishing the day with the men's javelin. That's the under 23 at 5:25.
Yes, and excellent way to finish. 5 gold medals still to be decided, including this, the women's hammer. So Alexandra Smiech, 67.12 to her name so far. She's quick on the circle, Smiech. But it drops down well short of 65 metres and she just walks out of the front of the circle. So red flag for her. We could get out into the circle. Alright, now 27 years of age. He's already won the Hungarian national winter throwing title in Budapest with 65.48. Got 66.50 here so far in the second round. Didn't look like a good throw. 61.18 for Giratz. Rose Loga. Just had a sudden thought. You know what, Alex? With Katrine Koch-Jacobsen leading the way in the women's hammer, I've just looked it up, and I'm pretty sure Denmark have never won a gold medal at the European Throwing Cup before. That'd be a little bit of history. Currently in...
Yeah, quite possible.
Yes.
Can't think of another obvious name we would have done.
No. No, 23rd edition of the European Throwing Cup. So Rose Loga improved. No, didn't improve very much. Was about a metre down on the best mark with 66.54 in the previous round. As we look at Irina Klimets trying to get a valid throw in. 3 failures so far. 35. So Clements finally gets a mark on the board. Krista Turbo. That's out wide to the left once again for Turbo, and it's now 4 failures in a row. So Alexandra Tavernier into the circle. Another woman who's had 3 failures so far, make that 4. So we've still got 3 women who've not got a valid mark in. Roshanska, Turbo and now Tavernier. Just remember Tavernier, a 2-time winner of the Cup as well. She knows what's required. And here's the woman who we think at the moment is in the position to become Denmark's first ever gold medalist in the 23-year history of the European Throwing Cup. Katrin Koch Jakobsen, 71.95. Well, they've had a couple of other medals in their time, but I was looking it up and I can't find another gold medalist. What would you say? That's very atmospheric, isn't it? That shot from the rear of the hammer circle. But red flag for Koch Jakobsen.
A big breakthrough year was 2021 when she improved on her personal best by more than 10 metres in one season. But yeah, she seemed to have lots of specialisms. I think she had a background as a pentathlete. Certainly, has done pretty much everything within the discipline of athletics. And normally the one that people haven't done is the hammer in that situation. But also she's, yeah, decent at quite a few different events.
Well, what you often see, the Scandinavian countries and the Baltic countries in particular, have at grassroots level, they almost insist on athletes doing multi-events. I mean, I can remember looking down, even though Mondo Duplantis was schooled in the United States, he did do some multi-event competitions as well. He's got other numbers to his name. And if you look at some of the other throwers as well that come from the likes of Sweden or the Estonians in particular, because they have this power of 10 type competition where you actually have to do multi-events at school levels, and then it's after that that they identify, if you're still interested of course, what you might be best at. So it's not unusual to see quite a lot of the Scandinavian competitors, let's just say hammer throwers with, I've seen a few competitors with 60-metre times or long jump times. I don't think you see too many with pole vault marks, but
yeah, well, only 4 years ago she was doing 60 hurdles.
yeah. So Hannah Skydan throwing 67.17 there. Sarah Fantani in the circle now. In third place at the moment, Fantani. Once again, another right-handed throw. I think that, yes, that does stay in the sector. With the gloom descending over Leiria, it's sometimes a little bit difficult to see where the implement's landing, where it's been thrown to. That's a valid throw for Fantini. 67.21 for the Italian. Stays in third. Now, Bianca Gelber, last of the 13 throwers in the fourth round. 2 rounds to go after this. And those are quite dark clouds now overhead. Well, we've managed to avoid rain for most of today. Let's hope it stays that way for the next 2 hours as we bring the 2024 European Throwing Club to a conclusion. Now Gelber around the 67 metre mark, and she just walks out. She's not happy with that. Not when she's got a throw of 71.66 to her name. Currently in second place. She's got 2 more throws to overtake the women's hammer leader, Katrin Koch-Jakobsen, with 71.95. Now you see the full results after 4 rounds. Gelber second, 71.66. Fantini third with 70.58. They're the women who will be on the podium as things stand 2/3 of the way through this women's hammer A final. Here's a woman who can get into the top 3 though, Silja Kosonen. Hasn't gone over 70 metres yet in this competition. That looked a bit of a lacklustre effort from her. Yes, she's walked out. Dropped down at about 63 metres, and she's done better than that. There's a woman who hasn't got a valid mark to her name though, Eva Rajinska. European Championships silver medalist, behind Gelber. Kosonen on that occasion 2 years ago finished 5th. Woman who's just been in the circle. So the Munich second placer. No. Where did that go? That went out as well. Just out to the right, left hand side. Rajinska. 5 fouls for the pole. So far, a difficult competition for her and a disappointing one. So, Greta Ahlberg. Ahlberg down in 9th place at the moment, 65.66. Ahlberg, 13th in 2023, so doing a bit better than she did 12 months ago. Red flag for Ahlberg. So, Alexandra Smiec. Smiec 7th at the moment, 67.12 her best so far. So around that distance as well. Just over the 65 metre line. A little bit off balance as she released. The hammer goes out to 64.70, so she stays in 7th place at the moment. Gerrits. Just short of the 65 metre line. Guratz, 66.50, her best in the second round. .19 on this occasion, so no improvement for the Hungarian. Rose Loga into the circle. So we'll be going for about an hour in this competition. We're getting through the throws pretty quickly. Loga again, right-handed thrower. Oof. There we go, picks it up from the base of the cage. So foul for the French woman. Her best, her opener, 67.35. Well, Irina Klimetz finally got a valid mark in the last round with 65.35. She's bringing up the rear at the moment of the women who have registered a mark. She's in 10th place at the moment in this competition. 3 women have just had 4 fouls as well. Eva Janska has indeed had 5. So it's out wide, and Klimetz, another red flag for her. Krista Turbo. Turbo was one of those women who I was mentioning hasn't got a valid mark so far. 4 fouls so far.
Set the Finnish national record here 2 years ago, 74.40. Very close between her and Kosonen, 74.19 at best. Another foul though, unfortunately. Difficult day. So red flag shown again for Turbo.
Yes, Turbo winning on that occasion 2 years ago. There's also the very good Finnish thrower Sarah Kilnanen, who's not here as well. So at the moment, the Finns have 3 very good women hammer throwers. So Alexandra Tavernier. Tavernier's moment to try and see whether she can get a valid mark after 4 throws. No. It does just stay in, yes. And she does finally get her. I think she thought it was going out wide right, but it just stays in the sector.
She's celebrating.
You sure? Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's pleased that she's got it right.
Okay. Well, 65.60,
Even if
quite
it's
modest by her account, but nevertheless, it is still a valid mark.
Yeah, she's just happy to get over her troubles, I think.
I thought it was frustration that it was just. It looked as though
sure.
it was going out. Here's the event leader, Katrin Koch-Jakobsen, 71.95. Jakobsen, Danish record holder with 74.22. Well, that's around the 70-metre mark again. It's getting the white flag. So Jakobsen. She's only ever twice thrown 72 metres or more.
Very, very smooth and consistent through each turn you see here. Uses her strength to good effect as well. Ready to release at just the right time. improvement there, though. It was just short of 70 metres in the end.
Yes, 69.43 for Jakobsen. Now Skydan. Skydan certainly has the capabilities of throwing very long. I think that might be over 70 metres. We don't have a line out there, but we do have a 70-metre marker. Well, Skydan last year set a national record of 77.10 in qualifying at the World Athletics Championships. She led the qualifiers, couldn't quite follow it up and finished 4th in the final. Now, let's see what that's measured at. Oh yes, it is over 70 metres, 70.43. Doesn't quite get her on the podium though. She's just 15 centimetres short of Sarah Fantani. And it is Fantani who now goes into the circle. Well, Fantani still in 3rd place, but the pressure's just ratcheted up just a little bit. I think she's responded well though. Again, I think that's a 70-metre plus throw. We'll add a bit of caution. It's a little bit difficult to tell, but she seems a little bit nonplussed, I think is the word I've used once or twice yesterday. But it is a good 70-metre throw. 70.05. Her second best of the competition. Her best is still 70.58 from the second round. Now, Bianca Gelber opened with 71.66 and that lasted as the leading mark until the 3rd round. It was overtaken by Jakobsen. It's been the law of diminishing returns for Gelber. The throws have basically got worse by 2 metres a time during the first 3 rounds. Let's see if she can reverse that trend. Well, that, from this angle, looks like a really good throw. Oh, yes it is. Yes, it is a very good throw indeed. It's over 70 metres now. Is it far enough to overtake Jakobsen? Sometimes you just get a sense of things clicking together. No, 70.54, so not quite good enough to improve her own mark or overtake Jakobsen. With 1 round remaining, that's how the standings are. And it's Jakobsen, 71.95, Gelber, 71.66, and Fantini, 70.58, who occupy the 1, 2, 3, the medal slots in the women's hammer. So, Silja Kosonen, last chance to get over 70 metres for the Finn. I think that might well be over 70 metres as well. She waited and watched, and it landed well. Tends to be quite undemonstrative during the competitions, although away from the hammer cage, she's, as we were saying, very entertaining person. Well, 70.30, but it doesn't move her up any further. And she stays in 5th place, but she does get over 70 metres. Now, Eva Rozhanska. 5 fouls so far for the European 2022 silver medalist. Well, it's a white flag finally for Rozhanska, but she's not going to challenge 70 metres or the women in the first 3 places. $66.72 for Rozhanska. It does move her up into 8th place at the moment. Now it's the turn of Greta Ahlberg. Well, Ahlberg down in 10th at the moment with 65.64. Looking at that throw again. Don't think that's going to make an improvement for her. $63.76. Right. Well, it's Alexandra Smiech. 67.12 in the 3rd round for the pole, and that's a foul, so no improvement for her either. Not been a good day for the poles, really. Smiech in 7th and Rozhanska in 8th. When you think that every single championship record and world record has been held by Anita Vlodarch, her compatriot. So, Rico Girats struggles to stay in the circle, but does so. It's around the 65-metre mark. $64.28 for Girats. So she stays in 9th place with $66.50. Where's Loga? She's in 6th place at the moment, the French woman, with $67.35. Strappings come undone. Falls down at around the 64-metre mark, just below that 65-metre white line, out on the infield of the National Throwing Centre. Strapping on a non-throwing hand, on a left hand. So 61.59 indeed. It's a bit short of that 64-metre line which I thought it was at. So, Irina Klimets, gradually working our way towards the conclusion of this competition. The 12th gold medal to be decided here in the National Throwing Centre in Leiria, the Portuguese centre of high performance. Is it going to stay in? No. Flew out wide to the left. Thought it might just come down on the inside of the sector, but it just drifted out to the outside. So Klimets finishing down in 12th at the moment only one valid effort, and that came in the fourth round with 65-35. Well, there's quite a few Finns there urging Krista Turvo to get a valid mark in. As Alex was saying, the Finnish record holder. Oh, and it goes straight into the netting. What a day for Turvo. So, Krista Turvo comes all the way to Leiria, but finishes without a mark. Alexandra Tavernier, two-time cup winner, has only managed to get one valid throw in, and that was the previous round, 65-60. In some respects, she's got nothing to lose. She can really just go for broke here. Anything under 70 metres isn't really going to make any material difference to her. Not the French record holder. Well, she did give it everything, but I think she just walked out of the front. Yes. Didn't like what she did. So she'll be 11th on this occasion. Not the best of results for the two-time former winner of the Cup. Nevertheless, she'll take away a few things from this, including some thoughts about her technique. Now it's the woman who's stayed in the lead ever since the third round. Katrin Koch Jakobsen, 71.95 for the Danish thrower, who's just about to go into the circle. There's Turvo, still wondering where it all went wrong today. It's a foul for Jakobsen. We didn't see the throw as we've switched quickly back to the National Throwing Centre. I should say the Municipal Stadium.
Yes, so the Javelin A final. We are in the third round here. This is Georgi Hertzeg, who rose to prominence last year in setting the European under-20 records, and yeah, as a result, I mean, he could compete in the under-23s, but might as well be at senior level with the rest of these great throwers, because he does have that personal best of nearly 85 metres, 84.98 from last year, 79.66 in 2024. Hertzeg. So 9 competitors in this Javelin A final. As it stands, another young athlete, Artur Felfner, is leading for Ukraine with 81.89. Alexandru Novak of Romania, 80.73. And Ioannis Kidiatsis, 80.52 behind. So looking pretty close on that leaderboard, with Max Denning just outside the top 3. 80.30 for him. This is Cyprian Merciglod. Pretty much all of these men have come through European age group competitions. There was a brilliant battle between Cyprian Merciglod and Novak a few years ago at the under-23 championships. Merciglod, I think, winning it in the last round, I seem to remember, was one of the best moments of Yevla 2019. Back to the hammer.
So Jakobsen had a foul. Hannah Skydan 68-68. Sara Fantini, I think that's going to be a red flag, but she's guaranteed a place on the podium. Yes, confirmed, an X on the scoreboard, but Sara Fantini confirmed as third place with 70.58. Now it all comes down to this. Can Bianca Gelber dig deep and improve by 39 centimetres? If she equals the 71.95 of Katrin Koch Jakobsen, she'd win by virtue of a second best throw. So she needs 71.95, and she's exceeded that distance many times in her career. What can Bianca Gelber do? Oh, the European champion pulls out of a attempt midway through. The clock's still ticking. She has 1 minute to complete a throw, for better or for worse. So she just tries to compose herself. Not always easy. Guaranteed second place here. The very last throw of this women's hammer. And it's a huge effort from Gelber. And it's landed around the 70-meter mark. But I really don't think it's going to be good enough to take the lead from Katrin Koch-Jakobsen. And a bit of history, I think, is being made with the first ever Danish winner at the European Throwing Cup. Just waiting for the results of Gelber, but you can see the 70-meter marker there. Don't even think it's quite gone over 70 meters. 66.91 for Gelber, we're seeing on our screens. It'll come up on your screens very soon, which means victory goes to Katrin Koch-Jakobsen of Denmark, with Bianca Gelber of Romania second with 71.66, and Sara Fantini of Italy third, taking the bronze with 70.58. There's the confirmed standings, the first ever victory for Denmark in the 23 editions of the European Throwing Cup. 71.95 to Katrin Koch-Jakobsen.
Yeah, well deserved. She's had to wait a while for a big international breakthrough, but it's been through competitions like this and the European Team Championships that she's asserted herself, obviously becoming solely a hammer thrower only in the last few years, as we were mentioning. So terrific for Jakobsen and also for Denmark as well.
Well, we're back in the Municipal Stadium in Leiria for the men's javelin. We'll be getting back to the National Throwing Centre shortly for another of the big events, one of the highlights events of these 2 days of this European Throwing Cup. The men's shot put, but the man who's got all the details and all the notes on the men's javelin throws, my colleague Alex Sefton.
Yes, so 9 athletes in this. Arthur Feltner leading the way, 81.89. Another young man, as I was saying. He actually has passed his most recent third round attempt, which is quite interesting. Remember, he was carrying a bit of an injury last year, so javelin throwers are often nursing something or other. 75 metres was his season's best this year, so obviously taking a big chunk off of that. Won the European Under-23 title last year, as I was saying, and 2 years before that won European Under-20 gold, so continuing that path very nicely, as the likes of Huchik and Kokan have done before him. But always quite unpredictable. When you look at the lineup and then wonder how the results will go in the javelin final. And this one probably no different. Max Denning only 22 centimetres off the top 3 at this stage. So also in that top 3 behind Feltner is Novak of Romania, 80.73, and Ioannis Kyriatsis of Greece, 80.52. We saw the throw of Cyprian Merciklod of Poland. It wasn't an improvement for him in that third round previous, but he is in 5th place just behind Denning, whose throw measures 76.30. So Merciklod in 5th. Then Patrick Skylums of Latvia in 6th, 78.69. Bit of a gap then to Leandro Ramos, 76.28. Then Timothy Herman, Belgium, 74.76. And Herzeg of Hungary, 73.24. So quite a bit off his best. Kyriatsis looking to maintain this position inside the podium places. Inside this Stadio Dr. Magales Pessoa. So nice to already see 4 men over 80 metres, but I wonder whether we're going to see any bigger throws. Of course, we were referencing the outstanding effort of Johannes Vetter 6 years ago. It was now 92.70. I remember it being the 12th longest in history at the time. Vetter putting coming out with injury, I believe, just before the competition. Kiriatsis, no improvement, 76.47. So let's enjoy this javelin for a few moments and catch some of these throws. We are into the fourth round now, and Leandro Ramos next to go for Portugal. You remember, I think it was at the European Team Championships in Silesia that he threw and then did a somersault afterwards, which became quite popular on social media. Yeah, it's funny, someone throws over 80 meters, let's say, that's one thing, but doing a somersault, everyone likes to see that. Oh, there it is again. Yeah, oh no, I'm not too surprised, because I've seen it on more than one occasion, but it actually is part of a routine. That isn't normally part of his routine, walking over the line, but his choice. Well, obviously, better known than that is the kind of swallow dive or the dip down to the line that we often see, and one of the reasons, of course, is you've got to block and come to a stop before that line, and some find that it's preferential, given the forces going through your body, drop down to the floor, but sometimes by doing that, I remember Steve Brackley commentating on, I think it was the World Championships last year, and saying actually that people are so focused on the drop to the line, they actually release quite early and potentially lose a meter in doing that, whereas if they really attack that line and try to stop with their feet upright, then it might be helpful. But yeah, well, obviously you commit to a certain technique and it tends to be your style. There are some throwers though that we see a variation in how they block. They do go to the line, or actually they feel they don't need it, so they don't all the time. So that was Herzeg, red flag for him. And Ramos, same result, obviously he walked over the line. Cyprian Merchiglod, taking his jacket off first. The same top three in this, so let's watch Merchiglod as he asks for the clap from those watching here. Mostly team colleagues of competitors. So look at it here, this run up, building up speed and momentum, transition phase, withdrawal, and then delivers the javelin. Delivers it close to 80 meters. So busy timetable today. Seen the women's hammer throw won by Katrine Koch Jakobsen of Denmark. 71-95 at best. We believe it's Danish first ever Danish gold medal at these European Throwing Cup events. And this is the lineup for the men's shot put. So two very, very strong Italians in this. Zane Weir, of course, European indoor champion in Istanbul last year. Leonardo Fabri, fresh from that world indoor medal. And also PB this year, 22.37. Putting him inside the top 20 on the all-time list. And 15th. Where Weir is. So, I understand though that like Krukowski in the javelin and Norbert Rivas Tot, that Fabri is also unfortunately a DNS, sadly. So that's a real shame to see. Means we'll have 7 competitors in this. So we made the point that earlier on it seemed as though having the rounds come up quite thick and fast, we got through them very quickly, and there were few that managed to improve round by round by round, and wondered whether that was complementary so far as building rhythm goes, to have a smaller contingent of athletes in the lineup in total. So Musanidis, Mazur, Tobolina, Toda, Pezza, Lincoln and Weir will be the 7 involved. Many of them very, very familiar names across the European and world circuit. Been competing in the World Indoor Tour generally. Certainly Scott Lincoln's had a very good start to the year. Starting off with a win, he was a little bit disappointed to be outside the top 8 at the World Indoors. Carlos Tobalino of Spain. Well, it was just a bit of a late bloomer actually, because he's 38 now. The first European Championships was in 2014. Getting into his 30s there. So now competed at 4 European Outdoor Championships. The best of 2057, the Spaniard. And don't forget how strong it's been at championships for Spain. Andrei Toda, well, Romania already having a victory in the men's discus with Firfirica. Someone who's been coming to these championships year after year. And Toda, yeah, another of those familiar names. Twice a Balkan champion. 21-29 at best. So we'll keep you updated on the javelin. Obviously, we've had these 2 finals happening at the same time in different places. We'll make sure we show some of both of them. Muzanidis leading with 18.62 early stages, just usurped by Andrei Toda, 19 meters 50. All the results coming through on the European Athletics website as well, don't forget. B final actually just got going in the first round with Georgi Mujaridze of Georgia leading with 19 meters and 3. So although it's unlikely, the medals will be taken from the top 3 across A and B finals, although the better athletes are seeded in A. Muzanidis second place, Mazur Poland 18.58 for third. On to another very experienced putter in Mesut Peza. So Peza, another Balkan indoor and outdoor champion. In fact, 6 titles in total, including earlier this year in Istanbul. Finished inside the top 8 the European indoors 4 times. Won this particular event in 2017, and he moved into a lead with 2022. More representative throw of the sort of distance that we were expecting. So with no Fabri, it means that we have 7 different countries represented from 7 athletes. Greece, Poland, Spain, Romania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, and Italy. And here is Scott Lincoln. I said he was having a good season. I mean, he would have liked a bit more distance at the World Indoors, given how well the last few months have gone, but very accustomed to see him winning British titles. But he's been so consistently over 20 metres this year. Smiling for the camera as well. I believe he's got 17 UK titles now across indoors and out. Effectively, he's undefeated since the indoor championships in 2015. He doesn't get the credit that he deserves for that. On to Zane Weir, 22.44 at best. As I said, 15th all time. And he and Fabri are together writing the history, I guess, in Italian shot putting. We'll see what they can achieve over the next couple of years, not least in Rome at the European Championships coming up this June. And by the way, notice how the number of spectators has increased on the top of the bridge, that good vantage point. Well, you can't see from this angle, but we'll do again in a moment. There we are. Well, it's increased. Choose my words carefully. So, that is the lineup after 1 round. That's how things stand. Scott Lincoln, not the first time leading a competition this year, but only 19.99 for Zane Weir, which sounds like a discount item, but it is his first round effort. Muzanidis of Greece. $18.62 so far, so he kicks off the second round. So you're reminded to stay hydrated. 1859. Just 3 centimeters off what he achieved before. Szymon Mazur of Poland. With a hearty moustache. (2018) at best. A little short of that there, but nice to see the markers very clearly displaying 20 and 22 meters. So we're not second guessing what the white lines are, as we have been in some of the longer throw events. But yeah, quite an experienced set of athletes this, which isn't too surprising given there is an under-23 field. But in the javelin, for example, there are some quite young athletes who are good enough to be at senior level, like Herzeg that I said. Carlos Tobalina of Spain, right on that 20-meter line for him. A red flag in the first round for Tobalina. 1999 season's best this year, and it's little off that, 25 centimeters away from that. On to Andre Toda once again. 2098 already this year. It's at a raw just over 20 there, I think. 1999 needed for the top three at this point. In the other group, which is the B final, Mujaritse still leading with that 1903. Pinedo of Spain 1863 and Yandahel of Estonia with 1850. 6 athletes in that group. Five with marks so far. Toda improved to 20.08, pushing Weir down. I'm sure it won't be for too long though. Mesut Pezzer, second place. Very narrow lead for Scott Lincoln. Just wonder whether it will last much longer. Lincoln, who started his season with a win on the World Indoor Tour circuit. I think it was the first gold meeting of the year in Astana in Kazakhstan. World Athletics taking those meetings to more and more unusual places, which is really good to see, and it's a reminder, as we always say, just how global a sport athletics is. If I remember correctly, the World Continental Tour last year started off in Botswana, or at least that was one of the first couple of meetings. Scott Lincoln, best this year of 21.01 in Miramar in France. Looked like he was slightly off balance at the end there. He was a bit frustrated with the World Indoors. He described it as a bit of a finger break at the end of his final effort, I think it was. Just lost grip slightly. Occasionally it was 10th place. Amelia Campbell was 13th at the World Indoors, and then quite a strong showing from her yesterday, I thought. On to Zane Weir. So obviously got the Olympics in Paris in mind, I'm sure, but the chance to compete in front of a home crowd in Rome will be a wonderful opportunity for him. So getting a nice solid hold of that shot and then launching it high and long. So Zane Weir certainly means business. An affirmative nod from the Italian. Won the national indoor title this year. Victor here in Leiria 2 years ago. Of course, that 22:44 I mentioned was in Padua. It was last September, in fact. 21:35. I wonder whether anyone is in that kind of mood today. We're the favourite coming in. Everyone will get 6 throws, of course, as we look at the result just after the 2 rounds. Moving into the third now with moves and Isis, who will always start off each round. That's the seeded order. Seems to be working quite well because the last 3 in seedings are occupying the top 3 spots, albeit in a slightly different order, with Pezza having gone above Lincoln also with 20:44. Full results on the European Athletics website, of course. No change in the top 3 in the B final, Mujaridze, Pinedo and Heil. Muzanidis improves to 19:30. Still in 6th place. Simon Mazur. "25-year-old Polish athletes, previous medalist at World Championships at under 18 and under 20 level. Also silver at the World University Games. So yet another Polish athlete who has competed at those games. Also quite a tradition of doing masters or PhDs, because he's 25 years of age now. Okay, not old by any means, but older than your average student, a little older. Yeah, also medalist at the European Under 20 Championships, so got quite a collection of those levels of different age groups. Red flag for him. We'll go through these rounds fairly quickly, so make sure you don't go anywhere. Carlos Tobolina. Just waiting. Cone is now moved, circle is free. Pauses for a moment to ask for the clap. Ramos. So firm foot placement. Solid grip. Lines up to rotate, so we'll have a look out for that measurement for Tobolina. Crossing to the final round. I guess that is a fair time to cross, because we've got the last few throws of this javelin competition. So Ramos in 7th place then. 4th in the throwing order for the final round. Will we see a somersault here? Withdraws and throws. Lovely. I guess you don't want to miss that. Right between 70 and 80, so that's not going to improve on 78.23.
Does struggle to find his best form in the leading competitions, does Leandro Ramos. He's a Portuguese record holder, but sometimes a very erratic performer, it has to be said. I hope that's fair comment.
Well, yes, I mean, it does seem extraordinary to persist with the... Yeah, I almost don't want to call it somersault, because it sounds more extravagant than it needs to be. Yeah, to persist with that technique at the end of every throw. I mean, fair enough if you have it in your locker, if you feel the forces going through your body are such that you need to find a creative way of coming to a stop. But, yeah, so, well, if only Steve Backley was here to comment, I feel that... But, yeah, anyway, each to their own. Georgi Herceg finds himself in 9th place, and I'm sure he would have wanted the opportunity to test himself in a field as strong as this, but hasn't been his day. He was also carrying an injury in the final last year, European under-20s. Wondered whether he'd been able to continue in the competition at one point, but yes, 79.66 coming into today, and that's just this year. So I think he'll be disappointed with only 73 meters, 4 fouls. It's almost as though it'd be useful to see on a result sheet whether it was a foul by choice, stepping over the line, or whether it was an actual, let's say, fault by crossing over the line. Because it would kind of demonstrate a little bit of a difference, and it'd also be helpful when you're looking back at the end of a competition, as if to see whether it was a foul. Because, yeah, as if to what kind of foul it was, or... So, yeah. Anyway... Mechglod, that looked good on the line, and strong when it comes down. Obviously 79 meters already, 80.52 needed to get into the top 3, so he's not going to do that. That's known to be one for last gasp heroics in the past, though. I mentioned with that performance to win European gold at under 23 level, beating Novak, who is in second place on this occasion as well. Litchfield looks like he'll finish the best of 5th place. So Felfner, Novak, Kiriatsis remain the top 3. Felfner's actually retired from the competition after passing 3rd and 4th attempts, and Kiriatsis has had his last attempt, was seeded on early in the throwing order. So, yeah, I suppose Patrick Galums, Timothy Herman are the 2 men who could try and snatch a medal in his last round. Still waiting for this measurement, but we know it wasn't over 80 meters, and needs to be over 80 to improve positionally, does Mechglod.
Well, Ukraine already have 1 senior men's gold medal, 1 gold medal at this cup in the bank, thanks to Mikhailo Kokan in the men's hammer yesterday. At the moment, Artur Felfner looking as though he could double the Ukrainian gold reserves from this competition.
Yeah, Artur Felfner holding on to this lead, and Novak, Galums, Herman all with an opportunity, but would require quite a big leap forward in distance. Stops well. Yeah, not going to improve that. So it means we have what I expect will be just the 2 throws left. Herman and Novak, who will go first. So Novak, European under-23 silver medalist from 2019, personal best of 86.37, 84.04 this year. So just over a metre in front of him is Felfner, who's retired from the competition. So what is this from Novak as we wait to find out? So you just wonder where that javelin landed. 74.93. And it means that there's only one man who can change the standings, and so far in this competition he hasn't looked like doing so. This is his first comp of the year though, Timothy Herman. 87.35 personal best. He was second at the European Team Championships last year. Again, another unpredictable competition. The javelin throwing. Withdraws well. Dives down to the ground dramatically. But less drama in terms of distance. Look good for the cameras though from Timothy Herman, and we have thereby full confirmed result. Actually very little improvement in the second half of the competition. Only Merchant Ramos and Herman doing so, and they finish 5th, 7th and 8th respectively. So it means that Felfner wins overall with 81-89. Novak holding on to that second. Kyriatsis, very strong performance from him, given that he was something like 7th out of 10 in the rankings. Obviously one DNS coming in, and he gets bronze for Greece. Also been a strong day for them. Back to the shot put we go. We said we'd keep an eye out for Carlos Tobolina. So he improved 20 meters exactly and find himself in 5th place because others also improved subsequently after that. Toda to 2037, Pezza to 2058, and Lincoln to 2095. Zane Weir in front of all of them.
Well, as we look at Tobolina, it's worth reflecting on the fact that that gold medal just a moment or two ago for Artur Felfner takes Ukraine up to the top of the medal table. Well, with 3 titles still to be decided, only 2 countries, Poland and Ukraine, have won more than 1 gold medal. 2 gold medals going both to Ukraine and Poland, but Ukraine, by virtue of Mikhailo Brudin's discus under 23 silver medal, top the medal table. But we've got a huge, out of those 13 gold medals that have been awarded so far, they've gone to 11 different countries. So really,
Yes,
I don't think there's ever been quite an array of gold medals, titles, gone to so many different countries so far.
yes, and it looks like Italy at the moment, as it stands, are on course to add their name to that list of gold medalist nations.
Absolutely right, yes. However, still quite a long way to go in this competition. Zane Weir leading with 21.35 in the second round. Scott Lincoln in the third, reached 20.95. They're the top 2. Third, Bosnia's Mesut Pezza at the moment with 20.53. Worth noting that none of the top 3 nations have yet got a gold medal in this cup, so I suspect we are going to see a 12th country get onto the gold medal list before the end of this competition.
Well, Andre Toda's got a little bit closer, 20.43. There he is, just measurement coming up there now. So improving with every put so far. 92 centimetres separating the top 4. 1 metre 35 between the top 5. Weir, Lincoln, Pezza, Toda, Tobolina, Mouzanidis and Mazur. So Pezza next in the throwing order, then Lincoln, then Weir. Third, second and then first. So another who is on track to continually improve throughout the series. So maybe we're going to be proved right about that comment on the smaller number of athletes helping to just build a rhythm, freshen your mind where you need to adjust. So Scott Lincoln ready and waiting his moment. A lot of positives to take from the indoor season for him. As we were saying, he's only 6 centimetres now off his season's best of 21.01. from Miramar recently. Launches that pretty long as well. Don't think it's going to be any further though. But becoming very, very consistent, as are pretty much all of these men in this field. It is quite a strong group that we have in this A final. And Zane Weir now last to go in this fourth round. Leader of Italy drying off his shoes as well as the circle, leaving no stone unturned. You can hear a big gust of wind on the stream there. So I'll update you on the B final very shortly. This is our leader Zane Weir. Can he extend the 40 centimetre advantage over Scott Lincoln? Weir build up this energy within the rotation and transfer it out, going to just short of 20 metres. Okay, B final. How does it look in the fifth round they're going into now? At the end of the fourth, new leader, Yanda Heil, 1940, the Estonian. Georgi Mujaridze pushed down to second, the Georgian, 1903, still from the first round. And then a new third placer, Stephen Mailagi, 1892. As we see the graphic with the same information really, but for the A final here. And they're all over the measurement of Heil in that B final. So Weir, Lincoln and Pezza as things stand, looking like being the medalists, but it's too early to put medals around anyone's neck. Red flag for Weir. We crack on with round number 5 and Musanidis of Greece. Someone, again, we said this a few times, but he actually has a full set of European medals across the age groups, under 18, under 20 and under 23, winning actually the first European under 18 championships in Tbilisi, Georgia, which Phil has very fond memories of. And then in 2017, under 20 bronze, and then following that up, same colour, the under 23s in Yevla 2019. Also has a world under 20 bronze as well, so really great junior career for Musanidis. 1916 for him, no improvement. Simon Mazur is one place behind. So Mazur, as we were saying, World University Games silver medalist, those championships being held in Chengdu in China. I remember they had little emoji graphics with pandas doing each sport. And it was very difficult to work out which was which. I'm sure one of them looked like there was a panda taking the bins out, which I don't believe is a sport. Someone explained to me actually that it was basketball. Could you imagine it now? You know that sort of symbol where someone's taking out, putting something in a bin, and actually it was a net and a ball. But yes, I've never seen a panda take the bins out. Seen them make plenty of rubbish though, including chomping on vegetables.
Yeah, there's bamboo shoots everywhere, isn't there?
Yes.
They're very messy pandas.
Certainly.
Maybe they should be taught to take the bins out. get some good habits ingrained.
Yes, well if it's a heavy bin then I'm sure some of these putters are well able to lift it. That's something I sometimes struggle with when the bin is very heavy.
You're no panda.
Don't think so. So, Mazur 1845 stays in 7th place. Musanidis in 6th, same for him. In front of both of them in 5th is Topolina. So, 20 metres exactly, but he's not interested in round numbers. Would quite like a medal, 20.58 needed for that. Well, it's another throw that's very close to his personal best of 2057.
Just looking back, I don't think Tobolino's ever been on the podium at the European Throwing Cup. He did finish 4th 2 years ago when we were back in this very stadium in Leiria.
Andre Toda is just 15 centimetres up on medals. We see Tobolino measured 1964, 5th round. Men's shot put A final, European Throwing Cup, coming to you live. These pictures from Leiria. Toda stands ready to go. Round with the rotation. Leg coming up high in the air. Marking down on 20 metres. 1972. So in the bright yellow vest, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Mesut Peza. So he's managed to survive the threat of those chasing behind on that scoreboard. What about going on the attack with 37 centimetres ahead to Scott Lincoln. Six-time Balkan champion if you include indoors and out. As I say, won this event 7 years ago. What about 2024? Not quite as much momentum, but still very effective from Peza. And this may threaten Scott Lincoln's position, although a little off to that left-hand side, maybe lost a bit of distance there. It actually isn't an improvement, it's just 2 centimetres off. With 20.56. Scott Lincoln raring to go. Coached by Paul Wilson very effectively over the last few years. Of course, at one point Paul talked Scott out of retirement when he wondered what the future would hold for him, and since then, of course, he's made a number of international championships, including going to the Tokyo Olympic Games, having a really strong start to the season, and that's a fantastic effort. And that could certainly be a season's best. Only been over 21 metres on a few occasions, including his PB of 21.28 in Brno in the Czech Republic 3 years ago. And then 3 times last year and once this year. 20.98. So Zane Weir remains in the lead. It's been cut ever so slightly. So he just straps up his glove and prepares to get going. Still pretty windy out there. 5th round, our leader Zane Weir on 21.35. Like we said with Remy Conroy of France in the javelin, having that advantage early in the competition, looking fairly comfortable. Always a chance of someone trying to threat. I think the red flag was raised there, though. I was just going to say what a big effort it looked like, but yes, only just slightly off, putting that foot up high. Just touching the board, sadly. It was a red flag, but wasn't raised that high. So, after 5 rounds, here's how it looks. So what can these athletes squeeze out of this competition in the final round? Musanidis.
Well, this is a good quality competition with 5 men over 20 metres or better. Musanidis is capable of going over 20 metres, a little bit shy of that at the moment with 19:30.
Well, personal best of 1998, so very close to it. Not today. Next we shall see Shimon Mazur, who's a little bit down on the rest of the field. Came in with a 1992 season's best and has 18:58. Mazur had a big start to the year. He's already had 7 competitions coming into today. Second at the Polish Indoor Championships in Torun last month. So that short of 20 metres, but with 18:58, that could be an improvement potentially. 18:77, by the way, for Musanidis, but red flag for Mazur. Carlos Tobolina will come up shortly. So I think certainly some of those red vests on the outside red coats are Spanish, but can't see close enough to define they're definitely all of them. Just on the spectators' far side. I think certainly some of them are.
There's a few Poles in there as well.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, whichever the country they're from, quite a few people cheering enthusiastically for Tobolina.
I think the Italians are on the bridge, the big
Yeah.
Italian contingent.
Yeah,
Seeing
potentially.
I think the Greeks are mixed in with them because it's a similar shade of blue, possibly a Pantone or two different. I do know that we have got a big Greek audience and Italian audience. That was certainly true this morning, and I'm sure they're tuning in to watch this live stream to see, well, Zane Weir leading the way, Odysseus Musanidis a little bit further back.
Yes, Tobolina of the Barcelona club, the 38-year-old. 1972 he finishes with. Andrei Toda of Romania. So watching this with real interest now. Only 15 centimetres still off a medal. That is just going to fall short. It's interesting to note that he comes in with a 20:43 best, but also all of his throws so far have been within some 93 centimetres of one another. Red flag in the final round. Mesut Pezer, every single put has been over 20 metres. But again, if he's greedy, and most athletes are, he'll want a bit more distance than that. 20:98 so far this year. 40 centimetres off Lincoln. $67 off Gold. Strong effort in the last round. Certainly what you'd want to try and produce from the 21-year-old Bosnian. Scott Lincoln's decided that he's going to try and get the crowd going too. 20.55 for Pezza, 3 centimetres off. His best so far. Scott Lincoln improving by that exact small margin in round number 5. So what can he produce here? 3 centimetres also off his season's best, don't forget. I think that is going to be another effort over 20 metres. But don't think it's going to be an improvement. Yeah, big respect to Mesut Pezza, one of 2 athletes who have 6 valid attempts and all over 20 metres. Scott Lincoln, I think this is going to be 5th over 20 metres, 5th attempt. Yes, 2030. So what about Zane Weir then? This is all about him going for distance. Confirms, of course, that Italy have added themselves as a 12th nation to win a gold medal.
Well, this victory will make up just a little bit for missing out on the medals at Glasgow at the World Indoor Championships when he finished 4th.
So Zane Weir of Italy, lovely rotation. He did look a little off balance at the end, so be very curious to see on the flag. It is white. So close to 22 metres. Good acceleration through the turns at the end. Really well with those hips and feet working in unison. 21.55, so adds 20 centimetres and ends up in the end being 44 off his championship record set here when he won 2 years ago. So really entertaining shot put competition with a nice intimate atmosphere with spectators very close all the way around. We're winning 21.55 from Lincoln. 20.98 Pezza improving to 20.58. Toda just missing out pretty close in the end. As we said, 5 athletes over 20 metres.
Good quality shot put competition. So just 2 finals still to go. The women's discus and then the men's under 23 javelin. And we'll carry on with the women's discus in just a few minutes, and we'll be staying at the National Throwing Centre where that will get underway very, very shortly. But in the meantime, Alex and I will just take a break very briefly from commentary. Please do stay with us though, because we've still got 2 more gold medals to be decided at the European Throwing Cup.
Senhoras e senhores, vamos dar início à cerimónia protocolar de entrega de medalhas referente ao lançamento do troféu podium. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony of the U23 Men. Entrega as medalhas desta cerimónia ao delegado e responsável da organização da European Athletics,
So we're ready to go with the women's discus. Just as a reminder, a little bit earlier, we did have around lunchtime the B final, won by Helena Levelarte of Finland with 55.34, just coming out on top by 1 centimetre from Dora Kerekes of Hungary with 55.33. Do expect quite a lot of these women to be throwing significantly further distances. Of course, yesterday, as I'm sure if you're watching closely, you will remember that a winner in the B final did come out with a gold medal. That was Marie-Therese Obst of Norway in the women's javelin after throwing a personal best of 61.69. However, the calibre of this field suggests that they're going to be a few throws over 60 metres, I would imagine. In terms of personal best, lifetime best, of course, we've got many women who've thrown over 64 metres and quite a few who've thrown over 66 metres. Included in this field, Bellina Robert-Michon, the veteran French discus thrower, silver medal at the Rio Olympic Games, and she's 44 years of age. She actually competed in the very first European Throwing Cup in Nice in 2001. How about that? She hasn't competed in every single European Throwing Cup, but she's competed in a fair number of them ever since. It's really going to be quite evenly matched, I think. We've got Liliana Carr, Portuguese thrower. She's done so well in this competition in the past. Liliana Carr won in 2021. Shanice Kraft, 2019-2023 winner. Daisy Osakua, 2022 winner. And Roby Michon herself won 3 times in 2014, 2016 and 2017. So indeed, with the exception of the now retired Nadine Muller, who won in 2018, we've got all the winners of the last decade. Into the bargain, we've got quite a lot of the silver and bronze medalists as well. So here we have the lineup of the women's discus final. Well, all standing there, just waiting to be presented. The crowd having moved around from the 2 shot put circles over to the right of this hammer and discus circle. Not far to go, probably about 100 metres or so. This is the penultimate event of this weekend. Already 14 of the 16 titles decided. Third on the list there, you can see the Swede, Vanessa Kamga, warming up, waving her arms around. We've got 2 French women, 2 Portuguese athletes, 2 Germans in there. And here's the first of the Portuguese athletes, Irina Rodrigues, 10 times national discus champion. She's followed by the French woman, Amanda Ngundu Ntumba, 3 times national shot put champion. Also an under-23 medalist in the discus. Vanessa Kamga of Sweden, 4 times Swedish discus champion. Yeva Gums of Lithuania. Gums comes here having been 12 times national shot put and discus champion. Daria Zabowska, the Pole, 5 times Polish discus champion, European under-23 silver medalist in 2017. Wandering through Lisa Brix Pedersen. We also saw Maria Steinecker of Germany there. Matja Toj. That's Daisy Asuka, winner in 2022. Melina Robert-Michon. Well, I'll go through many of her accolades and honours as we go through the competition. Liliana Carr, venerable Portuguese thrower, winner in 2021. And bringing up the rear, the defending champion and 2019 winner as well, Shanice Kraft. Kraft, equal with Robert-Michon in terms of personal bests. Frenchwoman and Shanice Kraft have 66.73 to their names as personal bests. As we look at Elena Rodriguez go into the circle for the first time, the very first thrower. Rodriguez, the Portuguese thrower, these days has to settle usually as the number 2 thrower behind Liliana Carr. Personal best of 63.96 in the 2016 European Throwing Cup. That occasion, Rodriguez finished out of the medals, but she has actually got medals from 2015, 219 and 221. So Rodriguez starts with a foul. Amanda Ngando Ntumba, the Frenchwoman, very good shot putter as well. We saw her in the B final of the shot put yesterday. So one of the very few athletes doing 2 events here. She's been busy with the shot indoors this year, but she's also had 1 outdoor discus competition where she threw 57.90. So Ngando Ntumba. Long pull on the discus, that 1 kilogram implement goes out to about 60 meters, possibly 59. Oh, 58.49 it is. So Vanessa Kamga just waiting to go into the circle, the Swede. Has a best of 61.65, which she set last September. So she finished off the season in fine form. Be able to assess how well her winter training has gone. Well, that's just over 55 metres. Somewhat modest start to the competition from Kamga. Last year she finished down in 11th place with 56.69. Kamga finished 5th on home soil in Yevla at the European Under-23 Championships in 2019. So Kamga, as you can see on your screen, and the little graphic in the lower left-hand corner, 55.60. Yeva Gums of Lithuania. Gums, 6 times outdoor shot put champion of Lithuania. And the same amount in the discus, 6 times discus champion, including the last 5 years. Also 5 times national indoor shot put champion, including this year and indeed the last few years, the last 5 years. Used to be American based during her collegiate career, spent 4 years at Oklahoma State University, had some very good results in the highly competitive American collegiate setup. Eva Gums going into the circle. .62.08, her best. That's down around 53 metres. Oh, she walks out. It's a foul for Gums. Of course, the Lithuanians also have several other good throwers as well, although she's the best of the group. So this is Leiria Zabowska. First attempt for the pole. Zabowska won a silver at the European Under-23 Championships in 2017. She's sort of plateaued out a little bit, Zabowska, in the last couple of years, from 2019 when she set a personal best of just over 62 metres. So Zabowska also fouling. Now Lisa Brix-Pedersen to go into the circle. European Throwing Cup silver medalist in 2022 behind Daisy Osakua. So fond memories of Leiria, as that was the first of the current 3-year stint, which comes to an end this weekend. Although I have a feeling we might be back in Leiria in the not too distant future, but we go to Nicosia in Cyprus for the next 3 years. So that's about 60 metres for Lisa Brix-Pedersen. Brix-Pedersen came 5th last year with 60.07. Has already had a couple of throws indoors in Sweden this year, in Vashko. A couple of throws over 56 metres. So Brix-Pedersen goes into the lead, 59.55. Marika Steinecker, the German, World University Games silver medalist back in 2015. 8th at the Olympics in 2021. Oh dear, clangs into the right side of the cage. So it didn't go very far. It'll get a red flag. Now we have Maria Tolj of Croatia going into the circle. Tolj leads the world outdoors so far this year. Through 64.23 at the Croatian Winter Championships just a few weeks ago. So she's in excellent form at the moment, Tolj. Not quite exhibited with that throw, probably around 57 metres. Seemed a bit slow across the circle. She moves up into second place in this very early stage of the competition with 58.69. Daisy Osakua, 2022 European Throwing Cup winner. Osakura, the Italian record holder, with 64.57 from last year. So foul for Osakura. Also, getting through this first round very quickly. Now, Melina Robert-Michon, three-time winner at the Cup. Well, Nadine Muller, the German, won 5 times at this Cup. But other than her, Robert-Michon is the most prolific winner. And that's a superb start from Robert-Michon. That's, I think, well in excess of 63 metres. It might even be 64 metres when the numbers come up. That's an absolutely great start by the veteran and venerable French woman. That's an absolutely terrific start to the competition for her. Now let's just hold our breath just a little bit. 62.38. Excellent start by Melina Robert-Michon. Well, last year she was very close to her best form with 65.49. Now, Liliana Carr, red flag for her, couldn't control her technique and just spun out. Let's just have a look at that again. All a bit wild from the Portuguese record holder. Now, bringing the first round to a close, Shanice Kraft, the defending European Throwing Cup winner. Can you call them champions? I suspect you can. We will anyway. Shanice Kraft, the defending champion. Oh, Kraft. Great exponent. Oh, no. Red flag for her. So at the end of the first round, leading by almost 3 metres, it's France's Melina Robert-Michon, the 2016 Olympic Games medalist. French woman starting off really well. Only 5 valid throws out of the 12 women throwing in this final. But we've got 5 more attempts to go for everybody. There's how it looks at the end of the first round. Confirmation of how well Robert-Michon's doing. Well, of course, for any French athlete, the target is the Paris Olympic Games. Robert-Michon, I think, is as good as got herself a seat. I don't think she needs a plane to get to Paris, probably a bus or a train. Oh, that's a good effort from Rodriguez, though. That's probably around the 60 to 61 metre mark. That's a terrific performance from Rodriguez. Well, last year she didn't get over 60 metres. 61.54 for Rodriguez. Well, that's her best throw for quite some time. And just looking back, I don't think she's thrown that far for several seasons. Now you have to go back to the start of 2022 to see a better throw from Rodriguez. So Ngundu and Tumba, I'm sure, motivated by what she'd just seen from Robert-Michon. Ngundu and Tumba Having a good effort in the first round, 58.49, just to get proceedings underway. And she gets a personal best of 60.90. That's a good mark from Ngundu and Tumba. Goes over 60 metres for the first time in her life. Previous best 59.91. So she's added 99 centimetres to her personal best with that effort. Well, I was thinking this before the start, and I just waited for confirmation. The windy conditions out there might actually provide a boon to these women throwers. I couldn't tell quite the direction of the wind, but it looks as though it's actually quite a helpful, somewhat quartering wind. We've already seen 3 extremely good performances, although Vanessa Kamga gets a red flag in the second round. Well, the cup record, I think it might be a bit of a stretch for any of these women to get the cup record, which stands at 68.89 to Nadine Muller from 2012, when this event was in Montenegro. But I think we could see some good throwing from the women nevertheless. Already 3 marks well in excess of 60 metres. So it's Yeva Gums. That's around the 58-metre mark. Gums' personal best of 62.08 dates back to 2021. So Gums, 57.91. Daria Zabowska goes into the circle. A little bit hesitant with her last step, and the release goes out quite wide over onto the left-hand side of the sector, only just about a metre inside the line, but it does stay in. So Zabowska, 56.87, comes up on the infield scoreboard and on your screens. Now, Lisa Briggs-Pedersen, 59.55, a good start for Pedersen in the first round. She's subsequently seen 3 women go over 60 metres and more. So the Dane, well, she's just seen her colleague, Katrin Koch-Jacobsen, take Denmark's first ever European Throwing Cup win in the women's hammer just a short while ago. Wonder what influence that's got to have on Pedersen. It's just over 55 metres. So she started well, but her second throw not quite so good. Member of the famous Danish club, the Sparta Club, probably the leading athletics club for many years in Denmark. Danish record holder at 62.22 as we look at Steinacker of Germany going to the circle. Just to confirm, Lisa Briggs-Pedersen got 56.41. Steinacker, foul in the first round for the German. Well, Germans, of course, hold the world record and the European record in addition to the cup record. Gabrielle Reinsch still holding that mark of 76.80 from 1988. So right out to the right-hand side of the sector, Steinacker gets a valid effort of 56.28. It's a bit slow coming up on your screen. I saw it first. It's not a competition. The competition's out there in the middle of the Leiria National Throwing Centre. So Maria Tolj going into the circle, the Croatian. Thrown more than 64 metres outdoors this year. Tolj finished 8th in the World Championships in Eugene in 2022. Something of a slightly erratic big-time performer. Also won the Mediterranean Games title a few years ago, as well as the European Under-23 Championships. So it does have some gold medals to her name, but sometimes underperforms on the big stage. And she got a foul there. Now Daisy Osakua, 2022 European Cup winner. It was only last year that Osakua finally grabbed the Italian record, which had been on the books to Agnesa Maffais for 17 years. And eventually she did. 64.57 for Osakua. But she's got a second red flag here. So Robert Michon laid down a real marker with that 62.38 in the first round. I have to say, assuming that she's fit and healthy and goes to Paris, she's going to be very much everybody's sentimental favourite, and I think she likes that. That's a good throw. That is very close to 65 metres. That is a superb effort for all the Frenchmen. Not quite over 65 metres, but that is a huge effort in this competition. And that might well be an outdoor world lead. Let's just see what numbers come up. It's a little bit short. It was a bit deceiving, I think. But 61.89, still better than anyone else has managed, other than herself with that 62.38. So Liliana Carr goes into the circle, the Portuguese record holder. At best has thrown over 66 metres. No, into the cage. Just spun out of her right hand and straight into the right hand side of the cage. So 2 fouls for Liliana Carr. Shanice Kraft's turn. Well, we're going to stay with the women's discus as we look at Shanice Kraft conclude the second round. But just to let you know, the men's under-23 javelin is about to get underway in the municipal stadium, the Dr. Nogales Pachoa Stadium, in just about 5 minutes' time. And you can follow all the results on the European Athletics website, www.european-athletics.com. I'm sure we'll switch over to the municipal stadium when this event has been concluded at roughly around 6 o'clock. Javelin will probably still have a round or two still to go. You can also watch that feed directly without commentary on the European Athletics YouTube channel. So there's confirmation of how things look at the end of the second round, and it's still Melina Robert-Michon in the lead with 62.38. Irina Rodriguez 61.54 in the first round, and she was seeded to start first. But that's a foul for the Portuguese athlete. Really, she has nothing to lose. That really was a superb effort for Rodriguez. She can just go for broke now and get a really good mark, a really big mark. Following her into the circle. This has really upset the seedings because the woman seeded first. You see the second place at the woman, and the woman seeded second, who's just run out of the front. Amanda Ngundu Ntumba. Set a personal best of 60.90, personal best by 99 centimetres, and is in third place at the moment.
Yeah, and Gander and Timber was also in the shot put yesterday, of course.
Finished second in the B final, if I remember right.
I think she finished third.
You might, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, but she did at least lead it at some point, and then I think you're right. She got overtaken. It's been a long weekend for all of us, and well, Alex Seftel and myself, Phil Minchell. We're nice and dry, but it's been a tough weekend as well for the officials and the volunteers, and all credit to them. A big shout out from everybody at European Athletics, for everybody involved in the local organising committee. Vanessa Kamga manages to stay in the circle, and it's going to be measured at roughly around 57 metres. 55.60 in the first round. Ninth at the moment, and it was 57.53 for Kamga. She moves up to 7th. Here we comes 57.91 in the last round. Should say round just to avoid any confusion. We are in round 3 of 6. At that, it did go to about 54 metres. You could see by the way that the discus was wobbling as it left her hand. She sort of put a bit too much top spin on it, really. If the angle's not 100% right, that's the effect you get. It still went out to 53.47. That was really on strength alone. So it's the turn of Daria Zavavska. 56.87 in the last round for the pole. Five-times national champion in the discus in the last 5 years. Zavovska. 60.63. Slightly deceptive where the discus fell, but she becomes the 4th woman to throw over 60 metres in this competition. So, Danish record holder Lisa Brix Pedersen. So after toweling off and drying off a discus just to get better purchase on it, Brix Pedersen enters the circle. 59.55 in the first round. Not quite there on this occasion, but she picks up a towel and wanders back to shelter. She's got to pick up her own discus as well, retrieve that before going back and putting on her tracksuit top. Discus getting plenty of attention. Nothing better than a dry discus. As we look at Marika Steinacker going into the circle. Steinacker, 56.28 for the German. '22 was her real breakthrough year, after being really a little bit lower down the rankings as far as the German discus throwers was concerned for many years. For a long time she concentrated on her studies. She's a fashion designer as well. So that's over 55 metres, probably about 56 metres. Steinacker, well, lived the dream, made the Olympics and made the Olympic final. Also throw a personal best of 64.55 in 2022. .56.06, so no improvement for Steinacker. As Maria Tolj goes into the circle for the third time. Personal best of 64.71 from 2022. We went close to that just a few weeks ago in Split. And she got behind that. Very strong athlete, Tolj. That's come down close to 65 metres, right out on the right-hand edge of the sector. I think it's could well challenge Robert Michon for the lead. As I say, from where we are sitting, sometimes where the discus falls is deceptive. 62.25 for Maria Tolj. So she's just in second place by 13 centimetres. That really does confirm that she's in good shape following that 64 metre plus throw in Split just a few weeks ago. Now, Daisy Osakua. What can the 2022 European Throwing Cup champion do? Technically a good throw, but she wasn't that quick across the circle. She looked as though she didn't really get a very long pull on it. Of course, at this level, it can be so incremental, the difference between a really good throw and a more modest, perhaps mediocre throw. Kerr started with 2 fouls, but has got a valid throw in. It's 57.63. There's more to come though from Osakua. Now, Robert Michon, the event leader. She's won 3 European Cups in the past. Is she on her way to a 4th here in Leiria? 62.39 for the Frenchwoman at the moment, but being pressed by Maria Tolj now. Well, don't think that's quite as far as her earlier effort, but it's still a good throw, probably over 60 metres.
Yeah, Maria Tolj is, of course, the best in the world this year with her 64.23, and Robert Michon has at least climbed up that list as high as in the top 6.
Not quite over 60 metres though, 59.56. Now Liliana Carr, penultimate throw in this third round, as we're getting close to the halfway point in this competition. Carr hasn't got a valid throw in yet, and the throws so far, the first two, frankly, quite poor efforts. Winding up, fast across the circle, and that was a long whipping action, so that looks like a good valid throw. Now 57 metres, that'll give her a bit of a confidence boost. .56.22. Now that she's got a valid mark in, even though this isn't a championship, which means that there's a cut after 3 rounds, usually 8 athletes going forward for a final 3 throws through to the 6th round. She at least has got a confidence boosting throw in. So Shanice Kraft in the same position as Liliana Carr, no valid mark to her name at the moment. Oh well, the body language says everything. She's a bit disappointed with it. Having said that, it's flown out to about 63 metres. Just sort of flailed around, I think, in slight exasperation. But having said that, it really did go a long way. You'd have thought she'd be leaping up and down a little bit. No emotion from Shanice Kraft. Well, she does take the lead. That is a big throw with 63.33. That's the situation at the halfway point. Shanice Kraft has just gone straight into the lead. The first valid throw, 63.33. Melina Robert-Michon, 62.38. And Maria Tolj, 62.22. This is turning into a very good competition. And here's one of the women who's made it so. Karina Rodriguez, 61.54. Anything over 60 metres is a good throwing on a day like this, and it's getting very, very chilly out there, notwithstanding the fact that there's some helpful breezes and helpful winds. Rodriguez, don't think that's an improvement for the Portuguese athlete. Oh yes, it is. It's an absolutely massive throw. What? 66.60 for Rodriguez. Well, I don't think she knew, and I certainly didn't know how far it had gone. But that is an astonishing result. So that is a huge world lead for Rodriguez. Into the bargain, that's a new Portuguese record as well by 20 centimetres. Not surprisingly, all the photographers are gathering around. Now, how can the rest of the athletes respond? I'd love to see that throw again, because it really didn't look from our perspective as though it was anything like as far as that. But nevertheless, I'm not going to disagree with the judges. 66.60.
Yes, I mean, she's improved on her personal best by 2 metres and 64 centimetres indeed. And that personal best was set here in 2016. That was 8 years ago. And yeah, you're right. As Liliana Sarr, her teammate, of course, in this competition, previously held the national record. Also here again, 2021. But yeah, what just reward it would be, of course, for the organisers, especially as we are moving venue for next year. We won't be coming back to Leiria. We're going to Nicosia, Cyprus, certainly in Cyprus. So real reward for them, and all the hard work across the bad weather as well.
Yeah. Well, what a way to finish the competition. Portuguese victories. Well, there have been a few over the years, but they don't come that frequently. And at the moment, Irina Rodriguez is more than 3 meters ahead of Shanice Kraft. Well, Kraft does have a personal best better than Rodriguez's mark. Shanice Kraft has thrown 66.73. I'm just wondering whether she can respond, whether she could produce a personal best. But that was quite some result from Rodriguez. I'm looking, I think they may be doing an official measurement with a metal tape, since it is a Portuguese national record.
Oh, we'll have to keep our fingers crossed as a result. Certainly there's plenty of people that appear to be gathered round the circle just outside of it.
And what a result for Rodriguez as well. Well, she took the silver medal in 2018 and 2021, and the bronze in 2015 and 2019, but she's now in the gold medal position. I'm just wondering whether we can persuade our director in Leiria to show us a replay of that, because that really is, frankly, the performance of these cups so far, isn't it, Alex? You know, we've had some good results. We've had a couple of European leading marks yesterday, but that's a world lead.
Yes, nothing that's been hugely outstanding in that sense, quite on this level.
So back to the competition. It's got our heart rate pounding, and it's Amanda Ngundu and Tumba, another 60-meter plus thrower. She threw a personal best of 60.90. Well, that's around the 60-meter mark for Ngundu and Tumba as well. Ngundu and Tumba. Well, that's also better than her previous best before today, 60.42, but she's already thrown 60.90. So, Vanessa Kamga. Has bounced 55 meters, just a bit short of that. Measuring stick goes in at around 54 meters. But the thing is, with these big throws, with Kraft having thrown 63.33, Robert Michon 62.39, some of the other women further down, just picking out the likes of Lisa Grex Pedersen or Daisy Oskua, will think to themselves, I can do that as well. I can get the discus well over 60 meters.
Yes, and also just think about Rodriguez. She's so experienced. She's 33 years of age, and she hasn't had a personal best in 8 years. So, you know, the kind of the motivation that would have been needed, you know, obviously she has had medal placing since then at these championships at home, but to produce the best throw of your life when you've been waiting so long for something like that is sensational.
Well, I'll tell you what, tomorrow morning I'm going to be going into the websites of Abola and the other Portuguese sports newspapers and just seeing what she's had to say for herself about that. So I'd love to know what she's been doing over the winter. As we look, well, at Yeva Gooms, going just over 55 meters. Probably not as far as her third round 57.33. Say 57.91. Slightly misread my notes. So 56.03 for the Lithuanian. No improvement for her. Daria Zabowska Zabowska, 62.36 personal best, which dates back almost 5 years to 2019. That's a red card for Zabowska. And it's Lisa Briggs Pedersen, who we've mentioned a few times, going into the circle now. Briggs Pedersen going through the ritual of drying off her discus, making sure her feet are dry as well, which is equally important. Starts from a very low position, sort of hops and skips across the circle, but that's another good throw as well. Around the 57-meter mark, I think. Maybe a bit closer, perhaps, to the 60 meters. So he hops and skips there, but gets a long pull on the discus. 59.66 for Briggs Pedersen. She moves up into 7th place in this very good competition. Improvement of 11 centimeters for the Dane. So Marika Steinacker, 56.28 in the second round for the German. Oh, that's a good effort from Steinacker. Now, was it in the sector? Because it's about 60 meters. Yeah, I think she did get the white flag. It is being measured. Really good effort from Steinacker there. As you can see, it is being measured right on the far side, the right-hand side of the sector. It's a little bit difficult to judge with the naked eye. As I say, we did get slightly fooled by that massive throw of Irina Rodriguez. And it's just coming through. 60.90 for Steinacker. Excellent throw from the German. That's one of the best of her life. Well, in terms of depth, I think this is proving to be one of the best competitions of this Cup. The penultimate title to be decided. We've also got the men's under-23 javelin going on in the Leiria Municipal Stadium. And you can watch that without commentary on the European Athletics YouTube channel. And I'm really glad we're staying with this because this is a great competition. And that's dropping well over 60 meters as well. Maria Tolj, well, with that big jump, big throw of Rodriguez, jumping up and down with delight. I think it's another one over 60 meters. She has 62.25 in the last round. Yeah, that's well over 60 meters once again for Tolj. 61.31. But it doesn't improve her standing because she's got 62.25 in the third round. Now, as that old song goes, Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer do. Let's see a big throw from Daisy Oskowa. How do you respond to those 60-meter throws? Where's it gone? Play hunt the discus.
Well, it is nearly Easter.
Nope, giving us a foul. Caught out there. I think it went out of the sector, out on the right-hand side. So, Melina Robert-Michon has been relegated to third place after that massive throw by Irina Rodriguez of 66-60, and also the throw in the third round from Shanice Kraft of 63-33.
69th time that she's been called up for France for national selection, and that, of course, equals a French record as publicised by the Federation in the build-up to this, a record that was held by a shot putter called Léonard Berthimont, former Mediterranean Games winner from 1979. Competed in 11 European Cups. I'm sure that helped with the selection.
Those being the old European Cups, I think, of the
Yes, that's
Team
right.
Championships, the predecessor of the European Team Championships,
Correct.
rather than the European Throwing Cup.
Yes.
So, Melina Robert-Michon, I'm sure she's going to have that particular domestic accolade to herself very shortly. Not quite sure what the hold-up is.
It may be that they do pause during the medal ceremonies. I can just hear the faint murmur of a national anthem in the very, very background.
Ah, excellent. Your hearing's better than mine, Alex. Thank you very much for that.
I mean, that's one possible explanation. It's
I
not
think
definitive.
that is. I think that's probably the best explanation, and sometimes the most obvious one is the right one. No, well spotted, or well heard, I should say.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists.
Well, the medal ceremony is getting done quickly, and of course we are wrapping up quite a few medal ceremonies, both here in the National Throwing Centre and also over in the Municipal Stadium. So, it won't be too disturbing, that very brief hiatus. Melina Robert-Michon going into the circle for the fourth time. Led from the first round with 62-38 until Shanice Kraft, the very last throw of the last round, popped the discus out to 63-33. How can she respond to Kraft and that massive throw from Irina Rodriguez? But she likes it. Oh yeah, that's bang on around 63 metres. I think that might well be an improvement for Melina Robert-Michon. Jumped up and down with excitement. Well, as dusk starts to fall over Leiria, it is a little bit difficult sometimes to spot where the discus is falling. That's why we were a little bit confused. It was over towards the far right hand side with Rodriguez's big throw. 62.05 for Melina Robert-Michon. So not quite as far as her first round effort, but she's putting together quite a series. Now, Liliana Carr finally got a valid mark in with the last throw. Oh, it's not happening for Carr at the moment. Or is it? That looked a really untidy throw, but it looks as though she sent the discus over 60 metres. I'm sure... Oh, I think she must have spun out, though. Let's have a look at that again. I did think it was a terribly untidy... Yes, there we see it. Just for a moment, she managed to stay in, but then her momentum took her out. Well, there's quite a few Germans in the crowd, and Shanice Kraft exhorting them to clap and support her. How does she respond, having been, for just one throw, the event leader? Well, that's not quite how anybody would have wanted her to respond, by sending it straight into the cage. So a red flag for Kraft.
Agora seguimos com Lina e seguimos com Portugal e seguimos com...
This is how things look at the end of this absolutely enthralling and very exciting women's discus competition. Irina Rodriguez with that world lead and new national record of 66.60 leads the way for Portugal. Shanice Kraft in second, 63.33. Melina Robert-Michon, 62.38. Now Irina Rodriguez goes back in the circle for her fifth attempt. Her last throw being that massive 66.60. And it's another huge throw. It's a huge throw. Not quite as far as her previous one. But I think that would have been in excess of her previous personal best as well. It's about 64 metres. 63.13 for Rodriguez. What can you say? I think she's on fire, isn't she? And now Amanda Ngandu and Tumba, along with Rodriguez, the other woman in this field to have set a personal best in this competition. It's 60.90. 99 centimetres better than she'd ever done prior to about an hour ago. Even less than that. About half an hour ago. So it goes into the cage. It's a quick red flag for Ngundu and Tumba. She has one more throw left in the final round. Very quickly, Alex, can you give us an update on the men's under-23 javelin?
Certainly, yes. Just quickly, so Mohammed Hanifi Zengin, personal best to lead 76.15 ahead of Giovanni Frattini, also a PB 75.05, and then Lenny Brissot of France 72.70 with some 7 athletes over 70 metres.
Well, leaning over your shoulder as we see Vanessa Kamga throw there. I can see we're in the middle of the third round in that particular competition, so I'm sure after this absolutely brilliant women's discus competition comes to an end, we'll get over to the municipal stadium and we'll be able to catch the last couple of rounds of the men's under-23 javelin. But if you are particularly wanting to watch that, and I'm sure many of you are, it's on European Athletics YouTube channel without commentary. So Kamga fouled her fourth round throw, I should say. So it's now Yeva Gums of Lithuania. That's a good effort from Gums as well. Could well be a big improvement from Gums, going to around the 60-metre mark. See, Gums 59.69, so she leaps up a couple of places, now in 8th place in this very high quality competition. Daria Zabowska, one of the few women who's been slightly disappointing in this competition. So another foul for the pole. 60-63 for her in the third round. She's had 3 fouls as well in this competition. Of course, in reality, in a championship setting and a cup setting like this, you only need one good throw. So Lisa Brix Pedersen, she's in 9th place at the moment. Improved to 59.66 in the previous round, the fourth round. Not quite as far. She's had 2 throws over 59 metres, the Dane, but that's more or less around the 57-metre mark. .745 for Brix Pettersson. So she stays exactly where she is, in 9th place at the moment. Well, Marika Steinacker, almost 61 metres with her last effort. Really good one, 60.98. But the quality of this competition is such that it's only currently good enough for 5th place. To improve by more than a metre to go up a place. Maria Tolj in 4th at the moment with 62.25. Well, released goes wide. Just stayed in, I think. Just really, just a few centimetres inside the sector, as you can see. No, given as a foul. Of course, with optical instruments, can detect exactly the distance and where the discus lands. So Maria Tolj, 62.25 for the former world leader. Into the netting, pings out, doesn't go very far, probably about 25-30 metres despite pinging the netting, so it's a red flag for Tolj. Daisy Osakura, well, not having the best of her competitions, but the Italian record holder goes into the circle for the 5th time. Former winner of the Cup, as I've mentioned on a couple of occasions. Finished 4th last year, got over 60 metres last year, as well as winning in 2022. That's a red flag, just almost clipping one of the officials. Osaka has been training in Australia until returning to Italy in the middle of last month. Had some good throws out in Australia, 61.57, her best out there. But she's got one more throw. Melina Robert-Michon. Two throws over 62 metres, and she's currently in 3rd place with her opener of 62.38. Oh, that looks like another good effort from Robert-Michon. Well, certainly over 60 metres. But at this distance, I don't think it's an improvement on her 62.38. .60.16, so no improvement, but Melina Robert-Michon, 3-time winner of the Cup, stays in 3rd place at the moment. Now Liliana Carr finds herself in the rather surprising position of bringing up the rear. 12th place for the former champion, and she's looking at Irina Rodrigues, her compatriot, taking not only the title, but she's also taken her Portuguese record. So that's a better one, roughly at around the 60-metre mark. That'll move her up without a doubt.
Yes, as neat as it looks to have the Portuguese athletes bookending the scoreboard, she'd like to be much higher. And yes, she is our 8th athlete now over 60 metres.
60.45 for Liliana Carr.
And now, to draw for a captain, the silver medal position so far.
As a point of reference, last year we only had 5 women over in this particular venue. Over 60 metres. When it was won by this woman, Shanice Kraft. 12 months ago, she threw 64.88. Currently in second place with 63.33. That's a good effort. I don't think it's quite as far as her third round, 63.33, looking at where the officials are putting in the optical measuring device. Nevertheless, still a good effort, quite well over 60 metres. 60.91 for Kraft. So at the end of the 5th round, the lead stays with the new Portuguese record holder, Irina Rodrigues, with that world-leading 66.60. Shanice Kraft in second, and Melina Robert-Michon, as they were at the end of the 4th round. So, Rodrigues in absolutely scintillating form. A backup throw of 63.13 as well. An excellent throw from her in the 5th round. What can she do with the very last throw of the competition? Oh, it's another massive throw once again. Take a bow, Irina Rodrigues. Absolutely deserved. Well, we moved away very quickly from the infield. I think it dropped down at just a few centimetres shy of 65 metres. She's got it right. Everything fell into place there. $63.93 for Irina Rodrigues. So she leads the way with 66.60, and it's going to be very, very difficult. All barring Kraft and Robert-Michon are going to have to throw personal bests if they're to overtake her. And even Kraft and Robert-Michon's personal best of 66.73. Well, that's a real tall order as well. Ngundu Ntumba. She's thrown a personal best, but runs out of the front. Nevertheless, she'll be happy. She's had 2 throws better than she arrived with. First time over 60 metres in this competition. 60.90 in the 2nd round. 60.42 in the 4th. Finishing off with 2 fouls. Ngundu and Ntumba having an excellent day as well at the office. Vanessa Kamga, currently in 12th place in this 12-woman field, 57.53. Oof, spin, yep, that's going to be a red flag. Just tumbles out the side. Looked as though the angle of release was very high as well. Discus came down at around 60 metres, which would have been an improvement, but she just spun out over to the left-hand side of the circle. So, Eva Gums improved to 59.69 in the last round. Can she finish with a flourish and become the 9th competitor over 60 metres in this competition? The best ever competitions in terms of depth, with 8 women over 60 metres. Just comes down very flat at around 45 metres. No, Gums says don't bother measuring it. Walks out once she sees where it lands. Puts on that bright yellow Lithuanian tracksuit top her day in Leiria is finished. So Daria Zabowska. 66 for Zabowska in front of her, and Gundu and Tumba at 60.90 if she wants to move up a place. That's shy of 60 metres. So gets the white flag. It'll be measured. It's worth measuring. Has a bit of luster to your series, but it's not going to be an improvement. 58.16 for Zabowska to finish off her throwing. She finishes with a best of 60.63. Lisa Briggs Pedersen, not that far off the 60 metre mark. 59.66 in the fourth round. This the final throw for the Danish record holder. Really nothing to lose. She can give it everything. Just needs to improve by another 3 centimetres to overtake Gooms. Move up to 9th, and then the sky's the limit. No, out wide. Going to get a red flag. Drops down just outside the right side of the circle of the sector. Marika Steinacker, she was over 60 metres I think with the fouled throw in the previous round, and has a best of 60.98 from round 4. So Marika Steinacker winding up for her last throw in the cut. No. Hits the cage, ricochets out. Looks to be a red flag for Steinacker. She currently in 5th place at the moment. A couple of throwers behind her who could still overtake her. They are measuring it. It's not going to be anything that makes much of a difference to this contest. Wait and see what they're doing. Oh yes, I think we have another victory ceremony though, which is probably holding up confirmation of the results. Next to go into the circle will be the woman you can see there, Maria Tolj. Did you hear any ceremony music, Alex? Your hearing's better than mine.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
See, the blue carpet though has been replaced by some green padding.
Steinacker's wondering what happened to her result. Still waiting to see it displayed.
Just while we are waiting, I can give you a little update.
And it was confirmed as a foul for Steinacker. Please do go ahead with that update.
Yes, I shall do that. So Frattini now ahead, 76.21. 6 centimetres separating the top two. Zengin pushed down to 3rd, the Turk. And then Vlad Alexandru Turcu of Romania. He's just improved with a personal best, 74.51. So you can watch that without commentary on the European Athletics YouTube channel in the 4th round.
Yes, midway through the fourth round, so I think there's a fair bet we'll have time to go over and possibly see the best part of the last two rounds. Should be very nice to see the European Throwing Cup come to a conclusion. But in the meantime, we've still got 5 throws to go in this competition, including this woman, Maria Tolj. Oh no, spun out. See Tolj's last throw again. I thought she spun out. No, she stayed in. She's going to be at around 60, 61 meters, I think. Perhaps not as good as her best throw of 62.25 in the third round. Toll's very engaged. Waiting to see how well it was. 62.46. No, it was an improvement. And it takes her back past Melina Robert-Michon. Well, it didn't look quite as far as that with the naked eye, but it shows you that sometimes you can be deceived. 62.46 for the Croatian. She moves up into a podium position. But Melina Robert-Michon is still to come. This is Daisy Oskua. Not been a good competition for Oskua. So she finishes with a red flag. Only one valid throw for Oskua. 57.63. Now, Melina Robert-Michon. She's gradually seen her push down the standings. After 2 rounds, she was in the lead with 62.38. And then people have gone past her. First, Shanice Kraft, 63.33. Then Irina Rodriguez with that huge 66.60. And now pushing her out of the medals just a minute or two ago, Maria Tolj, 62.46. So, Robert-Michon needs 62.46 or better. Yelling at the discus. And it could well have gone just a little bit further. So, bated breath. It's not going to be as far as Irina Rodriguez, that's for sure. Just look at that. What do you make it? 62.46, exactly the same distance as Maria Tolj, but Melina Robert-Michon moves back into third place on the basis of her backup effort in the first round of 62.38. So just 2 throwers to come. Liliana Carr struggling until the last round, and then she managed to pop out a throw over 60 meters, 60.45. But in this high quality competition, she's down in 8th. How can Liliana Carr finish? Well, she finishes quite well, but it's not quite over 60 meters, so there's not going to be any improvement, which means, oh, and she's walked out. Yes, she knows that wasn't going to make any difference to her standing. That does mean that Melina Robert-Michon is absolutely confirmed as being on the podium in third place with 62.46. Now, Shanice Kraft would have to get into personal best territory. Has a personal best of 66.73, so she has thrown further than Rodriguez. Won last year with nearly 65 meters, but needs to do better than that. Is that good enough? It's a good throw. It's a very good throw indeed, but it's not going to be enough to overtake Rodriguez. It's close to the 65-meter line. Definitely an improvement for Shanice Kraft. One of the best throws of her life, but it means that she stays in second place. She hands over her European Throwing Cup title to Irina Rodriguez. 63.70. An improvement in the last round with the very last throw of this competition for Shanice Kraft. But it is Irina Rodriguez, who was the very first woman to throw in the round, who comes out as the very best thrower in this women's discus throw. 66.70, a world-leading mark and a Portuguese national record for Irina Rodriguez. As we look at the complete results all the way down to Vanessa Cambier in 12th, just to confirm, but Shanice Kraft of Germany second with 63.70, Melina Robert-Michon third with 62.46. And indeed, we do capture the last couple of rounds of the men's javelin in the under-23 category.
I think this is the second athlete from Liechtenstein I've seen this weekend. Matthias Verling. And an athlete in the discus yesterday. So Verling in 14th place on 58.90. There are 12 competitors still going. A couple that have retired. Sebastian Surbala, who had 2 fouls, and Ben East of Great Britain, who has 65.63 for 13th place. Red flag for Verling. So top 3, Fratini, Zengen and Turciu of respective order of Italy, Turkey, Romania, all with personal bests, and a couple of others, 6th and 7th place, have PBs too. One of them is Sajewski. 70.96 for him. And that's his first ever throw over 70 metres. In fact, he hadn't gone over 68 before today. So, yeah, better conditions today, particularly perhaps to end the session. And a really exciting discus competition. Big PB for Irina Rodriguez of Portugal, the 33-year-old. Portuguese record 2, big world lead. That was fantastic. So, yeah, Sajewski, one of the lower ranked athletes coming into this. In fact, I think lowest of all. Finds himself in 6th place. Foul there, so over to the man in front of him in the standings in 5th, Filip Dominkovic on 71.84. So needs an improvement around 2.70 meters to get onto the podium at the moment as things stand. So this is the under-23 final, having seen the A final a little earlier on today. It was won by Artur Felfner, Zajewski's teammate, with 81.89 from Novac, the Romanian 80.73, Kiriatsis 80.52 for Greece, with 4 athletes over 80 metres.
Perhaps it's worth mentioning that Felfner would have been eligible to compete in the under-23 competition, but of course found it more valuable to move up to the seniors. Felfner, of course, the long-distance favourite for the European under-23 title in Bergen in 2025.
Yeah, Herzog as well. Fratini then, big personal best in this competition as well. As I was saying, came in with 73.78 and has improved to 76.21. Red flag in round number 5. Only leads by 6 centimetres. Zengin, you can see there in 2nd. He's had a small improvement by comparison, but still quite impressive. Half a metre added to his PB, which was also set this year, so his progression compared to 2023, very impressive. Joao Fernandes, I wonder if he also ends his throw with a somersault. We'll shortly find out anyway. Midway inside the 5th round. Well, he has time to go back. As long as there is a clock that's still ticking. Long run up off the outside of the track. Now withdraws and now throws and turns as he dives down on the ground. Red flag though. Just leant over deliberately. So on to Oisin Joyce of Ireland, who has also added a little fraction to his personal best. 70.56 has become 70.84 for the Irish senior champion. It was quite a rare treble for the man who's currently 19. He won the Irish senior title, Irish under 20 title, and also Irish schools as well. Basically, he's the Irish number 1. He was also at the European under 20s, finishing 6th there. So Joyce 64.08, somewhere back from previous. On to Vlad Alexandru Turcu. I think we said this last year at the European Under-20s, but Turcu obviously a great javelin throwing venue, so he ought to get himself off to the Pavanumi Games sometime soon. Long withdrawal and nice angle of release there. Javelin sits down at over 70 meters. Does already have 74.51 though. That came just a few moments ago in round number 4. So those couple of retirements mean that we have 6 throws left of this penultimate round, I make it. Jakob Rahm will be next to go for Sweden. We're talking about countries that are strong in field events, but maybe there's one field event they haven't perhaps produced, you know, a world-class thrower of late. And with Sweden having Daniel Stoll and Mondo Duplantis and some decent shot putters, including Fonny Roos and Axina Johansson, maybe haven't produced a top-class javelin thrower in a short while.
Yes, you have to really... There's Kim Am, who, to be fair, is pretty decent, throwing in the low to mid-80s. So, and of course, going back to the 80s, they did have Dag Venland, who got a world record. He held the world record briefly.
.69.54 for Rahm, so stays where he is positionally. This is Jan Vishka. 68.68 was his opening round throw. First competition of the year for him. Personal best of 74.44 for the reigning Czech under-20 champion. Also won the under-23 silver. And was a finalist at the European under-20s. Gets the red flag in his penultimate round. So next will be the man who is in second place and was previously in the lead and is still only behind by 6 centimeters. As I said, Muhammed Hanifi Zengin of Turkey. And Zengin, once again, very happy with that. It is pretty close to 80 meters, so is he about to retake the lead once more?
Sure whether that's a foul or not. Just wait and see.
Well, Zengin's having a terrific year. Turkish under-20 champion the last 2 seasons. 5th at the European under-20s last summer.
Looks like they are measuring it. Eden next looks right.
73 meters 6. On to Jakob Eberle. 75.40 for a personal best this year. Well short of that. 3rd at the German Winter Throwing Championships recently in Halle, another excellent throwing venue near Leipzig. Has its own international meeting, Halle Wuppertal. And the 23 competition. Lenny Brissot of France getting some great support. He's been pushed outside of the top 3 by Turku and has 72.70, but that could be very close to an improvement. 74.13 on personal bests, and in ranked very highly coming into this competition. $72.70 again for Brissot. Same as second round. Eric Kolodziak of Poland then. 66.24 from the first round, lies in 11th place. .24 remains his best. 65.82 latest measurement to come up. Matthias Verling. .64-meter thrower at best. 58 today. Let's see if he can get closer to 60 now. Didn't fully attack that runway though. See, entering the withdrawal phase quite early. Verling, red flag in this final round, kicking it off. Ilya Sayevsky, 70.96 so far, personal best. Been fantastic so far, and that looks like another PB. Does it get the white flag? This could be an incredible addition of distance just across this past hour. Potentially inspired by the efforts of Feltner. There's no improvement actually. In fact, 69.76. It is another throw that would have been a PB as of earlier this afternoon at the start of the day. Filip Dominkovic in 5th place, 71.84. There's that big gap of 2.70 meters up to the podium. Just under a metre to 4th place and Lenny Brissot on 72.70. Really well to stop in time before the line there. So this is the conclusion then of 2 days of action at the European Throwing Cup. U23 Men's Javelin, and we are well into this final round. And the way the seeding has worked, our leader at this point seeded quite early on in the throwing order, so this is his last go. It was a 6 centimetre lead over Zengin of Turkey. Throws quite early there, potentially lost a metre. Does get a white flag at least. So still Frattini, Zengin, Turcu, our top 3. Frattini the first of those to throw here. Another European under-20 finalist coming up to 3 years ago. Personal best 73.78 coming into today. So that's just under 2.5 meters he's added to it. And he's gone over 73 meters 3 times today. On to João Fernandes in 10th place. Just under 2 meters off Vishka in front of him, who's also not thrown yet. So he's 6th in the order out there. 13 still going here. Well, they've got a somersault. It was an acrobatic finish. And then the speed on the runway. Shoulder goes back. Foot comes into block. Quite an exciting final motion before that throw, and indeed followed through after the throw. So Oisin Joyce in 7th place, needs 12 centimeters to go up 1 and a meter to go up into the top 5. Let's see what he can do. 70-84 so far. Shapes the throw quite early, but does attack the final stage of that runway. Heading off to that right hand side. It was a red flag, by the way, for the Portuguese athlete just before. Joyce with a very solid series, headlined by that second round. 66.95. So becomes the first athlete to get in 6 valid measurements. Turku in 3rd. He's 1 meter 64 off silver, 1 meter 70 off gold, and that may be a little short. I believe it's 65 on the left. $71.70. So shortly we'll see Zengin have one final go to take the gold medal in the last round. Before that, this is Jakov Ram in 8th place. Obvious target would be to go over 70 meters in this competition. 73.91 throw at best. This is his first competition of the year, Jakov Ram. 9th at the European Under-23s last year. Swedish Under-23 champion who was 5th at the Finn Kampen match between the two neighbouring nations. So red flag final round for Ram. Lowest Ram can finish realistically probably 9th or 10th. Visca 1 place behind him. Let's see if he can improve. No. So really interested to see what Zengin can do given this last opportunity. 19 years of age, just 3 seasons prior to this one as a thrower. Coming into this year with a 74.18 PB. So 2 meter improvement, and it's only March. Here comes the Turkish teenager. One last go to try and get that gold medal, but javelin comes down sharply. Shaping to throw quite early once again. tried his best, still been a fantastic competition. So, what that means is that Lenny Brissot has an opportunity to get onto the podium where he was not so long ago, or at least the medal positions. And then Erik Kolodjisiak and Jakob Eberle, the other two still going in the comp. They're a little bit down the order in 11th and 12th. Yeah, there is Jakob Eberle, 67.44 for Zengin. Eberle, third at the German Winter Throwing Championships. 75.40 this year. So not having the same day as he did recently, unfortunately. Eberle short of 65 metres. But yes, that was at the German Winter Throwing Championships where he achieved that new lifetime best. It means he has also had best part 2 metres improvement this season alone. But last year was a big breakthrough for him where he improved by more than 5 metres. So still a talent to watch out for, even if today hasn't been his day. I'll say the same for Herzeg, who was at the bottom of the standings in the senior event. Watch out here for Brissot. Almost 2 metres improvement he needs. But that is a fantastic throw. So is he going to end up on the podium in the final round? Saw Remy Conroy winning the B event, also looking very strong. So it's been a good day for French javelin throwing. 74.16. He does get a personal best, but just misses out on a medal by 35 centimetres. Final throw, I believe this is for Kolodjisiak of Poland, down in 11th place, achieving similar to the 66 that he already has. But just reflecting on Brissot, came in with 64.13, so 3 centimetres onto his javelin PB. So Turku and Brissot, Joyce, the athletes with 6 valid measurements. Frattini, Zengin, Turku getting those PBs along with Brissot, adding his name to that list. And in total, 6 athletes throwing further than ever before. So in an event in which conditions were particularly troublesome at one point, or indeed for large spells, good that they cleared up in time for an exciting javelin competition. Well, Phil, I suppose just time for some closing words on how much you've enjoyed this event.
Well, we've had almost 12 hours of action yesterday on Saturday and about 9.5 hours of action today on Sunday. It's been an absolutely fantastic European Throwing Cup, this 23rd edition. We go on next year for 3 years in Cyprus, in Nicosia, but we'd like to say goodbye and many, many thanks to everybody involved in the last 3 years in Leiria, and they've been wonderful hosts of the European Throwing Cup. This year, well, a couple of brief reflections. We have had 13 out of the 16 gold medals going to different countries. What a spread! And another 8 countries are also on the medal table without getting gold. Highlight, of course, that world lead just a short while ago, Irene Rodrigues from Portugal. A magnificent performance and the only national record of the past 2 days, but bringing these European Throwing Cup to a fantastic conclusion. Plenty of cheering Portuguese fans, and I'm sure that's going to be featured very heavily in the Portuguese newspapers and on the Portuguese websites tomorrow morning. Also, a couple more European leads as well yesterday from Firafika in the men's discus and Obst in the women's javelin. It's been a magnificent weekend of throwing. And let's just throw it forward. We're going to see many of the people who were here in action and doing so well at the European Athletics Championships coming up in June in Rome between the 7th and the 12th of June. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been a long weekend, and yesterday, yes, it did have its difficulties with the weather, but frankly, it's been a joy to be able to watch and commentate on this event. I think it's time for me, Phil Minshall, to say goodnight. Say goodnight yourself.
Good night.
And that was Alex Seftel.